Welcome, gamers. We got our final broadcast of the regular season. The Rumble stage for Split 3 is now officially coming to an end after the conclusion of our final two series of the night. I'm Rafa, joined by Alk. It's the Alpha casting duo back at it again, and I am so excited to close things out here in a banger fashion. We've got a first series, which is a rematch of yesterday's series, but then later on, Alk, that's the big cream of the crop. It's the one that actually will have so much implications going into playoffs.
It's the one that everybody's watching right now. It's for BLG versus IG. Battle for top two, who can finish second in the season. Rauk is not going to go well, but we've got a lot of stuff here, especially because this is, like you mentioned, a rematch of yesterday's games. This shouldn't have happened, but we had to reschedule a couple of our series due to the typhoons that were happening, or the monsoons and stuff, so I'm glad we got them here at the end of the season for the impact they're going to have on the standings.
without further ado, let's take a look at those standings right now for both Group Ascend and Group Nirvana. As we know from earlier this week, Group Nirvana came to a close. We already know the 4 teams that we are sending into the play-in stage: NIP, EDG, LGD, and Ultra Prime, bidding adieu to Thundertalk and LNG. And for Group Ascend, all the 4 teams in the top half and the bottom half are locked, at least for going straight to playoffs or going to the play-in stage. But
Correct.
our final series of the day will determine who gets the 2nd seed between IG and BLG.
And if you're wondering what the implications of that or what exactly that affects, it just means for whichever team that wins today in that 2nd series, they will have the 2nd option out of the play-ins winning teams. So for Top Esports, they get first pick off of the 4 teams that will win off of the play-ins. And actually, we do have a graphic showing that, so if we can kick it over to that. This is the play-ins that'll be happening starting in 2 days. On the 30th,
Woohoo!
we will be back with single elim best of 5s, 1 best of 5 between all 4 of these series here. And like we were mentioning, Top Esports will have first dibs, then whoever the winner of BLG and IG, and, you know, going down that list.
And the crazy thing is that I think we actually have the Fun Plus Phoenix series, or is it the NIP series, coming up on Saturday? Because
NIP, the Fun Plus Phoenix one is the very first series we get to watch.
Oh,
yeah.
boy.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Just a quick correction. It is Fun Plus Phoenix versus NIP, and then WE versus
true.
EDG. But still, those are going to be exciting matches. And as Alk has already predicted, he feels like NIP is going to be probably the only Group Ascend team or Group Nirvana team that makes it into the playoff stage. We'll see if JJ his addition onto FPX will make a difference there, but it's gonna be a huge one. But let's get back to current series for tonight as we end the Rumble stage here in Split 3. Kicking off our first series, it is Weibo versus JDG, the rematch. And blue side, it is still the same Weibo gaming roster we have seen all split long: Breathe, Tien, Xiaohu, Light, and Crisp. And then just quickly punching in on the red side, it is JDG, same as we have seen for at least the second half of Split 3: Xiaoshu, Shun, Scout, Pays, and Jewel. And because we literally just saw this series yesterday, Alk, we have a very fun segment that we would like to call Last Time on LPL English, that we're going to run for you real quick, and Alk will get a chance to do some drawings, maybe some specific call-outs here. And we're gonna take a wind back through time almost 24 hours ago and listen back to the dulcet voices of Mazel and K-Man telling us what they were expecting to see in the first time bout between Weibo and JDG.
Okay, 1 second. I'm waiting for my producer to say that I'm good to touch things, because I will be doing this. For anybody who just missed it or is like, what the hell is going on? We had a 24-hour turnaround time between this series and last, and usually because things are not going to change, it felt like, hey, let's go through a rehash, let's go through some reruns to see whether or not things will be, you know, if we got yesterday's predictions right. So first of all, let's go with the first clip.
Interesting point where we see
I have to turn
a
on
bit
my
of
audio.
a
I just
diamond
realized
starting to
for
form.
this.
Maybe in the rough, maybe in the pressure that's going on for JDG, but Xiaoshu has been a bit of a star for this team in ways, like obviously not the greatest.
I got my master remote on, just in case I want to call
having
Thanks.
troubles throughout the split, but to have so
Okay, so this was talking about Xiaoshu and his impact. I think relatively, when you think of outside of last night's series, Xiaoshu has been a really, really great addition for a team that has been, if we're just being honest, terrible. All Split 3. Like, a straight-up disappointment from the teams and the players that we've seen from this roster, especially the holdovers from Split 2. However, 2 things to note. For me, I've said it every time, and I'm going to continue to repeat this. I think Xiaoshu, off of Renekton and Cassante, is not that great. He has not provided the same level of playmaking, and then when I kind of take a look at not just this, but we look further on, like in these kinds of series, again, notice what champion is he playing?
Cassante.
Cassante. Let's go. I think there's a third clip in here. What is he on? He's on Rumble. Wasn't that great? But yesterday, what happened? What did we see yesterday? We had Breathe and the rest of Weibo body slamming him on repeat in both of the games. Now, the second game he was on Scion, so it's a little easier, but Aurora versus Rumble, not an easy matchup for the Rumble, and he got a lot of attention there.
And if we proceed further onto the second and third clips where
we do see
we
a
talked
little bit
about
more consistency from this team. I think it's
the
rightfully
takes
so because they've been together
that were being
for
made
so long,
about
and a
both of
majority
these
them at least.
respective players
But
in
looking at
Xiaoshu,
that intact,
and
looking at what
originally we were going to be talking about Brief, but then we did a 180 and actually ended up talking about Xiaohu instead. But there is a take that at least I submitted regarding Xiaoshu.
True.
As it goes back to what you were saying, that Xiaoshu did find himself being probably the most consistent and reliable member in a very disappointing team that on paper should have been a super team from the beginning of this season. Now, the other take from K-Man specifically was that Xiaohu is still a top 3 mid in the LPL. And at first when I heard that, I thought, that's interesting. I don't know if I believe that. But then I started looking through the stats that K-Man provided. I started looking through the performances of the other mid laners that are in the LPL.
Yeah.
And you know what, Elg? Outside of Knight, maybe Cream, it's really hard to put another mid laner definitively as third, because everyone has had very inconsistent performances or some major stinkers at some point throughout Split 3, even though they've tried to balance it with some insane high performances. And yet Xiaohu, looking through the stats, he's cleaned up his overall gameplay towards the second half of Split 3.
That is true. I will say, when we look at him versus a player like Scout, the big difference for me is that Xiao's actually gotten better, or at least he's cleaned up his laning phase just a little bit. And the problem person for this Weibo team is actually Tien, who I was really high on at the beginning of the split. So kind of a weird time to see that swap in terms of what we're seeing. We're actually going to continue to roll through this and kind of take a look at some of the clips here. If there are, no, it's just K-Man glazing Xiaohu. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's my fault. But I mean, yeah, I think Xiaohu does have a legitimate claim to potentially be top 3. The issue is when you are in the mid lane position, especially right now in the meta, you have to be really, really impactful. A lot of mid lane right now is about dictating how and when fights start. You look at what the mid laners are right now. Taliyah, Aurora, these kinds of champions require you to be up in kind of, even Taliyah, Orianna, right? Like, mid is a very, very important role right now, and if for whatever reason Xiaohu's not going to get off to a good start, that becomes very problematic.
And he also kind of fits in that archetype as well. These are mostly mages that I think Aurora's kind of like the outlier in all three of them, but they all try to set up. They all try to accelerate and help link up with jungle in order to create massive snowballs for the team, whether it's through the roam play and the map play that Taliyah offers, the accessibility and the ease of execution of a point-and-click stun or an AoE stun from Annie, and Aurora she just brings a crap ton of damage. So that champ's broken, as you have said many times.
I'm glad we're on the train here. This Aurora champion is not okay, but you know, she's had a 45% win rate apparently for the last 30 days. I guess she's just not strong enough.
Crazy world. And shout out to Kai rolling in. This is what happened last night, and JDG, for lack of a better term, just got bodied, straight up hauled into body bag, and Weibo left no remains of any deceased members here on the Rift.
This should have been a good game, I think, for Weibo. You look at what they have access to. Even JDG side, they've started to leave Scout a little bit more on some utility playmaking mids like the Galio, but I think in this game in particular was the biggest offender of like all of the things going wrong. I mean, first they started off the game by diving Xiaoshu on a roam timer when he was rotating after the lane swap, so around 5 to 8 minutes. So he dies there, he TPs back, he almost dies again, so he misses another wave. And then uncharacteristically so, Paze was also pretty useless. I mean, Paze ended up dying a couple times. We didn't see this Lucian Braum take control of the lane or be really impactful because they're countered by this Rel and Corki matchup. So when you get rid of all the damage, you're left with Shun, who's playing Wukong, which didn't look good, and you have Scout. And then this game, I'm gonna be honest, I really hated this draft. I think that if you're not immediately slamming the opponents as JDG, you have a Silas who you get no stuns on Tibbers. I'm really questioning what happens when you start losing with this kind of draft.
Yeah, you look at the moment when they picked the Silas and you think, what value is he actually getting? Crescent Guard, Chain of Corruptions, Hostile Takeover, okay. I mean, you have so many methods of primary engage, and I guess the thought process is, okay, this allows Scout to fight for priority and try to get, like, up and close and personal, but the execution of it was just so baffling.
I don't want to get close to any of these champions as Silas.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I see the two big ultimates for me are the bottom lane, like Chain of Corruption and the Hostile Takeover. I think for an immobile, you see what Weibo have. They don't have a lot of ways of moving out of it, so I think that's fine. But, like, if you're going to get really sexy, Scout with a Crescent Guard there, suddenly you try to break open a fight, you split open the battle lines there, maybe, but that's asking a lot. I feel like you're trying to really reach for the moon. And that's not what JDG, you unlock that when you're in top 4. You're allowed to play like that and do stuff like that when you're better.
Yeah, I think overall a combination of not the greatest drafts to set up JDG's overall strengths, and then the execution was just very, very miserable to watch. You have access to one of the best supports in the game in this Alistar, and Joel just made a lot of questionable plays. The Hex Flash trying to find a two-man pulverize when no one's in range to follow up. So now you're like, okay, well, this Alistar can't do anything for the next 6-7 seconds. Kill this guy. And then the play where he headbutts someone in order to make a Q flash stun, it's like, okay. But once again, no follow-up with the team.
That is something we've seen with Dwo on this JDG lineup, is not like a desync in whether or not where and how they're going to find fights. I thought it was very funny. You're like, this is one of the best supports in Alistar, but it's on one of, personal opinion, worst supports in Group Ascend, bar none. So, a lot of question marks. It's obvious this team is really dysfunctional. So, I think for us as a broadcast, an important question that we should start to think about, especially as we get closer to playoffs now, how far is this JDG roster actually going to go? Because I don't even think regional finals is really in the cards for this team unless they make a demon run here in the bracket. So are we looking at potentially another 7th, 8th year? I think it's very likely with how they're looking.
To me, Alk, the secret code is you wait until regional finals, or whenever JDG's coach decides to get the secret codes from EDG's secret vault, input it into Scout, and finally he stops having just questionable, inconsistent games, and he just puts out banger after banger after banger after banger performance. Because if you can just have a consistent mid-jungle setup, then maybe you can try and work around the weaknesses of Zhuo, help elevate Pays, and then actually play around Xiaohu, who has, unfortunately, even though he has been consistent in even state matchups, if he gets focused by the enemy team, JDG doesn't give him any room to breathe with, and no pun intended, then Breathe just gets to slam this guy in every single matchup that they face.
Yeah, I feel bad for Xiaoshu because he's actually been really good in a meta where top lane, especially as we get later in the series, starts to devolve into, like, which tanks can you abuse, or like what kind of AD bruisers can you get away with. And he's been really good. I think of a lot of early season games in Split 3 where he's playing Sion or he's playing Cassante into Renekton and he's only down like 10 CS at 14 minutes. Really, really strong performances there. He's playing like Ornn into Rumble, not getting taken advantage of, even finding advantages there. So I'm really excited to see what Xiaoshu looks like if this team is working. But it's very clear it is a incredibly dysfunctional roster right now. And you're looking across from them, Weibo, not too far off in terms of standings, like 6 versus 4 is not a huge berth there, but for the time being, this team is doing things. That is the big thing for me. They are actually looking decent enough around objectives. Xiaohu is stepping up. and Light and Crisp are not there yet, but looking like they're on track to be in form for, at the very least, regional finals.
Yeah, surprisingly, when I've looked at Weibo over the course of 2025, before IG came into this monster mid-late game macro genius form that they're currently in, I used to regard Weibo as the one team I could count on being able to identify which objectives are hard losing or not necessary to fight for, and they will be the first ones to set up proactive cross-map trades, which is why they are able to get first turret a lot of the times, because they understand, listen, we're not playing for Drake stacking as much this game. We're just going to try and get grub control and then unlock one of these side lane turrets as soon as possible, and then just give ourselves a bunch of gold. The funny thing is, and what contrasts them from IG, is their macro decision making falls off after the 25-minute mark, and it goes up for IG.
Well, that's what IG has a strength in, and we are here for draft of game number 1. JDG already putting a pretty large focus. Again, we just saw this matchup yesterday, so expect a lot of holdovers from last night's match. The Pantheon was something that Weibo immediately were really strong on for TN in game number 1 of their series, so already getting rid of that alongside the Rumble.
Just looking back at the drafts last night and when JDG was on blue side, how much of this has warped and changed from the previous time around. JDG, as you called out, just identified big problem champions in yesterday's series in the Pantheon and the Rumble. Yunara was never played in either of those games, will still be taken off the table, whereas Weibo are taking away one of Scout's biggest comfort picks in the Azir, as well as the Varus away from Pays. I imagine that you could look at something like either Annie here if you want to stop that setup combo from JDG, or maybe another jungle. Yeah. Okay,
That makes sense. Wukong, so what do JDG prioritize? Is this going to be a Xin Zhao or maybe even that Poppy? Because you cannot give Poppy to this Weibo team. This is one of the champions that is very, very seldomly given to them. You have Tien and you have Crisp, who are some of the best Poppy players in the league. Seems like instead they're going to go ahead for one of the champions that we did not get to see them play. Weibo took this last time on 2 when they were on blue side in the first game, and it's going to be the Talia for Scout. So hopefully a little bit of a safer laning phase, and a champion that should give him the mobility to access different lanes.
Weibo was thinking about the Trundle, knowing that more than likely JDG want to go for the answers of Xin Zhao to pair along with the Talia or the Vi. Trundle beats both of them fairly easily, and Weibo locks in Orianna for Xiaohu. So already, this is a solid 2v2 that you have set up, and we know how important it is for Tien to have this stronger early jungler matchup here.
And if you're going to play in a mobile mage mid, Orianna plus Trundle sounds incredibly dangerous to play against. You are always under threat of losing your flash if it's not available. Now, the Olaf is something, the Trundle into Jarvan matchup is something that we have seen try to be dodged around, especially if teams are setting up for this jungler that Tien has. So it seems like in response, we are going to be taking this to lock down this. And this does mean that Weibo will be disincentivized from playing champions that are not going to have a ton of mobility.
Mm-hmm. If for some reason they wanted to play like a Jinx early on, you're no longer playing that. If you wanted to play a Jhin this game, you're not playing that. Or at least you don't feel comfortable playing that because once
Sivir,
your flash
right?
is gone. Yeah, Sivir has been a big priority as well. Good call out.
Sivir, Xayah, these are all kind of champions I'd be thinking. We're going to take the blind matchup into Breathe. Now, what I want to see from Weibo is get rid of some of the more annoying top laners. You already have the Rumble, which could be something that could contest. I'm looking, maybe an Ambessa and a Renekton would be something that I, as JDG, would be looking to grab for Xiaohu. Again, a player that we've talked about during the pre-show. And coming into the back end of the drafts, no AD carry focus here. So some of those champions like the Sivir, like we were mentioning, Kai'Sa and Corki, as well as the Lucian, are all up.
JDG, what is your focus here? You have the freedom to go for these immobile ADCs that don't have dashes outside of flash, like the Sivir and Jhin, as we called out, because it's a Trundle, and doesn't really seem like he's going to get a legitimate tank to sap stats from. Jhin doesn't seem the worst. However, Breathe on Gwen with the mist and Gwen being immune doesn't sound like a fun time either. Not sure what JDG's final AD carry answer is going to be here.
I think Kai'Sa could work. You're right. Like, you have so much upfront damage and lockdown that I think you can stall what Weibo are showing, and that killer instinct does become important if we're talking about a dive, right? Like, Talia plus an Alistar and this Jarvan from what we're shown. Kai'Sa tends to fit that kind of mold. You do have to be worried about Nico, though. In my mind, like, taking Nico here for Crisp is not a bad idea. You will have a lot of magic damage, but I think you're willing to opt into that if you are Weibo. Looks like we have a lot of support, so maybe they're setting up for Lucian Braum. These are matchups that I don't think you'd be super, excited to play, and they're going to go ahead and take away Paze's most played here in Split 3 in the Corki.
Corki makes sense. Valkyrie, anytime the Jarvan does jump on you with that Cataclysm, easy escape tool. JDG, what is now the response? You highlighted the Kai'Sa. It's a great way to follow up on any proactive dive and engage that JDG do set up. And already you have 2 go buttons in either an Alistar combo, a Jarvan and flag and drag into Cataclysm. And now the top lane answer. We have mentioned it many times that Xiaoshu has been a Renekton and Cassante merchant here. But he's going to go and slam the Aurora into the Gwen instead.
Okay, all right, Xiaosu, let's see if you can do it. I have not been the biggest fan of you when you're off of those 2 champions. If you could do this up against Breathe, I think you have a really, really fun time. Now, I see this, Rafa, and this is a game where I am looking at JDG to be the aggressors. You need to play with some kind of explosiveness in this game. You have a Jarvan, a Talia, and Alistar. These 3 champions by themselves provide you so much setup and the ability to stop what Weibo are doing. The moment that a fight slows down or allows for Weibo to start to pick up speed, you're going to have an Orianna Shockwave. You're going to have a Gwen ripping you with needles. And then this Corki Trundle, they're shredding all of your resistances alongside having true damage from this Corki. So the Poppy on top almost feels like a cherry on a cake. You are not going to survive this game, in my opinion, if we go late, barring some massive, massive team fight wins from an Aurora or Kai'Sa.
That being said, if JDG do manage to get ahead of the curve this game and they're always the first ones into these objectives, it becomes very difficult for Weibo to try and contest JDG in those spaces because there's no real engage from this team. You're hoping for a pillar slow to catch one person out, snag someone with the shockwave, maybe Poppy gets in there, slams someone against the wall.
Poppy Trundle is a combo if they've got that synergy there, so always possible, man.
Crisp and Tien are going to have to dig deep back into those FPX 2019 days and see if they can lock down, because that is a very, very small pillar to try.
It doesn't have to even be that far away. They played on Top Esports just last year, right? So yeah, they've got a little bit there. They have a little bit in their bag, but yeah, it is very hard. It's something you have to be able to properly coordinate. And this far into a season, with these many players, you have to have that, I think.
And as we said before, y'all, this series does not change the implications of where Weibo or JDG end up playing for the play-in stage. Their matches are predetermined, but this is one last chance to show us the most confident and bold look that they can at least bolster before going into what could be their last best of 5 of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hit the riff for Game 1 between JDG and Weibo.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场。
The fans know this is the last series we're going to see of these two, at least in the regular season. So, also again, I still have beef with the JDG stage technicians. We need to fix the mic. I'm sorry. Every time. It was okay this time, but maybe there just wasn't a ton of fans. We didn't even get the fan cam. Usually there's, you know, the whole camera there. But I was wondering what support keystones we were going to see. Both of these teams actually haven't been prioritizing Nautilus a lot. A lot of teams are starting to drop this, especially with Aftershock and that rune being gone, and obviously the prevalence of Spellbook. But I wondered if this was going to be a phase rush Poppy. It's I think something that does get a lot of value here in this game, but not going to be the option here for Crisp.
The utility of all those different summoner spells just makes so much sense. And for Weibo, if you think that if the other support is going to take Unsealed Spellbook, then it feels like you're at a disadvantage not being able to have Unsealed Spellbook for yourself. But here we are onto the Rift. Laning phase has commenced. The power of that Corki level 1 with the Gatling gun push is so strong, already taking a decent chunk out of Juo's health bar. And for Weibo, looks like they should be able to hit level 2 here. And the only thing that Juo can do is just get a headbutt in there.
Yep, that is all you're going to be doing in that matchup anyway. So, already seeing it is an Electrocute versus Grasp matchup here for Breathe. So how many times is he actually going to be able to proc this Keystone? That's what I'm kind of wondering. Junglers are pathing towards the opposite sides of the map, but no early vision from either team. Mostly notice it from JDG's perspective. They have a lot of wards already placed on the top side river here just to track whether or not Tien is going to try and cross and find some early action with the Trundle.
I didn't get a chance to see if Xiaoshu ran any other early game runes like Scorch or that Essence of the Light here, but
ooh.
Really nice trade there from Xiaoshu. By the way, guys, this is Xiaoshu's first competitive game on the Aurora, at least this entire year. And my goodness, Xiaoshu is definitely killing it in the lane right now.
And look at the timer here. So, Xiaoshu, if we could just last hit these minions. Do not use your spells. If you're looking for recall, that's fine. But look at where your jungler is right now. He's about to do Scuttle. You know Breathe is going to have the TP on this wave. So you have an option. You can either wait and dive on the next wave that's coming up topside, or you can wait for the wave to come to bounce back to you, and you make a play there. There is no flash available for Gwen right now. And you can even see that Scout's playing a little aggressive, but probably just going to get forced out.
Scout might need a bailout here from Shun, who is there in the wings, just to make sure that Scout doesn't get jumped on. Tien and Xiaohu able to suss it out and do not commit further on the play.
Alright, just going to be junglers trading here, and Breathe is safe for the time being. Looks like Shun doesn't want to go for it, wants to try to get those respawn camps as soon as they are up. And, I mean, for now, that's perfectly fine. It will mean that we'll have to keep track of whether or not Xiaoshu can squeeze another big round of damage onto Breathe.
I'm not a top lane main, Dimitri, but Xiaoshu, instead of letting the wave come back into him and start stacking against and pushing against him, he aggroed it. He got a little bit of chip damage back on it, and Tien is now on the top side of the map first, where Shun will not have access. Is Xiaoshu in trouble here?
I mean, he still has flash. I will agree that he's taking a little bit of damage, but that passive healing that you get from the Adoration is a lot. This is a part where I might hold this as Xiaohu is forced out of mid, but as a jungler, I think you would recognize this the most, even if you're not a top lane player. For Tien, it's, do I get this gank off where they potentially have a ward, and it is Aurora as Trundle, and do I sacrifice that time where I could be doing camps, or do I just try to match the enemy jungler here in full clear? And it seems like for now, Tien is going to continue going on his pathing. We haven't seen too much action, but I think mid lane is starting to get a little bit spicy, especially as Xiaohu gets closer to having that ultimate.
There is an on-the-way ping on the top side of the map, either from Xiaoshu or Shun communicating, hey, look at this wave that is now stacking up against me. I have chunked Breathe below 50% HP. He just used Teleport. The only thing this guy has is Ghost, so he has to be careful. Otherwise, he could be in trouble. But this is actually signaling a lane swap for Pays to go over to the top side of the map. And now that Xiaoshu has the teleport advantage over Breathe, he's going to be able to port to the bottom side.
Wait,
Shun
they can actually play for this.
Wait a minute, they're not going to get this dragon. They're able to push them off of it. Shun, Scout, and Juo all contest Tien. And now it's at 700 HP. Shun should be able to clean this up. That's first dragon going over to JDG. Wave will just completely drop the ball.
JDG got this done to them just last night. Weibo, they played the Rumble into Aurora matchup, and for Breathe, he saved his teleport so he can make a play on the opposite side of the map and did this exact line of play. Crisp is, for some reason, on this side of the map. He should be able to get out, but Juo's here. I don't like this.
Shockwave. Oh no, the anti-synergy! Chris flashed away! Oh no, more anti-synergy between both supports. Okay, guys, this series doesn't matter. It's fine. Chris, maybe just get out alive. But now double flash, we're missing skill shots. We finally hit something. JDG pick up first blood.
Well,
oh my
okay,
God.
it doesn't matter. We got the kill. Just a little bit of pocket sand visually just happened. And that's okay. Everybody at home, just
Visual whiplash. Oh
yeah,
my goodness.
A lot of things, a lot of skills were thrown out. Accuracy doesn't matter. As maybe some of our FPS fans will know, accuracy by volume. Make sure just you keep throwing all of them. Eventually one of them is going to hit. And all in all, I think this is still an advantage play going over towards Weibo, because now they get back out on the map a little bit faster. If they can make this dive happen on the Xiaoshu, he misses out on a huge wave. And it'll be up to JDG. I don't think they'll have enough time to take the grubs.
Teleport coming in preemptively from Jewel to try and bail out his top laner. Oh my god, Xiaoshu just broke their ankles. They were not able to lock him down.
That is why the Sorora champion is so disgusting. And Jewel actually showed on the top side, used his spellbook, seeing if they can try to catch out Tien. All they need to do is stop him. That's a good. The flash is out, and now JDG. I need to see Shun take some more of his camps. He has level 6 now. They're going to have access to Weaver's Wall in about 30 seconds here. With Grub spawning, I think taking this away from Weibo with a champion like Gwen, you do want to be able to at least siphon away a little bit of that power.
Yeah, remember, if Weibo are not ahead of the curve, then it becomes so much harder for them to actually force their entries into JDG's objective setups. So if they have the gold lead on their side, and they have something like Breathe accelerated and pushing on the top side or the bot side on the map and forcing JDG to answer, then they don't get access to all of the engage tools that they kind of have an advantage over when it comes to Weibo's current objective setup.
All right, I'm looking at Breathe right now. I know we're talking about the grubs, but Breathe teleported towards the bot side, and with this, he is going to drop this next wave and move over. This will be a numbers advantage if Weibo can stall.
I think JDG recognized that they're not going to have their top laner come before Breathe does, so they're dropping the rest of the grubs. They secured one, so they deny the 3 grub scenario away from Weibo.
All right, that's fine. Shun still has a lot of camps that he can do. Obviously, blue buff available, the wolves as well. No movement from JDG. I mean, they had a few of those really important abilities. Killer Instinct available for Pays. The Weaver's Wall that we had mentioned, not used. So potentially in setup for what could be a dragon in 2 minutes time. And I think pretty dangerous here for JDG to play around with. We haven't seen much of that explosiveness that I wanted to see early on.
It hasn't been a lot of explosiveness, but I have really liked what JDG at least have done in terms of setup.
The idea of it.
Yeah, the concept is great. The execution, pocket sand, you know? But we'll see if JDG can clean it up as we get to the next objective on the table.
Okay. Are they going to make a play down towards bottom side? It's really tough to dive Gwen, even with having Jarvan here alongside it. And this wave is really nice for Xiaoshu in the way it's set up. It's pushing towards him. So, want to see if he can squeeze a little bit of damage versus Breathe. We have Xiaoshu teleporting into mid lane and watching how these two mid laners fight. I think 2 of the most important mid laners historically to the LPL that have fallen, I think, on hard times so far in 2025.
Decent setup onto Scout. Oh, the seismic shove was trying to see if Chris was going to come in, but shoot from over the wall! Flash Cataclysm follows Xiaohu over his own flash. The flag and drag takes down the Summer Sabertooth.
All right, Scout has teleport. He'll get back into mid-wave. Xiaohu will not, and he is missing the shockwave. Do JDG go towards this dragon? You can see that Weibo are moving away from this side of the map, and JDG, they will not have their bot lane ready for this. Pays is going to squeeze another wave, get himself another plate here, so we'll still have to spend that gold. This is going to be a tug and pull here. There are different kind of options here for both teams. I think JDG did spend a lot to make that play happen, and I mean, a completed Sundered Sky at 10.5 minutes here for Shun is not a bad time to take a fight.
Jarvan is so strong when he is able to get this item early, because not only he has pretty decent base damage on a majority of his spells, but then you add on top of the durability you're getting from the HP as well as the Sundered Sky passive. This guy can feel impossible to take down in some of these early skirmishes.
You could have just said this item was broken, and I think we would have gone the same
I mean,
there.
True.
This item is basically dictated whether or not you're a first pick jungler in almost this entire meta. Now, JDG getting collapsed upon, but all it is a ghost out from Duo, so he'll have access to his heal again. And the two top laners, Xiaoshu this time has his teleport to make this play. I think Weibo need to be really careful, especially not having some of their item completions.
Thought that Chris might have been in trouble by expending his steadfast presence a little too early there, but JDG do not pull the trigger quite yet. Not the explosiveness that you were quite ready to see from them. They're taking their time. They're trying to be patient, but there's a lot of wards from Weibo that do have full vision on the Dragon Pit as well as the bottom river entrance.
The longer that JDG take to start this objective, I think the better it is for Weibo. They're down 1,500 gold, but all you're doing is allowing for their members to pick up farm, especially for players like Briva and Xiaohu right now. So you can see that Crisp trying to toe the line. Tian had actually made his way towards the top side and got himself another scuttle. So he's going to start to crawl out to a little bit more of a lead. And speaking of Tian, I think an amazing achievement here. 700 games in the LPL.
Ever since his debut back in 2018. And then to win a world championship, as well as his first LPL title with FPX a year later. Quite a storied legacy that this player has had, and he has been the key to Weibo Gaming's early success when he is able to find a massive start. But right now it's all about Crisp finding a dive onto Xiaoshu and taking up as many turret shots as possible. Nest and Breathe doesn't even get the chance to finish off the kill. It is the Ignite from Crisp that deals the finishing blow.
But Breathe is going to get a hell of a lot of gold here. It's not going to stay. Wonder what kind of play they're looking for. Maybe even opening up for Breathe to find a teleport cover for the bottom side. But the kill going over to Chris, not bad. And now you see that JDG want to see if they can get Xiaohu. No flash.
Oh, nice delayed combo from Zhuo to make sure that Pays and Scout have enough time to follow up on the play. Feat of Warfare secured for JDG. Breathe teleports to the bottom side, but it seems like the play is already over. And Weibo, the best that they can do is just make sure that they do not give over too many plates.
It's an important timer there. Scout has to be so careful.
Scout has no mana. He has flash, but can he get over the wall in time? He can't get over, and Tian is just going to flash up and Breathe dives under the tower, but now Shun will look to punish the Gwen with a Cataclysm to lock him down, and JDG moved to 4 kills.
All right, Breathe is getting sacrificed on so many plays there, trying to overforce for that. It will be the loss of the turret plates on top side, so Xiaoshu with the teleport from Xiaohu will not get... Oh my god, Pays almost gets soloed. This might just be mid-turret with how much damage Weibo have. It's just Shun. The wave is going to be disappearing, but Xiaoshu is getting a ton of gold in return.
Between Worlds is not available for Xiaoshu. Xiaohu knows that he has a lethal in the 1v1 and punishes the Bunny Witch.
This game is wild. My bad. I did not recognize that that was possible when Xiaohu has no damage. He has a stacking Seraph's Embrace or an Archangel's. Like this item isn't real early on, but Xiaoshu instead has actually opted to go for the Liandry's, noticing that a lot of the champions from Weibo are going to be stacking HP this game, so I think reasonable. Now, Rafa, 5 seconds now. We have Herald coming on through. I think you look at the items here, you have double Trinity Force finish for this Weibo team. That is a really important timer for them to find. When we get back into this replay, I'll be honest, the most important part for me is watching Scout lose his flash, because that means for the next few minutes, again, playing into an Orianna, playing into a Trundle, you're always going to be worried.
No flash means there's no way to easily escape from a pillar or shockwave. So Weibo will be eyeing this Taliyah to see if they can pick him off with relative ease. Zhuo and Scout trying to hold the door on this banana brush and make sure that Tian cannot get into the river. Rift Herald is only at 5k HP. I think JDG are going to want to let this reset so that Weibo Gaming don't get a free objective for themselves, but they're going to be able to burst it down, and JDG don't look like they have a way to recontest.
I think JDG are about to get feats of strength, though, because this will... Oh, no, they don't, because they took the turret. They just took the turret in mid, right underneath JDG's nose. They got the mid-tier 1 during that. That is a huge win for them. And this means that the dragon that spawns in a minute and a half is going to decide feats for either team here. Xiaoshu did not get enough time alone on this turret. Again, if they had grubs, maybe that's a different story.
Now, dare I say, we might get our first real fight of this game at the Dragon Pit in a minute and some 5 seconds here, since all the fights we have seen so far have been kind of, how do you want to say it? We used pocket sand as an earlier representation, but it has been quite a slobber knocker.
You had a great idea there. There was concepts of a team fight. There was concepts going on. There not much on the execution front, but yeah. And we haven't seen, I think, some of the theoretical ways that these fights can go that we set up during draft, right? We're talking about, hey, we have this explosive Jarvan and Alistar combo. I don't think we've really seen that in tandem with each other. We're looking at it from Weibo's side, like, okay, if someone's missing Flash, like Scout and Pace, they do not have access to that summoner spell. So whether or not they're actually going to be able to kind of breathe in this fight is up to Weibo.
Remember, Weibo is a lot more favored when they are the ones first to an objective setup because their ways to engage a fight is very limited versus what JDG has in their arsenal. Juo loses a lot of HP. Weaver's Wall comes out a little early. I don't know what Scout was trying to cut off there, but now the Weaver's Wall is completely gone. Rift Herald is going to get dropped here by Tien.
I don't think that was intentional. I think he was looking to put down a ward or use his sweeper here. So JDG are going to get this entire Herald, but will they grab the Dragon? Because that puts them on Soul Point if that's the case.
Weibo don't want to give it over easily. No one from the Rift Herald. Oh, Flash pulverized Ron into Chris. He's able to wall slam, but it doesn't even matter. He gets
the Dragon's gonna go down
anyway. Light able to burst out the cow. 2,000 HP. Who's gonna get the Dragon? Shun secures it for JDG. That's the objective feats of strength for JDG secured. They are now on Soul Point, and if they can mitigate these deaths, then JDG are in a great spot. But the Shockwave will clip Scout. He has Flash still. He's able to hold on thanks to the power of that Zero Shield, giving him extra HP there. The barrier popped by Pace just to stay alive. Breathe trying to press forward. He doesn't have the needlework, but he's got the stiff sip. He tries to dash forward. Just not enough damage in the tank for Weibo. They are grasping at straws and not able to find anything here.
Weibo are big losers in that fight. They lost the Rift Herald. It did nothing in mid. They lost the Dragon. They got nothing from that play. A kill goes over to JDG. And even with some of the sloppy setup that we saw, Crisp here gets snuck around by Juo. I mean, the pushback, you find this Poppy, and even Breathe actually ends up dashing over the Unraveled Earth there. Shun, biggest criticism, I think, aside from some of the level of play we've seen from him this year, the smites, man. And so far in recent series, he's been really on top of them. So glad to see that we're seeing at least some level of improvement from this player. And now JDG find themselves on Soul Point here in this game in a way that really, I think, augments their ability to play. Because now every 5 minutes, they are inviting Weibo to fight. And you need to be able to hit on timers. If you can get that Infernal Soul, I think it makes the game so much easier to play.
So far, a lot of the problem individuals on JDG that we have given heavy criticism have at least kicked off the first 19 minutes of this game with a relatively impressive start, given what we have seen on average over the course of this third split here.
Good to see, and very important, right? Even if this doesn't have any standings implication, it is so important to have the right mindset and momentum going into play-ins. Play-in's a single best of 5 to play. Don't expect a lot of our group Nirvana teams to end up taking series over our Ascend group, but always a possibility with the level of play we've been seeing from them. Now, an Otacon started, and Xiaohu is nowhere near this fight.
Juo, all you gotta do is just keep Tien out of the pit. Keeper's verdict, not in time. Otacon secured for Shun once again, and now Weibo have to decide if they want to pursue the chase or if this is now a lost fight. Juo is angling for another headbutt pulverized combo, but Breathe was chunked to 50%.
Oh, Pace!
Looks for Gwen! One more auto attack! Good night, Breathe!
That's another one. We might get right into another fight. Tien's dead.
Tien gets knocked up and caught up. He's bent by Pace. He picks up the double. Light now surrounded by all 5 members of JDG. The Shockwave, as Shun is not able to buffer the flag and drag through the Shockwave. And so Xiaohu does manage to get out alive, but JDG able to deal a heavy swing against Wave on this series. Scout? Flash on the Xiaohu, finds the seismic shove. Okay, Scout. I see you.
Okay, JDG, they said yesterday was a fluke. Let's go take our free win. That's going to be Chris dying again. So uncharacteristic for this squad to be messing up on Poppy, a champion that was so pivotal for them in multiple series across the year. And they lose out on the mid-tier one as well. The Otacon and Chuo, I gotta say, this Alistar has been sneakily, highly impactful. We're starting to see some of the kind of mess-ups of a team like Weibo in this draft where they don't have a ton of range to be able to deal with the champions of a Taliyah. And I like the ability here from Pays. Goes right in. He knows that right now Weibo are in dire straits and he can kind of squeeze a little bit more damage.
Alec, I know we woke up in August today, but I feel like we're taking a trip back in April, earlier this year. It feels like the glory days of JDG Split 2 when they were firing on all cylinders, when all these guys were playing at their peaks. Obviously, Chuo was not in this lineup, Xiaoshu was not in this lineup, but this is a relatively impressive start for JDG in this game one. And for JDG fans watching at home, I think the only thing they can say is, where was this yesterday, guys?
I mean, not even just yesterday. Can we, first of all, let's finish out this game, and then let's close out a series. Because we've seen JDG take now individual games off of a team like BLG, Top Esports as well. We've seen them be competitive in early games, but mid-game, sometimes their solo lanes like to get caught out, and you see that Pays is extra desperate trying to make plays. Dragon spawns now. This is Infernal Soul and Weibo are finding it impossible to walk into this river. Breathe on the flank.
Breathe get onto the backside. Shockwave through Chris. Finds Scout. That's the big shutdown going over to Gwen. Chuo punts away Tien. Pays all in onto the backside of the fight. Shun falls up with a beautiful knock-up, and now Xiaoshu is passing through the brush, trying to find Tien and chase him out of the jungle to deny the Infernal Soul away from Weibo. And it doesn't look like Tien will be able to get back in.
That's going to be Pays finishing off this Dragon, and Rafa, we have got ourselves a game here. JDG looking to close this out within the next 4 to 5 minutes. Baron's going to be spawning in a minute and a half. Everything has gone right from them. A little bit of a slower early game. They got all the int out in the first 5 to 8 minutes we saw, and it's been clean team fights from there on out. Breathe gets this flank, but it's not enough. Crisp. The Shockwave lands onto Scout. That's it. I don't care if we get it onto that. We're seeing in the picture. Pays is 1v2 right now.
He just destroyed Tien. He's going to look for Chris next. That's the double for Kaisa, and that moves him to 7-0 on 3. This is the Pays that we saw in Split 2, the one that was contesting for the #1 marksman in the league in his role. And JDG, if they can continue this performance throughout the rest of the series, then JDG will put themselves on the best confident foot forward going into the play-in stage.
Mid-tier 2, Baron in 40. Recall, let's spend our gold. We get to look in picture-in-picture. Ain't no way, Tien, we thought this was playable. ain't no way. Bro, it is 2.5 item Kaisa with Infernal Soul and an Otacon. Tien.
My
on,
man
bro.
doesn't even have tier 2 boots.
Like,
oh no.
all right, sure. I mean, look, 0-3 looks way worse than 0-2 in my mind. So, you've increased your death 33%. I don't know. Simple math there. So, all right, this is more of a formality for the rest of this game, Rafa. How do JDG clean and close out this game? And can we see maybe a little bit of something that can give us hope as we go further in the series?
JDG, if you die, it better be because Weibo literally throw everything at you, and you still get the advantage on top of it. Let's see how patient JDG are with the objective setup here. Try to bait Weibo in, burn some summoner spells. As Joel just goes for the engage on to Breathe. Shun looking for the collapse. Xiaoshu on the flank, finds Light, takes about 80% of his HP, and now this Corki does not get to play the game with the rest of his comrades. Xiaoshu tries to flash on top of it, but does not land the combo. Xiaoshu still pressuring through the mid-tier 3 turret, and the rest of Weibo now forced to respond to Xiaoshu, but that should be the signal for JDG to just start up the Baron. Guys, Trundle's chasing my top laner. Please start the Baron. Please.
The bleach is back. The pocket sand is back. What?
Oh, no.
What was that from Xiaoshu? Like, just walk up to him. You know where the rest of them are. My goat didn't. What does that even mean? What does that mean? Does that mean that is your goat your goat's not washed? Like,
the question is, who are they talking about?
Yeah, who's my goat? Like, is it Scout? Is it Pays? It's definitely not Zhuo, but like.
I think for Weibo gaming fans, I know we talked about the perspective of JDG fans, but for Weibo fans, they look at this game and they just think to themselves, at least we won the series that mattered yesterday.
True.
And whatever happens here, obviously you would like to see Weibo still take this series into their own hands, but beggars can't be choosers here. Jun looking for the engage. Weaver's wall cuts off Crisp. He just flashes over the Raptor Pit wall. All 5 members of Weibo able to reconnect here on the top red quadrant. And they say that Scout is not washed today. He's not the one that, or he's the one that did not take a shower. Meanwhile, Zhuo looking for light, forces him to Valkyrie over the wall. Crisp winds up the Keeper's Verdict, does not use it. Cooldown will come back relatively soon, and JDG just taking up space.
They're in Beijing today for this series, JDG's home arena. They're asking, hey, do we have any cups for the players? Do we have like all of the peripherals set up? And the stake technician just tells them it's all Scout. And they know.
Oh, beautiful seismic shot. The shockwave does really not any damage on the Xiaoshu. That's just a third of his HP gone. Flash from Scout, another seismic shove finds Chris this time. And Weibo lose their 2 crucial jungle support fundamental squad. And without a smite from either the Unsealed Spellbook or the jungler himself, this should be a free Baron for JDG.
All right, 5 minutes ago, we were like, okay, can JDG cleanly close this game out? It took a little bit. We got the Baron finally. So Baron has now been taken here for JDG. They'll have it for 3 minutes. Now, Rafa, hear me out. There's an Elder spawning in a minute. That is the only hope that Weibo have here in this game. If they can get Elder, if they can find a miracle fight, the experience is big here. The experience gap between some of these players and champions is really big. Xiaoshu's going to get level 16 and have a 3rd point in that ultimate. I think that is incredibly impactful. Level 2 rank of the Unstoppable Will from someone like Zhuo. Something.
I'm going to tell you right now, Alk. If JDG fumble a 9,000 gold advantage at the Elder Dragon, I think a mudslide will have hit my screen, and I will be disconnected for the rest of the series. And I'll come back for IG BLG.
Yeah, of course. I mean, everybody's come back for BLG IG. Oh my. All right, there we go. It starts.
Okay. Step 1. Step 1. Weibo, now 5-4 for the next 43 damn seconds. We'll see if JDG
Zhuo's gonna die.
Problem solved. Zhuo is getting dropped. The enemy redemption tries to bring him lower, forces him to nearly 100 HP. Weibo are now effectively fighting a 5-on-3. I don't know if Zhuo had teleport in his arsenal. No, he doesn't. He's just running back from base. He can't even heal to full HP. Elder Dragon is being burned by Weibo. Shun, if there's one thing you can do, please, for the love of God,
steal it.
Steal this. No, the Keeper's Verdict is gonna put him away. 2,000 HP, it is gone, and Weibo down 9,000 gold will stall this game.
Why are we fighting when we have Baron? We just wasted a minute and a half of Baron to sit in enemy blue side jungle. I think we just heard a full-on pipe-in of the audio from JDG fans at the arena. Xiaoshu blindly walking into fog. He just dies straight up, and now there's no Reaver's Wall. We come back to live. There will be Elder available for Weibo for the next 2 minutes. We're going to see a Baron power play that is somewhere in the range of negative 750 to 1,000 gold. JDG still have really important gold. There's massive shutdowns on Shun and Paige, who have not died at all this game.
Alk, I had to stand up, not because I'm excited, but because I'm pissed. And that has given me enough energy that I just cannot sit still anymore. I just can't.
That's fair. That's very fair. They're going to get control of mid-wave now. We need to see what Weibo can do with this buff, because if nothing happens, then frankly, these were 2 major buffs in the game that were wasted by both teams. JDG patiently waiting it out, even with an Infernal Soul, and now they're going to wait for Breathe once this top wave comes on through. I think very, very important to watch how and where Weibo choose to find their mark. They're trying to play in Fog and War from the side of JDG, but it is all on Xiaoshu, all on pace to be able to clear this wave.
Okay, Weaver's Wall from Scout cuts off the wave from crashing.
Okay.
Breathe is pushing in through the top tier 2 turret. Seismic Shove does not connect because he was immune, but the tier 2 turret is below 50% HP, and Crisp is trying to threaten on the other side of the wall. Objective bounty secured for Weibo. That closes the gold deficit to nearly 4,000 now.
They're doing it, Rafa. I mean, they're not close in items. I think that is one of the most important aspects in this game, is that JDG still contain an item advantage. 4 items here for Pays, 3 for Scout, Xiaoshu the same, and Weibo are on the verge of completing them. Imagine that we see them recall here, and we're going to get a bevy of item completions coming on through. All right, Force of Nature coming on through. Rabadon's not completed for either Xiaohu or Breathe, so watching how these two solo laners for Weibo, where and how they can collect gold in the next few moments, that is what I'm looking towards.
Remember, JDG, you have multiple methods of starting a fight, of engaging
You have
onto
Infernal
Weibo.
Soul! You can't lose with Infernal Soul, right? Right?
Unfortunately, Alec, we have seen it happen a few times here in the LPL. And I don't think JDG is above that kind of possibility.
I feel bad for all the JDG fans, bro. This is insanely stressful for no reason. For a game that functionally does not affect the standings at all.
And yet somehow, JDG still find a way to disappoint in some way.
160 BPM for your heart rate from minute 23 to 35 for no reason. So we were talking about where and how we can see these item completions. Baron spawning in 30, and what happens now? Breathe and Xiao, who completed the Rabadons. Very, very important. As we get closer to this objective, watch how JDG take control right now. All of this vision around this objective is in favor of JDG. Watch how they control the mid wave. And honestly, the only person missing Flash is going to be Light, but Valkyrie plus that Summoner spell coming back up means it's an even objective. Xiao just loses that instantly.
JDG now have another champion to instantly target the next time you see this Orianna step into effective range of Shun and Zhuo. It goes for the headbutt pulverize onto Breathe. No one engages quite yet, just trying to test the waters here. Shun posturing, EQ is blocked by Crisp with the steadfast Preston Keeper's verdict. Punts away one, but they pop Crisp, and now they're looking for more. 2-man Cataclysm. Pays dives into the back line, looks for Shadow. He flashes away for the Shadow wave. Pays masterful on the Kaisa. A quadra kill for Shun, and JDG will finally put this game 1 to rest.
Ah, man. Okay, it happened before to Pays where he had his Penta stolen, so Shun not getting it for himself feels bad. JDG, it took them 10 extra minutes, but they close out game 1.
Thankfully, Shun and Pays were able to lock shit down and ensure that JDG were able to pick up the first game of the series.
Goddamn. Why? Extra 10 minutes just to feel something, bro. Just to get the heart rate going. That would have been Shun's second Penta, his first in the LPL, but not to happen today. Maybe in another one. But yeah, a very, very back and forth game once we got into that mid to a little bit of that later section. But you go back, first 15 looked really good there from JDG, especially when we got from the two solo laners in this game.
Calculated, measured. Execution, a little bit to be desired in some of those early skirmishes, but like we said, the concept was great, and that is what you need to build upon for JDG, is just making sure that the concepts fundamentally make sense, and then hopefully the execution will come with time. Obviously, for JDG, they don't have that much time. It's literally 1 or 2 more games left in this series, and then they have to play a best of 5 and see if they can at least make it over that finish line before being able to make a playoffs run for themselves.
Yeah. And just from Weibo, some uncharacteristic mistakes. I think just the way that they operated this team composition, they did lack engage. And that was something you noted during the draft, right? Talking about where is the ability for Weibo to find fights? It's primarily Poppy, and then Trundle just sits there and throws down a pillar. You're hoping that you can slow or stop their opponents from moving so you can get this shockwave, and we never really got that from Xiaohu. We did not get massive shockwaves that really tore apart fights. A lot of them ended up missing here in this game.
I think the advantage that Scout was able to find ahead of Xiaohu allowed this Orianna, or prevented this Orianna from feeling like a big threat in these team fights, because you were really expecting a lot of burst damage to come through, and it just seemed like the Orianna shockwave was not putting out anything that JDG needed to fear. Now, going ahead and looking into the second draft of this series, Alg, some of the things that are kind of interesting, obviously Breathe brought out the Aurora for the first time this year. The laning phase looked great for him. There was a couple decisions made that were not ideal in the mid-late game, but by eliminating Aurora from the pack, and Rumble has yet to be picked because he was banned, that puts a bigger strain on Weibo to say, do we try and heavily deny this Rumble away from JDG if Xiaoshu is now trying to put even more reps on the Rumble, or does that mean JDG have to ban the Rumble for themselves?
I'm sorry, Rafa. I got distracted by that gold graph right there. You see that timer around 30 minutes?
Yep.
Yeah, that's where the panic started to come on through. And I think, focus on the top side is reasonable to have, right? Like Xiaoshu, like you were mentioning, strong early start, but I think this happens to a lot of players in solo queue especially, but you start to get a little bored. You're like, okay, I'm fed, so I'm allowed to walk into certain parts of the map, and Xiaoshu learned very quickly, no, I actually am not allowed to stay on, sir. I'm not allowed to do that. So if you're on Scion, if you're on Renekton, you're allowed to do that. Scout better not hit the locker room. I hope none of them are hitting the locker room shower, because there are enough delays on the show as it is. I would much rather get into the game.
Let's clean out this series as fast as possible, because the near heart attack we experienced after that Elder Dragon play, I was ready to leave. I was so done. I was just thinking to myself, oh my god, how is this possible, guys? You had everything. I'm not trying to take away any credit from Weibo. I think Weibo identified some clear mistakes in execution and setup from JDG when they were trying to play around for that Elder Dragon. But the onus should still be on the team that is ahead massively in gold to not make those mistakes in the first place.
You guys can't see it. I have a Weibo Gaming tweet up on my other monitor right now, and it is just a bunch of laughing with like the sweat emoji. They know that this was a game that not great from them. So Rafa, we got to think about MVPs. Honestly, if it was only the first 20 minutes, I think Xiaoshu definitely earns a shout. I think you could very well make an argument that Shun earned himself an MVP this game. The smites were on point, and the Jarvan had a lot of impact, especially as we got later into the game.
Yeah, I think critically, the two big plays that Shun made this game were saving Scout on the 2v1 mid dive that Crisp and Xiaohu were looking for, and then securing the third Dragon away from Tien, guaranteeing feats of strength, and overall that massive objective lead for them. He was not able to clutch out the Elder, but that was tough.
That's not his fault.
That's not his fault. Exactly.
I'm glad we can do a little bit of jungle propaganda. I know you're on the show, so need to get it out now before we get back to playing, and I can blame you for everything.
I have not given Shun that much grace this split. He has not had that many great games, but this was a nice return to form. This is the Shun that I'm always a fan of seeing. When he's confident, he's bold, and unfortunately, not a Jarvan Penta this time around. Pays did have a flashy dive and being able to bait out the shockwave and using his flash in order to trade for it. So, who knows? Maybe they give it to Pays instead. But I do hope it's Shun.
Shun deserves it. If Pays gets it, is because there's 80 carry Kaisa bias, right? Like, you just got...
True.
Hey, hold up. How come Teddy gets his social medias, but we don't got the third guy on the show? I mean, look, like we get enough flack for having pronouns on our rotator. They don't even have an ad here.
Oh, man. Where's the shout out for the Weibo socials of our third man on the desk?
Teddy deserves it, though. He's a great dude. Very, very, very long tenured man in the middle, if you're unfamiliar. You've probably seen him around if you've been watching LPL or any of our internationals. Let's see it. There we go.
Yes.
Good to see. Glad that we're getting Bobagiri getting some MVPs, third of the split, and very important as we get towards the end of the very last day of the LPL regular season.
Always a pleasure to see a smiling, happy Shun on the Rift. And given how unfortunate the split has been, it's always nice to at least see him bring a positive attitude at the start of every series. So, solid stuff from JDG, and a nice way to at least kick off the series. We'll see if they can continue it in this form. But before we toss the break, we want to remind everyone that if you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. So subscribe to our Coffee, linked in chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Without further ado, it's time for a break. We'll see you on the other side for Game 2.
Hey everyone, I'm Sajed, ADC for Dark Zero in the NACL, and I'm here to break down this FPX backdoor and our prodiff deep dive. Baron is spawning in 1 minute, and that's the objective to play for, and the next mid wave coming out of base kind of dictates which team will get set up. FPX kind of has a cheat code because they took the enemy inhibitor, so they have the super minions, which will help them push the wave faster and makes their wave tankier. And Silas, he's down 7k gold. He kind of knows he's pretty useless, so he opts to not even show on the side wave and just goes in overgroups on mid wave. On the flip side, IG has rookie TP to the top lane, and then he shifts down to mid. So that's the two big advantages FPX has going into this fight. They have TP advantage on their mid laner, and they took the enemy inhibitor. So the fight starts really well for IG. They burn a bunch of the enemy sums and ults, but the problem is, since they contested from top river, they never actually got the wave. Instantly they start running to the wave. They take the fight away from the TP-less Victor, who's the most fed member in the game, and they just walk the wave down. They know that the game went long enough that winning a 5v5 is not the only way to win the game. They want to play around their advantages, and taking the fight away from the TP-less Victor and into the enemy nexus is their best bet. IG made the mistake of over chasing into the enemy vision, and they never actually caught the wave. So FPX is actually able to just hit the nexus turrets and threaten an end. Gala never recalled. He opted to just walk to his nexus. Maybe he thought it was faster, but he never actually gets the impact the fight, and FPX actually does get the backdoor off. So in the end, it's really important to know what your advantages are in a game and just playing around them. FPX did that very well from a losing situation and actually won the game off that. Thanks for watching. You can check out one-on-one coaching from me and other pros at prodiff.gg. To stay up to date on everything LPL English, follow at LPL_English on Twitter, and make sure to catch the games on LPL's English Twitch or YouTube. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero dos between Weibo Gaming and JDG. This series is a rematch of yesterday's series where Weibo did find themselves 2-0 over JDG at the end of the match. This time around, JDG do kick things off with a win on their side. Reminder, unfortunately, this does not change anything for JDG, even if they are able to close this series out in a 2-0 fashion or even a 2-1 fashion. But it is good for confidence, and it's good for mindset going into the play-in stage.
Very important for them, just having the momentum. We've seen momentum carry a lot of teams very, very far, even just in the LPL alone back in Split 2. So we'll see if JDG can, at the very least, get themselves to 5 wins. Definitely would be a nice break point for them. And would be them finally finding a win over a team that is above them in the standings. The only wins they have found are against WE and FPX here in Split 3.
And it would be nice for JDG to at least find one more series win against a non-FPX or WE team, just to kind of expand their versatility and remind themselves of the form that they used to perform in back in Split 2 when it seemed like they were at the height of their potential with this roster. Now, obviously, the support and top lane are a little bit different for Split 3, but the overall core in Scout, Shun, and Pays is still the same, and it's been the one that we have criticized the most in this third split of the season.
You know what's really funny? I just realized looking at the standings and thinking about it, FPX have beaten IG where JDG haven't. That's just great. Weibo are going to switch over to the blue side, and we'll see if a lot of those mid lane bans are going to stay the same. Again, the Annie, the Azir, things that we have seen before, especially now. And even thinking about the mid lane pull, it is starting to get constricted a little bit. The Aurora going in the top side is another champion that both of these guys would like to have access to.
Weibo also preventing the Rumble from going through. JDG realized that the priority for the Annie is the first thing that Weibo would like to at least lock down for Xiaohu, so they take that off the board. Wukong was one of the other champions that was also banned in the first game without the Annie setup. I don't know if that is something that Weibo will still try and fancy themselves for, since it seems like Tien prefers going for the early game skirmishers rather than something that spikes at level 6.
Getting the Varus band on blue side, so what are they prioritizing? Is it going to be the Xin Zhao? Is it going to be another mid lane pick? I mean, you still have the Victor, Galio even opened up if they really wanted, but I think Blind is a bit too hasty. And Wukong makes it through the draft here, so Wukong and Vi as well. So I think 3 big junglers on my mind here for Tien.
Yeah, if you first pick a jungler, I would imagine it's Xin for Tien. I'm never usually a fan of Vi first pick for jungle. Rise, okay. Gives you some map mobility, and it's definitely something that Xiaohu has been able to play to great extent in the past.
Out of the top 5 champions from Scout in split number 3, 4 of them are gone here already. All 5 of them are gone when you include bans. So trying to squeeze a little bit of Scout's pool. We've only seen the Rise once from Xiaohu in this split. So what is the response here for JDG? I feel like you're probably going to be opting to play a composition that's going to be a little more aggressive, especially from what we saw for them in game number 1, but maybe a champion that can try to get underneath some of the power from Rise. I really hate the Galio matchup. I think you give Rise a lot of agency to play this game and eventually scale, and this puts a lot of onus on your other lanes to get things done and get the ball rolling.
Scout is giving up agency to either Pays or Xiaoshu to be the main carries, if not empowering Shun on this Wukong. Weibo, now knowing that there is no Trundle that is possible for the taking, immediately slam the Scion for Breathe in the top lane. And this is where I imagine Tien would be going still for a priority jungler. However, Tien is going to be waiting on that and goes for the Sivir instead. So there is a lot of scaling power for Weibo in this second game.
Yeah, 2 and 3 items this champion and the entire group from Weibo come online. Now for JDG, do they go for another AD carry? You can try to go for the Lucian into this matchup if you really want to. There are a lot of AD carries that are going to suffer under the ability for to be able to match a champion like Sivir. The Mbessa was a champion that I was thinking about, whether or not it was going to be the Cassante going into the Scion. I think Mbessa gives them that agency, and the laning phase into the Scion is really, really strong. So, all right, we get more and more of what seems to be a dive composition coming on through for JDG, and it'll be very important for them once they get their ultimates to start making plays around the map. Everywhere from level 6 to a level 11 is really where I think JDG are going to be very, very powerful in this game.
And right now for JDG, the ways that you can access the backline, as long as you're doing it creatively, you can do so fairly easy. There's not many ways that Weibo can immediately stop you from being able to do so unless everyone is trying to go through the front door, and even then, public execution is a blink. Hero's entrance follows up on whoever gets there first. Cyclone, you can clone in and dash through the front line. There's no Poppy this time around, so maybe JDG are more favored in this dive setup, and they're even getting rid of anti-dive methods or champions that could provide still more engage power as ways to counter the dive that is set up by JDG.
I like the recon. The Nico ban is interesting. It means to me that their bottom lane is probably going to be playing that maybe a little softer in the 2v2. Could still be that Lucian, still gives you that ability to kind of move in and out of fights. So instead of going for something for pays immediately, with Alistar and Rel out of the pool, or Alistar and Poppy out of the pool, it does mean that Rel does gain in priority. So what does Chris go for? Is this going to be the Nautilus? Is this going to be something even maybe like the Braum, or dare I say a Renata, honestly?
I mean, even if you don't have the Kalista on your side, you do need some disengage on Weibo Gaming, because JDG are going to be throwing pretty much everyone into your team. And you already have decent engage between On the Hunt and... Oh my god!
Mark?
Tien has also been cooking the Kiana jungle?
Mark?
Holy camole!
Mark, you're getting spoiled here. You get two Kiana jungle games?
Wow.
It's like double Christmas.
Wow. It is double Christmas. My goodness. So if you didn't see the series from 2 nights ago, Top Esports against FPX, Game 3, Kanavi locks in the first Kiana jungle in the LPL since 2022. And now we're getting a second Kiana jungle, this time from Tien. And I think this is a callback, because back the last time that Kiana jungle was insanely powerful was during 2019 when FPX won Worlds. JDG, their answer is 4 pays to lock in a classic Zeri special, something that Pays is very familiar with, and this is a way that you can try and navigate through all the chaos that is happening from both of these compositions.
Okay, so this is interesting, the pivot that they went for. They got the Zeri early. Is this going to be the static Shiv Zeri that we've seen from times past? Is this going to be a Zeri that maybe abuses Kraken Slayer, an item that I really feel is incredibly strong and I think makes or breaks a lot of different AD carries being very strong right now in the meta? I'm looking at this from Weibo. It is very clear. 2 and 3 items. You're going to have Ryze, incredibly powerful. Sivir on 3. Sion is going to be an unkillable tank. And with some of the short-ranged nature of what JDG are showing, I think Kiana could actually be very, very sleeper here. So another game here, Rafa, where we want to see if JDG are going to be able to execute on the aggression that's required from the champions they've gotten.
Kanavi was able to pull out a win with the Kiana jungle in their series against FPX. We'll see if Tien can replicate some of that magic here now that Kiana has received enough love from Riot over the past few patches to start seeing a little bit more meta play and more junglers starting to player on the Rift. Here we are, heading into Summoner's Rift for our second game of our first series of the last day of the Rumble stage. Weibo Gaming and JDG, here we go.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Got a little better at the end.
Yeah.
I was taking a look. Tien is 3-1 on Kiana. All three of those wins were at Worlds 2019 at the main event. And then he lost in the very first series that FPX played coming back to the LPL. Funnily enough, was against E-Star, also known as the team that had Wei and Cryan, as well as Wink. Wink was still playing AD carry at the time.
Oh, yeah. Well,
losing Flash. All right. That is really miserable. And look at the time. Everybody, at the middle, at the very center, top of the map, or the screen right now, 1:30. Zhuo is screwed.
he is below 50% HP, will not get a chance to walk back to lane at full HP, so he just has to start lane with Pays, pretty much without any effective lane pressure, and Pays is feeling pretty sad that his support cannot contest with him.
How are you ever going to fight in the bottom lane with not just the fact that Zhuo has no pots anymore, but Sivir Braum is really difficult for Zeri to deal with. Just the damage that they have, on top of the fact that you get out-wave cleared, especially before your first item. This is a dangerous matchup, and you can see it just across the lanes. Some of these this draft from JDG is really puzzling to me, how they got to certain points on what champions, because Xiaohu's just going to freely scale in this lane.
This is the second time now in the past 24 hours that JDG have run this combo of Wukong and Galio into a matchup that Galio does not necessarily get pushing. So it is really, really tough for Scout to try and actually play for priority and give Shun a lot more breathing room, which is what they were able to successfully do in the first game. So it just seems weird to contradict a lot of those strengths, but maybe JDG trying to test their limits here and try to put a little bit of a challenge onto Scout and Shun to see how well they can navigate when they do not have that same early priority through the early game. But I want to...
Wow.
Oh man, that's actually...
You can keep going. Sorry, just the wave freeze, and now Pays and Zhuo are taking a recall at 3 minutes.
And the wave's pushing away from them now, right? The way that it's stacked up?
Yes, should be. I mean, if Sivir really wants to, but it is going to mean that Pays and Zhuo are going to come back with Cole.
Brutal. Tien's right behind Xiaohu. Scout might be forced to flash here. Tien, is he going to flash, look for the river-empowered elemental raft? Not quite. Shun was just around the corner to make sure that Scout didn't have a way out without having to burn a Sunder spell. And Shun will contest Tien on the river. What I wanted to bring up, Al, is that Tien is going for the Conqueror setup. And we had a very fun conversation the other day when we were talking about story prep and how you felt the first strike Kiana did not look impressive at all from
I just think first strike is really greedy when you are a low-range champion like Kiana, as a champion that is really predicated on trying to get into fights and get in and out and be very, very slippery and elusive. The Conqueror is just very easily abusable, and we'll see how Tien can do. If you want to learn how to play... Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. Okay, he's fine. If you want to learn how to play Kiana, like Tien, maybe even Kanavi, well, you can go ahead and check out our sponsor, prodiff. Learn from some of the best players and some pro players in the LTA, NECL, and the ERLs. You can use our code LPL10 to save 10% on your order. You can get coached personally by some of the pros available.
Yeah, a lot of our jungle pros are very familiar with the Kiana tech that has been floating around in multiple scrims around the world. So they'll be able to give you a lot more insight than we can provide. The only thing that will conclude and wrap a bow on the Kiana discussion is, even if you're playing an assassin, most of the time, Conquer is just the most consistent rune keystone that you can take, even if it is an assassin. That's just how it is.
So, all to be said, we look now, we're at 5 minutes. It's an early advantage for Pays to be able to get the call, so he'll start to eke a little bit more gold and maybe kind of get past this small deficit that he has up against his opponent. Looks like we are going for a swap here. You have a Scion in your game, you're going to always be expecting that that's going to be available to us. But I look at this from Weibo's position. Breathe, only down 10 CS as this Scion right now, and Rise is going to have level 6 now. So these next few moments, how Weibo move around the mid lane and get Rise his items and his gold can, I think, make or break whether or not JDG are actually going to be able to find anything early.
Zhuo trying to at least help Scout manage this wave, since Chris was able to give Xiaohu a quick window to base before Scout could look for a timer of his own. As you already noticed, Tien, because he's running the Conqueror setup, he is rushing towards that Eclipse. So this will be more similar to what you see out of things like the Nefiri and the Zed, where it is more bruiser ability haste focused, but the consistency of being able to fire off multiple ability rotations will probably give us a different flavor profile than what Kanavi was able to bring. Potential fight in the mid lane. Crisp is going to get caught by this taunt. So does Xiaohu, but not a lot of damage follow-up. And now Tien, right behind them, tries to threaten, but no level 6 available, so no supreme display of talent at the ready.
Dude, just like, look at Xiaohu's items right now. Double Ruby Crystal so early on in this game. He has a hell of a lot of HP, and that's not even...
Oh, they're going
wait
in.
a minute.
Oh, but the hero's entrance is not going to find the knockup because Crisp was able to disengage, not even using the flash. Now he is, because Scout forces it out of him, but Xiaohu is caught in the middle of the taunt. Here comes Tien. He just hit level 6. Can he find the supreme display of talent? Finds the elemental wrath empowered by the river for the stun. There's the supreme display of talent, and Tien shows that it's just like riding a bike. You never forget how to play Qiyana jungle.
Dude, just look at how tanky Xiaohu is, and yeah, Tien gets a kill there, but I don't understand from JDG the options or even the vision of that play. They think that they have a lot more damage than they actually do. I mean, Pays isn't there, and Shun on this Wukong, he only has a Sheen. Like, you do very little damage. This item has no stats attached to it aside from ability haste. So very questionable from JDG. We've seen this time and time again, this Rel, I mean, it's not much to kind of do. You see that Scout actually ends up dropping that entire wave. Look at how much damage Xiaohu's able to take, and he feels, I think, rather comfortable not even using the flash in this situation.
And the big thing for me, Dimitri, is that JDG are forcing this fight while Tien is calming. Guys, I hit level 6 off of this crab, stall as long as possible. And having that level 6 advantage where Shun was not able to follow up with the Cyclone, you called it. Xiaohu's too tanky. There's no practical damage coming through that 3-man death squad.
We come back to the question of how did we get Galio as an answer into the Rise. It's particularly a champion that loves to be a little bit more aggressive in lane. You have point-and-click roots if you really need it with the Rune Prison. So a lot of questions left unanswered, or at least not satisfactory from JDG. We'll see if they can continue to maybe leverage some of the stronger aspects of their draft. And I think them contesting this is a little questionable. It is on vision for them, but that's already 2 grubs here for Weibo, and they can happily retreat.
Supreme Display of Talent is a long cooldown, but I'm not sure if it's actually back up yet or not.
It's gonna be up at 10.
JDG are trying to operate. Oh my goodness. Weibo able to secure all 3 grubs without any challenge from JDG. Incredible.
I wonder who's calming for that, because if I'm Shun, I'm saying I'm already down a little bit in terms of tempo. I have camps to do on my top side right now, and I really think that maybe we can try to play for a Dragon on the opposite side of the map. We don't even have Hero's Entrance, so whoever on JDG is saying that that's looking like a fight that we can take, I heavily disagree and find that that ends up becoming really problematic. I mean, look, Xiaohu gets priority in mid lane again, so Shun now loses his red buff on top of those 3 grubs. Oh,
and they're
wait
gonna
a
shift
minute.
the priority into diving the top side, looking for Pays. Supreme Display of Talent does not find him, but it forces Pays to flash, and he still dies anyways because this Tien throws out that last elemental wrath on the backside. Weibo now moved to 2 kills and nearly 2,000 gold ahead.
A full play, and I was like, okay, Tien maybe doesn't get the red buff, but Crisp is gonna move on over. Galio ult is up, and Sion doesn't push anymore in mid. He's gonna go and probably use that ultimate on the top side, on the bottom side. Oh my god, Tien's already 5 camps up on his opponent, almost a full level now here, gonna be level 8 going into 10 minutes. This Qiyana is incredibly fed, and one of the parts of the discussion we had about Qiyana is, why does she have some of the fastest clears out of any jungler? And she's not even like a traditional quote-unquote jungler. So why does this champion have access to this as someone who is, you know, essentially a tourist? This champion is a role tourist.
At some point, if Qiyana ever becomes disgusting in the jungle role, Riot will give her the nerf hammer again. But for now, because she has been absent in the pro meta for literally 6 years, Weibo now get to benefit off of the fact that an assassin jungler that normally does not have the ability to full clear the first rotation that healthily now is able to get through it under 3 minutes and 10 seconds. And the thing with Qiyana jungle in the past, even after the changes where she couldn't clear that first rotation, she had always been able to clear the jungle relatively fast once she got damage items. Now it's just absurd. Now it's like Zed levels of clear speed. And we already know how much of a problem Zed jungle can be.
Well, Weibo will get the first dragon. They'll get all 3 of these grubs, and I am struggling, Rafa, to find avenues for JDG to realistically get through this early game, because we have not seen the dive. We haven't really gotten a clear 5-on-5 team fight to actually get Scout into the backline alongside Shun and Xiaoshu. And even in those avenues where maybe these lanes will be able to play by themselves, they're just getting cut out from underneath them. So when is FaZe going to accurately get enough time to let the Lightning Crash come through and win the game? Looking at FaZe's items, is he going for... I forget
Trinity
which item.
Force?
Is this Trinity Force for real?
I mean, it's either Trinity Force or X-Plate first item.
I think Hexblade is... No, it's only Trinity Force or Black Cleaver. So we're going to see...
With a dagger, it's telling... It seems like Trinity Force.
It's giving Trinity. Okay. Alright, let's see. Let's see. I have not seen this build. I know that some people are starting to experiment. Just in general, Zeri has been very broken and had some very weird builds, but ever since they started to move her in the direction of putting crit scalings into her abilities, it has kind of incentivized a lot of players to move away from the weird on-hit builds of like Runons and Titanic and all this junk.
Yeah, I really thought that FaZe was going to go for like a Kraken Slayer experimental Hexplate build, because that is something that we've seen. Yeah, because we know that Yunara players have been building that recently. I know even some Varus players are experimenting with that as a setup as well, but I don't think
it's Hexplate.
It is actually Hexplate Rush. Okay. Well,
for some reason, I look up Phage and it gave me Wild Rift. I don't know why. I got owned. Dude. Like,
you searched the wrong thing.
I looked up Phage, lol, and it goes to Wild Rift. Whatever, bro. Weibo gonna get a lot of plates.
Remember your home, Dimitri.
Oh my God.
Weibo, as you called it, are able to push Scout out of the top side of the map. Shun trying to respond to the top tier 1 turret, as Tien and Xiaohu starting to collect plates for themselves, continuing to expand that gold lead for themselves. And the further that this Qiyana is able to get ahead of the curve, the more problems JDG are going to run in with, because we have talked about whenever assassins are even, it's whatever, especially going for a bruiser ability haste build like this. But when they're ahead of the curve and they have lethal over the squishies, oh boy, that's when things get very, very dicey.
Why did my jungler just leech 3 plates away from me? What the? Huh?
Because I'm the carry now.
I mean, sure, he's 1,000 gold up over his opponent. He gets to kind of swing his gold like that. He'll get no more plates after this, though. 14 minutes means that will fall. Don't think we're going to be seeing too much here. And, I mean, 2,000 gold lead with Dragon and, more importantly, Herald spawning in 45. Now let's see how JDG spend their gold. A Rod of Ages almost already completed here for Xiaohu. He's getting closer to level 11. Tien is going to finish his last camp on the bottom side and take his reset. And if he gets a full second item, and that looks to be with Tunneler, potentially an Edge of Night second, he does not get touched for the rest of this game by JDG.
You know what's going to be very crucial for this fight, Dimitri? Look at how many stacks Shun still has yet to complete. Hang on. Bot side fight. Tien shows up and says, goodbye, Xiaoshu. That is Feat of Warfare secured. And they're going to be able to take out this bottom tier 1 turret without any challenge, because Shun does not want to even pay a visit. And as I wanted to say before, Shun still has 2 stacks yet to complete for his jungle pet. So he still has a 900 smite, while Tien has a 1200 smite. So it's going to be even harder to contest that Rift Herald.
This Qiyana champion's going to be a terrorist when we get the playoffs. God damn it. I'm going to have to watch more of this. Okay. This feels like for competitive junglers, probably like a better Zed, because Zed has no crowd control. At least Tien, you're in River, you're spamming the ability. You're spamming all the escape shifts.
Exactly.
You're like, okay, well, how can play? So Tien takes his recall finally. They get themselves that turret. It's not the full Edge of Night completed, but during that time, you had noted Shun was on the bottom side of the map. They could not turn to start this Herald. It's going to be a Herald going over to Weibo, as they already have the feats of strength, and Dragon spawns in 30. They can turn this into taking mid-tier 1 as well.
Dimitri, I hate to break your train of thought, but I don't think that's an Edge of Night. I think that's going to be a Spirit of Shojin. More ability haste for this Qiyana.
Can we please just nerf one of these items, bro? Can we just nerf one? Like nerf Eclipse.
Bruiser items are overpowered.
Nerf Shojin. If I see Sundered Sky third, there's gonna be a hole in the wall soon.
And it's too late to build Sundered Sky at this point, but more than likely it's gonna be Eclipse into Shojin and then Black Cleaver once the armor starts coming through for JDG.
If I have 2,000 gold, I can build whatever the hell I want. I'm Ultimate Bravery at that point. All right, JDG though. Weibo, a little too slow to walk around the map. They prioritize getting gold on the top side. Took this top tier 1. Still have the Herald. Now Tian is going to take more camps. Xiao's going to get more gold. And this is not a... Weibo's champions are not champions in my mind that are going to scale incredibly with gold, but are way better with having experience. But if you can cheat the timer and get yourself gold so that you can skip some of these bad troughs of power... You'll take it. Like, it's a single dragon going over to JDG, but they still have the Herald to make a play in the next few minutes.
The mid-tier 1 is the only turret still left hanging for Weibo to try and take out before they can fully push their vision line deeper into the recesses of JDG's quadrants in their jungle. Chris right now trying to contest those choke points. Gonna get caught by the taunt here. Knock up from Zhuo. Thankfully for Chris, not enough damage from these two on the side of JDG.
If you're JDG, you are terrified of this game. The only way you are winning this is catching out Tian and getting that shutdown. But you look across the items, not just at Tian. Light is finished. Oh, wait a minute.
They caught Tian with the public execution, but
out.
He's able to get out. No one can follow up. Scout was on the top side of the map, so there's no hero's entrance.
Get me out.
And that public execution just feels like a waste.
They're gonna summon Herald. They'll get this mid play. There's a Cyclone available for Shun. It's Zhuo going.
They're looking for Tian again. Maybe he overplayed his hand this time. There's the hero's entrance for the follow-up, and the massive shutdown goes into the pockets of Scout, and he follows up right on top of Chris. Cyclone flash from Shun, but Xiaohu steps up, locks down the monkey, and Weibo trying to turn on the Jets and fight right back. Light throwing out the ricochets and the boomerang blades, holds his ground, and now they can turn on the heat. Xiaohu with the phase rush is able to walk forward, looks for Xiaohu. Another overload. Xiaohu tries to look for Light, but a beautiful flash on the Sivir ensures that he survives, and Weibo climb ahead to a 5,000 gold advantage.
That's as good as it's going to get there for JDG. 2 kills going over, and that shutdown onto Galio, not where I would have wanted to see it. We catch a check at this replay. I would have saved him there, but it didn't matter. Like, he has so much mobility, and the ability haste that he has access to just means he has incredible flexibility. He's in grass form this entire time, so there's not even the ability to actually properly auto-attack him. And look at the turn here from Weibo. Xiaohu comes on over, and the tankiness from the solo lanes of Weibo just completely turn this fight. There's not enough damage from JDG at this point. They have one good haymaker, and then after that they gotta wait for a ton of rotations and spells.
That's the problem when you have a front line like this where you're just trying to out-tank their damage. For Weibo, they have enough sustained damage to be able to outlast the initial burst, and JDG really needed to be ahead of the curve when we are talking about this draft back during the draft phase before we got into game, because Weibo's composition gets better the later the game goes on. This Scion is going to be a beefier tank. Kiana is going to hit these item breakpoints and not only be threatening as a pseudo bruiser assassin, but also even harder to kill because she's going for a death stance.
Oh no, dude. Xiaohu is already level 13. The Otacon is gonna get him closer to 14. He's a minute and a half from finishing this Rod of Ages. So now what'll happen is Xiaohu is going to essentially probably skip the next 2 levels in my mind. And there's no way for JDG to step in.
Oh, Shun already chunked below 50% HP. Tries to send it with the Cyclone. There's a hero's entrance. Multiple bounce houses being engaged. Supreme Display of Talent holds the line against JDG. And Tian is still trying to live through it all as he is able to fight with Light through Xiaohu and JDG trying to fight on their last legs. Flash from Scout trying to dash in.
They're doing it.
Punch in the taunt, but Tian, look at him. He's just dancing on the Tian. Shun able to find one in the back, but Tian still survives through it all. And not a single member of JDG is able to stand against Tian's Kiana.
Well, if it doesn't get better later, then we gotta fight now. And JDG at least stopped the Otacon Weibo will have teleports. Xiaohu and Breathe will have access to those summoner spells. This starts with Shun getting caught. Look at where Zhuo is. Look where the rest of the team is. There's no ability for JDG at that time to start the fight. They get a 3-man knockup. The rest of the fight kind of feels easy. A huge supreme display of talent from Tien makes it so that 3 members of JDG are stunned. And this feels like a Hail Mary from Xiaoshu. He has a hell of a lot of damage. This smite from Shun onto Light, I think, essentially makes it so that there is no possibility for Weibo to even consider this Otacon.
The fact that Light was able to position outside of the chaos and just fire free ricochet blades and boomerang blades across a multi-man stun JDG off of Tien's ultimate is made that fight still super nice and playable for Weibo. The gold lead still relatively ahead. They're going to shift their attention to the 3rd dragon of the game, not trying to flip the Otacon quite yet. They need to wait for a pick opportunity before they look at that objective.
There's just no way. Right now, it's how fast can Scout push this wave. He gets 2 waves on top. He'll recall and teleport, but he will not have Hero's Entrance for the next 20 seconds. You see that Weibo are starting this. JDG, they opted for a teamfight composition that really wants to fight at all times, but they are too far behind, and now they're going to lose one of the most important objectives in the game.
Otacon not challenged by JDG, trying to catch them as they exit this river, but can they even fight? That is the real question. Scout takes the Blast Cone over the wall, posturing for the engage. Public execution. Here comes the Hero's Entrance. Right on top of Xiaohu and Crisp. Looking for Light into the backline. Shun has to now deal with the Kiana, who is stunning him with the power of the Supreme Display of Talent and the Elemental Wrath. And they force Shun packing. Scout goes back in with the Justice Punch, but Tien is cooking on the Kiana. And just like that, it's not Weibo Gaming Tien, it's FPX Tien of 2019 back on Summoner's Rift, baby! Scout tries to send one last taunt, manages to get a trade onto Light, but the damage is done! Weibo Gaming find again another ace!
Dragon, Otacon, and a full-on ace trading for 3 members. This is exactly the Weibo that we needed to see here in this game, and they got gifted the game on a silver platter. This Kiana is almost level 16 at 27, almost 25 minutes. That is insane. Take a look back at this fight. Think about I guess the theory behind this composition, especially with a Hex Tech play on Pays. You want to use that ultimate as soon as possible, as often as possible. And another ultimate from this Kiana. Pays has no ability to play in this fight. I mean, Sion is knocking him up and stunning him twice in this fight. And that Terra Shift right in the middle of this, barely catching him out in the middle of the dash.
I'm sorry, Kanabi, but Tien is playing a much better Kiana than you did against
Conqueror
FPX.
Diff. Yeah, it's Conqueror Diff.
Conqueror Diff is so real, guys.
He also got fed a bunch of kills early. So.
Yeah, I mean, like, Kanavi didn't get a lot of those kills. It was mostly assist gold, but it just goes to show what happens when it's GA.
Yes, GA.
He's going Serelda's Grudge 3rd item. That is disgusting. I mean, just the contrast, what the performance looks like. This is what happens when an assassin is massively ahead of the curve, and because they build bruiser items, you can't kill them as easily. They're harder to capitalize and punish. Whereas when you go for the lethality build, you go for the full damage, no real resistances, no real durability, you're much more prone to getting caught out. And at the end of the day, you still are not doing that much damage anyway, just because that's the state of assassin items right now. That's the state of bruiser items right now.
The Baron just spawned and Tien is level 16. This is a jungler's wet dream to play right now. And Weibo are going to start up this Baron now. You have a Sivir, you rip through this. I mean, Xiaohu as well, close to level 16. Very, very strong. Can they turn the fight, though?
Light pops on the hunt. Pays is able to hold his ground, does not use any real spells there.
They can just turn back to this objective, though. Do you really want to play into Tiana here?
Public execution right into the backline. Hero's Entrance is going to be massive, but Xiaoshu just gets destroyed by the Supreme Display of Talent. And now Xiaohu and the rest of Weibo Gaming can just march on through any other stragglers. JDG lose out on their solo laners in an instant. And now Weibo Gaming will take a more defensive posture. Shun, can you be a hero? Can you try and steal this away from Tien, who is having an all-star performance on this Qiyana, reminiscing in the days of 2019 when Tien and Crisp won the World Championship on Fun Plus Phoenix. It really does feel like a walk down memory lane, and it's good to see Tien on a champion he is so damn good on.
It's not Qiyana, it's Tiana at this point. Hey, he is cooking now. Baron, next 2.5 minutes. Let's see how Weibo use this objective. The dragon will spawn during this time, but I would really like to see them use the fact that they are so strong right now. Just a massive experience differential thanks to the Otacon and the natural leads that they find themselves. It says 9,000 at the top. This game feels like more like 11 with the experience differential between them. So they're gonna TP. Let's see if they can use these bottom lane waves. They're teleporting straight onto Shun.
Oh,
that's gonna be gone.
God.
He's dead right before this objective. Say goodbye.
That was so well timed. Xiaohu had channeled the Realm Warp before Breathe had completed the teleport. They instantly made the rotation. Now Pays is surrounded by all 4 members here. He's able to skate over the wall, but what is he really delaying? The inevitable death from Tiana there. And now Weibo Gaming able to continue their victory march. Nearly 9,000 gold ahead in this second game. It looks like we're going the full distance here in our first series of the night.
At least JDG won a game this time in this series. That was not true of what happened in yesterday's games. Scout is going to eventually limp away. Great cancel from Xiaohu with the Seeker's Arm Guard. And that's just going to be another turret. This is Weibo playing on 2 waves with their Baron here. Another 1.5 minutes of this with 3 grubs. This feels like an inevitability here for Weibo to finish out this game before 29 minutes.
We have now pushed past 12,000 gold advantage for the side of Weibo Gaming as they breach the base of JDG. Middle inhibitor exposed. Bottom tier inhibitor turret worked on next. The inhibitor will fall afterwards. And Weibo can now just take their time, leaving, getting ready for the 4th dragon of the game. And JDG contemplating if they just want to send it right here, right now. The teleport is behind them, but the supreme display of talent just went away too. They're in the middle of the hodgepodge, and there is no bounce house except in Weibo Gaming's house. Pays gets destroyed, and Weibo find the final ace to finish game 2.
Let's go to game 3. Let's wrap this one up. Weibo made it look easy here in game number 2. Absolute walk in the park up against Jindong.
Alk, when we saw Kanavi pull out the Qiyana, we had poked fun at the fact that pro junglers, especially in the West, were going to start looking at that performance and be like, hey, Kanavi pulled out Qiyana and he won with it. Maybe I can get a chance to play on it. Now that Tien has played it, and he has definitively shown the true way of playing this champion in this current meta with the right itemization and the right setup, I feel like we're going to see a lot more Qiyanas popping up later this weekend. When we go to LTA, when we go to LEC, when we go to LCK. The LCK, they're seeing all this happen. Do you remember when the Shy brought out Nidalee top, and then suddenly every top laner in LCK was like, hey, wait a minute. The Shy's playing Nidalee? I want to play Nidalee. Zaya's like, oh, Coach, I need to play Nidalee. I need to show that I'm the best Nidalee in the world.
Yeah,
but we can't let the Shy have all the fun.
We got to see a lot of Nidalee top. And especially here, I know we were talking about it before, but it feels like Qiyana got buffed, and a lot of times what we see in Pro is a lot of players are not willing to experiment a little bit. We were towards the end of the season when we first got 25-16, so maybe teams were saying, hey, we're getting close to playoffs, probably not going to be touching this champion until we see a few more games, get a little bit more scrim time. But now that we've got Tien and Kanavi playing it, I feel just off of name recognition alone, we need like Owner or Canyon to play it, and then everybody's going to start doing it. Every interview afterwards is going to be, well, we saw LCK and LPL play it, so now we're going to start to pick it up.
Yep. Once one of either those 2 LCK junglers play it, that will be the last validation needed for every Western team, every other team in the world to just feel like, well, we have to start playing it, guys. And I think you summarized it super well. It is essentially a Zed jungle, but with utility. So even if you fall behind as Qiyana, you're not completely useless. Obviously, it's not ideal, You don't want to be in that situation. But if it comes to it, worse for worse, you can still throw out an AoE stun in these giant corridors or just spam people with river-empowered elemental wraths for the stun.
Seems pretty good if you can use it in the right areas. And with some of our other AD bruisers moving out of the meta, obviously Trundle getting nerfs, Pantheon's been getting nerfs, Vi has been nerfed into the ground, Wukong is kind of the king of the jungle for the time being, with all those other champions being moved out of the way. Starts to make room for champions like Qiyana if they're going to get forced in thanks to Riot. So
Yep.
Otherwise, even removing Tien from this game, I think a miserable level of play coming in from JDG. We had questions about the Rise into Galio matchup. I think very quickly answered that one. This Pays Zeri felt out of left field for what this team composition would have wanted to accomplish, but Sivir kind of puts you in a really weird spot on a lot of bot lane matchups, especially with the champions that were banned either in-game or due to Fearless. I have a lot of questions, and this is another area of JDG's package that we are kind of on the fence about whether or not they'll be able to fix in time for playoffs.
Yeah, the biggest characteristic difference that I saw in Game 2 from JDG versus Game 1 is that they were not confident and synced up on what the team play needed to be when things got rough for them. When they were doing well in Game 1, even if the execution was sloppy, everyone knew where they wanted to be and what objective they were going to play for. So they were all at least set up in the right place at the right time. But you noted that Shun, multiple times, it seemed like he needed to farm. He wanted to get camps, but JDG seemed like there were some comm issues or disagreements about, no, we need to play for this objective. We need to bring you over, but no one is really set up in position. And because of the desynchronization from the teams on what they needed to do that game, then you don't get anything done, because then you're caught in between and you're not committing to a single play that is at least getting you some type of advantage rather than nothing at all.
I feel bad for Xiaoxu because he's actually finding really great ultimates, and there's zero follow-up from the team. So
yeah,
tough watch there. We get a cinematic camera of a massive ultimate here, barely clipping Pays. Kind of happy to see this champion popping up again. It's, I think, significantly more interesting than a lot of the other junglers, but a lot of questions about the balance, and we'll see what Game 3 looks like, because now, Rafa, we have a situation where we've gotten into a series where Xin Zhao and Vi are not at all touched in the first two, and some of those tank top laners are starting to go away. A lot of the bad matchups that Mbessa usually likes to dominate are no longer available now because of Fearless. So what does this open up for Breathe and Xiaoxu?
Renekton slam for Xiaoxu. I'm calling it right now. If Weibo don't ban it away, I feel like that will be JDG's quintessential blind pick to set up top lane for themselves. We already know that the MVP is going to be Tien's Qiyana. Like, there's just no way that it's going to be anything else. That was such a star performance from this guy. And I think more than anything, we know that this series doesn't really change any implications going into the play-in stage for playoffs. But you know what this does now say? Every team that plays against Weibo has to now fear a Qiyana pocket pick. And either every team that faces them has to also learn how to play it so that they can take it away from Tien, or they're just going to have to ban it in these scenarios.
Here we go. 5th MVP coming on through. 12, 1, and 11. 23 scoreline. Just impressive coming in from Tien, who, to be fair, I feel like it is a whiplash, a theme so far here in tonight's series to start, where Tien, Game 1, useless on this Trundle. Game 2, looks a lot better on the Qiyana, a little bit more agency.
2 words, jungle diff. We're going to throw it to a short break. When we come back, it's going to be Game 3 and our final game of this first series of the night between JDG and Weibo. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our final game of our first match of the evening. This is our last day of the Rumble stage. And a quick shout out, guys. We still have, for our community Discord members, an all-pro ballot and MVP community vote that you can submit still for another, I think it's 36 hours, if I'm looking at the time right.
We will be closing it before the start of playoffs. So tomorrow in the middle of the day, I think I put the timer to around 5 p.m. PST. We will be closing the ballots so that we can make all the graphics and get all of the votes tallied up. So if you want to have an impact on our all-pro votes, go ahead and throw down in our Discord. You can go join and you can throw in your votes. Please don't make them terrible. I've already seen some of them, and some of you guys need to have your Discord privileges taken away. I set up the form, so I have to look at it, and Jesus Christ, you guys.
I want to read through some of them myself. I'm excited because I think it's always fun to see other people's takes, even if I disagree with them. I might have takes of my own that some of my colleagues might disagree with by the time. Okay,
give it to us right now. We got time before the start of the game. What's the spiciest one on yours?
I actually have my all-pro thoughts on a note. Let me just pull it up real quick. So here's what I'm debating right now. I think so far, let's see. I think top lane is pretty reasonable. I have the Shy Bin and then a toss-up between Breathe or Flandra. For jungle, I have Kanavi or Monkey as a toss-up for first. I'm still mulling it over in my head and just thinking about like how important it was for Monkey to be that good for WE and if it matters despite the many series losses that they got. And then I have Shadow Away taking the third spot, and it's a toss-up. I think the Shadow Away conversation gets decided later tonight. That's all I have for now. We got our final match, or final game of this first match for JDG and Weibo. JDG back on blue side. They take away the Pantheon from Tien. And as you called out before, Vi and Xin have been practically not touched this entire series.
We've seen some bans, especially for Xin Zhao in games 1 and 2, but no focus here. Weibo continuing to get rid of that rumble away from Xiaosu. And with no Mbessa, think about the champions he's had the biggest impact on, Renekton and Cassante. Can he get access, and what is the matchup going to look like in top lane? Some of the top laners already, I think the tanks, only the Scion is gone, but a lot of heavy damage there. Jhin no longer on the table, and are we going to get that Varus finally taken off?
This also tells me that JDG are not going to be planning on playing a tank in the top lane. Otherwise, you would feel like, well, if we're going to have a tank front line, Jhin can't do anything about that. JDG want to prioritize a bruiser, and what that tells me, Alk, Renekton gonna get probably slammed for Breathe if he has an opportunity.
Right. Mid lanes, though, Annie's been another champion that's been banned the entire series.
Okay.
You're going to get that for Scout, so very easy to play. Your low execution bar, just throw your Tibbers. You have a really strong ability to play mid-jungle 2v2s here, so more reliance on Scout and Shen to get work done here in the early game.
Wait, but what is your response? You just go for the Xin right now and try and deny that away from Annie. It is not typically thought of as a standard combo, but if Xin is given a lot of gold, he can be a hell of a monster in that early mid game off of just the first 2 item spikes. Ezreal, though, locked in for light, so he's going to have a lot of safety, a lot of mobility, so JDG cannot necessarily rely on a lot of dodgeable CC. And with Tien now taking the Skarner, it puts even more emphasis on Pays to have some safety for himself on what AD carry he locks in.
Heavy crowd control from Weibo is going to be so pivotal for me. Watching them being able to stop their opponents and really put them in place so that light on this Ezreal can thrive. The AD carry here for Pays. A lot of the options that we would think as counters towards Ezreal are gone. The Kai'Sa, the Sivir, no longer available. In my mind, I was thinking maybe we'd get a Lucian coming on through, but it is going to be the lovers duo for Pays and Zhuo. So some good lockdown coming in from JDG. Honestly, Rafa, if I'm Crisp and I'm thinking about support matchups, I have an Ezreal. I think Bard gets a lot of value from what JDG are showing here, but it might be a little too early here in the draft. Maybe we get our mid lane pick here.
What do you think about Karma?
Karma can be good for the lane. I think the shielding's also pretty nice. I don't know about this Sylas, but just Rakan ultimate alone gives me a lot of hope.
The quickness can be a powerful tool, especially on something like a Sylas that is also going to be dealing a lot of damage once he gets in range and sticks on top of you. Now, heading into the second round of bans, a jungler has yet to be locked in for Shun. Weibo already eliminating that Xin away from him so that he does not benefit off of Scout's Annie setups. This means that Vi is the last big skirmisher jungler in the pool that you can go for realistically. I still am not a fan of Vi and Annie as a combo, because then you're putting more priority into setting up either for Pays or for Xiaoshu.
If you want a champion that's not going to give a great ultimate over to Sylas, I think Neferi ends up being something that Shin could look towards. You get a kind of a free scaling matchup going into the Skarner, which you're happy about. Kindred ban, I think, is pretty fake this game. If there is another champion where you're a little more lenient and you can use your spell shield to block the Sylas ultimate, I think Nocturne actually becomes really, really interesting playing against playing with an Annie on his side. They're going to get rid of that Karma that you had noted, the Nico as well. So what is the support coming on through for Crisp?
Trying to at least snipe out Enchanter support options. Oh my god.
Don't get baited.
Yeah. I believe more in the Bard, and the Bard definitely makes sense, and it's nice to be able to try and combo a Tempered Fate so that you can easily set up for that Impale to follow on through. We have seen some anti-synergies with Bard, Tempered Fate, and some other big teamfight ultimates. Hopefully for Weibo, they can get it to be synced up and comboed correctly. JDG now have to lock in their jungler and their top laner. You mentioned the Fury. Hound's Pursuit, not necessarily something that Sylas is going to be completely wrecking havoc with. That ends up being the option for Shun, and as we called it before, okay, maybe not the Renekton.
I like this into what they're showing. Renekton does get a lot of value versus something like a Sylas, but if we're going to continue to play low range, now this opens up a very deadly counter coming in from Breathe. The Yorick, super difficult for Cassante to try to play into. Kind of beats you on all of the spikes that you would have wanted to see. My Parsec is doomed.
Well, I'll tell you this then. If Breathe learned anything from the Cassante York matchup when he had to go up against IG this past weekend, and he was trying to do his best to duel against the Shy as we lose Alk momentarily.
Here, I'm help me! I got Bard ulted. I called the Bard for Crisp. I called the Neferi. And now I'm just getting, it is my fault. Chris is three-pointer all the way from China.
They had to stop you, bro. You were too powerful on the predictions. All right, one last look at these compositions here. I'm at least glad that JDG have set up a carry jungler for Shun to benefit off of the setup from Scout. This is where, in times past, JDG has been able to thrive if Shun is able to get priority through Scout as a facilitator. But Weibo have so many team fight options, and when it comes to the split push, if Sylas gets ahead, if York gets ahead, most likely because it is into Cassante, that is going to force JDG to have to answer some very difficult questions in the mid and late game.
And if Breathe gets off to a good start with 2 items, I feel like this Yorick just becomes so valuable. A mobile champions on all sides here from JDG. The Dark Procession by itself becomes a death sentence for JDG. So how they're going to be able to maneuver around this champion going to be very important, and Xiaoshu on one of his most impactful champs that he's had so far this split.
Here we go. Final game of our first series of the night between JDG and Weibo
敌军
Gaming.
还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
The crowd mic's just gotten weaker over the series, man. Like, it actually started off well. Game 2 was meh. But you can see it. The in-house JDG AI thinks that JDG win almost 55% of the time here at all stages through the game. I think a very deadly assessment if it comes true. As some early vision already coming on through. It is Weibo trying to protect their Raptors, but a similar ward here from JDG to try to spot out where Tien is starting.
Shun looking to path towards the top side of the map, and his opening clear. Tien gonna be doing the opposite. It's pretty hard for both of these junglers to actually find anything onto either of the side lanes that they're going for, because there's not really guaranteed setup unless, in Tien's case, Crisp is able to nail a pretty nice cosmic binding, and Pays and Zhuo happen to find themselves hugging a wall for Tien to just ram them against. But I do not expect to have really a lot of explosive volatile action in our first 4 minutes here. That being said, that's a lot of damage onto Zhuo.
Yeah, Zhuo is taking a hell of a lot of damage here. Now has Gleaming Quill, also has a ton of biscuits if he really needs it, but this double range bot lane is putting in work. We've seen that Light and Crisp have been able to get a little abusive in this lane 2v2 multiple times throughout the split. So good to see that they are continuing their level of aggression. Also, something to note, this is Grasp of the Undying for this Skarner. I don't know how much he'll actually be able to proc this. It kind of feels like the ultimate greed in terms of scaling runes. You'll have Grasp, assume that this Skarner is going to be opting in for the Heartsteel as well.
Yeah.
So a bunch of HP stacking, which could be valuable against someone like Scout.
Shun! He's skipping his topside camps, going for an irregular timer as Breathe is trying to crash this wave. Shun is waiting for Breathe to get set up here, and immediately Breathe recognizes that there is something amiss. Well, both flashes have been burned by the top laners, but the Q3 connects, and now Shun can just lay his fangs and his darkened daggers into Breathe's back. That's how you want to start off for JDG's carry jungler, and it's first blood for JDG.
And Xiaoshu can teleport back to this wave. It is pushing into JDG's top laner. That needed to be an extremely well-played fight, because if they do not get that to go for them, Tien is continuing to clear. He's already done with his 6 camps and is on the bottom side of the map. So Shun spent a lot of his own timer here to make sure that this play happened and got themselves for first blood.
And the biggest thing for Shun, at the very least, he did not burn a flash. Breathe did at the cost of Xiaoshu. So now Shun has an opportunity to always look for a revisit with his own flash.
No.
Scout could be compromised here though. Xiaohu trying to set it up. Scout already 50% HP upon teleporting back. The Ishal's impact brings the child over to their side of the map. Scout trying to flash away. Tien still has a flash of his own. The shield.
block it.
No way! Shun trying to block him against the wall! And Tien doesn't find the boulder onto Annie! Shun saves his mid laner from death.
Yeah, but Scout is screwed either way. He just teleported back and needs to immediately walk back to base and get back in. That was a masterful flash from Shun. Gets the flash to block the boulder from Tien, never gets the kill there. That is a synergy that we've been waiting for this mid jungle from JDG to show in a very tight timer. I gotta say though, Mark, with all the work that Shun is doing, he still needs to be able to farm. He's not finished. This is his first blue buff, still up at 4.5 minutes, and Tien has, I think, taken really smart timers here in trade.
Yeah. This is not one of those junglers that can benefit off of being low econ. You need gold. You need to hit these item spikes as Nefiri. And she's not in the broken state like she was in Split 2. She really does come online, not just off of one item, but the 2 item spike is where she really thrived. Now, looking ahead, first dragon's about to come up on the Rift. It's Chemtech Dragon, so no Chemtech Soul this time around. Curious to see if JDG want to try and swap their bot lane over to the top side anytime soon, or if they want to challenge Weibo and make sure that they don't get first dragon for themselves.
I don't think you want to get into a lane where Bard just gets free time just running around the map right now. So lane swap's not going to be super feasible in my mind. Also, Xiaoshu's opening up a lead versus an opponent, and Breathe bought Cole on his first recall. So he's going to try to get a little bit more gold per gold here. And with Bard already out onto the map, a small experience lead opening up for Zhuo. Would think that Weibo would be able to get back out on the map a little bit faster, but I think Tien right now, just ignore the dragon. Let's get topside scuttle if we can, because we're halfway to level 6. We're almost at that timer.
No way! Scout sets up the stun on a Xiaohu, knowing that he does not have flash from a forward. Zhuo able to follow up, and now Shun has 2 kills on this Nefiri early on.
Jesus Christ, he's going to move right into the top side of the map here. Skarner's going to trade. Breathe has to be careful. There's no all-out available for Xiaoshu. He's going to get him spotted out with a single ward, not spotted by the sweeper. They can go for this dive, so does not have anywhere near close to 6.
Does Breathe hit level 6 off of these minions here? I don't think he's going to have enough time. Here comes Chris, though. Can he find the Cosmic Binding? Oh, but it's dodged by Jwo! And the dive is successful from Weibo Gaming. They're able to drop the turret aggro, and Chris just wastes his flash for nothing.
That is 1,000 gold lead going over to Xiaoshu. Taking a look at bot side, there was a play going on as Tian tried to make this happen. Love the spellbook coming in. Teleport to be able to save their AD carries. Now it is a 2 versus 3. Silas is even making an appearance bot lane.
Ishtal impact slams Pays into the wall, but Jwo able to body block the Mystic shots. They cannot kill Pays. Chris tries to follow up, but Light and Tien cannot get it done. Pays able to make it out alive thanks to the heroics of Jwo.
And look what's happening in the jungle. Tien, a little too late to be able to respond, so Shun is going to get red buff. He'll have access to either the Krugs or respawn Raptors, and he has all of his top side to take here. He's going to get level 6 very quickly, and he's going to have access to that right before the Grub spawn.
He's going to be so powerful, Dimitri. This is a very, very fed dog, and I don't think Weibo Gaming can put him in the pound anytime soon. JDG are going to be running the streets here on Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds away from the Grub spawn. We'll see if Shun has enough time to get a quick base in. I don't know if he has a full Eclipse at this time. It could be close.
Let's see. He had Pickaxe and Ruby Crystal.
Oh, he's going for Shojin. He's going for Shojin.
So 1,200 gold was his back at the very least, plus the crystal, or plus the control ward there. The bottom lane of JDG showing there does mean that they will have less ability from JDG to have mid push, but it seems like JDG are more inclined to go for this dragon. I mean, Scout right now is pushing himself towards top side. He has a lot of camps on the bottom side if he should, but maybe just wants to use his power now.
Oh, Scout just looking for the Straggler and Breathe. He has a flash, but I don't think he can get anywhere near for an escape route. He tries to flash away. The Dark Perception! Oh, the all-out from Xiaoshu brings him to the turret, and it's not enough to save him.
Oh, wait, still one Grub going over to Tien, and he doesn't have a smite here. All out's gonna fall. Okay, that's gonna be Weibo getting themselves 2 Grubs. And how much more can they get on the bottom side here? Because Xiaohu is actually recalling. So who's gonna answer this wave? It's gonna be Breathe.
He'll teleport back to the bottom side of the map. Not sure if Pays is able to pick up one turret plate here off the minion push in time. But JDG, I think they're totally content. Yes, they don't get 2 Grubs, they don't get the majority, but they stall and deny 3 Grubs and get this kill. They're almost 3,000 gold ahead now.
By the way, how insane is it that because the Dark Procession is here, this all-out counts as going through all of these walls? Just very, very funny interaction there. That was also the Maiden, so Breathe loses his flash, his teleport, and one of the most important abilities for this York to actually operate. 1,500 gold, and this is a matchup that you're supposed to be able to win, but so much early attention from JDG now, 3 separate times, putting him behind, and on one of the most impactful champions we've gotten from Xiaoshu.
And it's just a great adaptation from Shun. This is one of the few times we have seen from JDG in this split where Shun proactively plays around Xiaoshu early to find setup, to find facilitation for himself. And now he gets to reap the rewards where off this next base, he's going to be finishing his Shojin. So, take a look. Weibo, they get first push on mid right now. It is going to be Annie moving in and having to eventually walk late to this. Shun is half a level up and can make a play for this objective. And Weibo, they have no ability to actually look at Scout, look at Scout, look at Scout. He's trying to look for Light. Hound's Pursuit. Tempered Fate is not going to save him. Impale locks him down 2. Breathe tries to follow up. Xiaohu is here for the play. Steals the quickness here. Tries to charm them all up. JDG, they're caught, but Xiaohu just does not do enough damage. But Light is able to thread a Mystic shot onto the dog.
They got it.
Tien should be able to finish the job on the Dragon, but Scout flashes forward. Takes out the Scorpion King. And Chris now trying to do what he can. Finds a Cosmic Binding. Breathe has to step up and find the Shovel Box now onto Pays. Jwo finds a great entrance, stalls Breathe, but just not enough damage. The York still able to live through it all, and Scout trying to find Light, sidesteps the Mystic shot, just not enough, but it is enough at the end with the burn. A chaotic game 3 erupts at the Dragon Pit, Dimitri, and in the end, Weibo walk away with the Dragon on their side.
That's a huge win. 4 kills as well. An incredibly split up fight there coming in from JDG. Shun's on one side, the rest of JDG are in the pit, and they're just getting peppered by this dragon, and the damage here. We had questions about whether or not JDG were actually able to finish this off. Look at where Shun is this entire time. He's on the light. There's no tempered fate, but that is where a large part of your damage is, and even Breathe being 0 and 3. He gets a lot of work done here in this fight alongside his fellow solo laner in Xiaohu.
A desync from JDG in that moment might have been their undoing here. If they were able to all stick together here while Light and Chris were pushed out of the Dragon Pit out, this fight goes way better for JDG. And this could have been a snowball winning fight that just allows JDG to just steamroll the rest of the game. But off of this, Weibo now back with control on their side.
Weibo also just had numbers because Breathe doesn't have Xiaosu doesn't have teleport in this instance. He got plates on top side, so more manufacturing a lead for himself, but because Breathe got kills and assists on that fight, it equalizes for Weibo. So they got the first 2 objectives of this game. Not close to hitting on any of these turrets right now. A single turret plate has been taken by Weibo, where JDG have not been able to do the same. They have taken 3 in top side, another one in mid. I'm sure a few of them on bottom side as well, so they're getting paid here. That shutdown going over to Light feels very nice.
Shun able to dodge the Ishtal impact, but the call of the pack is a long cooldown, so now he can just get caught by the Impale. Shun does not care though. Tien forced to flash away because the rest of JDG were there to back up Shun on the invade.
Flash out from Tien, very important summoner spell, and all of that for a red buff. So much mobility from JDG. The Rakan and the Nefiri being able to work in tandem with each other. Very, very potent duo. Art Seal is going to be completed, so more of that scaling, and you can even look at it from the mid lane's perspective. Xiaohu going for the Rod of Ages. Weibo expect themselves to be very strong on 2 and 3 items around the 25-30 minute mark. I don't know if they get to that point, but think about what they've gotten already. 2 objectives, you're buying yourself a little bit of time in this game.
I mean, even using the precedent of game 1, where JDG had a massive gold lead, and they still were fumbling control towards the end of the Dragons, where it was Elder Dragon getting caught out. Uh-oh, Xiaohu might be in trouble. Tibbers is doing a lot of damage. Chris is able to give him a little bit of movement speed boost. Cosmic Binding stalls him up on his own Tibbers.
Please! Why are you stacked? There's a bard right next to you! Okay, Light, does he live?
Okay,
Nice
forced to flash
impale.
away from the Hound's Pursuit. Shun does not have the reset for now. I think Call of the Pack still might be available here. Just using the Eviscerate to get over the wall. Xiaoshu, is he about to go all out onto Breathe? Yes, he is. Brings it back, forces the flash out. The Q3 does not connect. This is not quite ready yet. And Breathe is able to distance himself away from the very fit Kazante for now.
I misspoke. It was the impact from Tien. Ends up catching Pays. Or catching Shun, I should say. But still, the flash away from Light. A good enough trade coming in through the mid lane. Like the aggressive nature we are seeing from JDG. Already completed that Spear of Shojin. The evolution of Nefiri builds as we kind of saw this champion evolve throughout Split 2 in terms of the build path here. And an Essence Reaver now for Pays. Still gonna have to... You look at this and I would say the upfront damage profile of JDG is enough that the Herald that spawns in a few moments here and the Dragon in a minute is enough that I don't think Weibo are going to feel inclined to fight. But I look at Light with a Trinity Force already completed. He's getting closer to that Muramana. I think after this Dragon spawns in 2-3 minutes, Weibo will feel a little bit more inclined to start facing off their opponents.
They are trying to do their best to prep themselves for the late game. And they're investing on the fact that JDG will not have the ability to close it out as cleanly. I don't blame them. Game 1, despite being a huge advantage, was kind of a mess when it came to that Elder Dragon fight.
Yep. Three people bot lane. Can we make a play? There's all out in 20 seconds. Rakan is on their way. Nefiri is also coming down. This is all in preparation to start setting up vision and proactivity around the Dragon. They're going to be late. There is very few wards here. There are small entrances, but very deep into JDG's jungle.
JDG expends the stun, or Scout, I should say, expends the stun on the Xiaohu. Xiaohu trying to distance himself away so that he can now prep a teleport if he needs to. But then again, actually, no, look at this. Tien and Crisp are on the top side of the map. They're going to try to make a play. Ah! Get rid of the pen tool! Get rid of the pen tool!
Sus.
It's not
sus. Ward. Sus Ward right there.
You saw nothing.
Yep. I wouldn't mind drawing in the middle of the game, but maybe not cat ears. It is going to be JDG, though,
Scout
picking
does
up the
not
second
deserve
dragon of
cat
the
ears
game.
for this. Let me just say, Scout does not deserve cat ears for this split.
Not yet.
No.
He hasn't earned
not
it.
Yet.
He hasn't earned it.
He has not earned it yet. As
All
you
right,
called.
first turret's probably going to be going over to JDG here. We're actually moving away from this, so Xiaoshu's going to get solo gold. And that will be feats of strength being completed by JDG. No movement from Weibo. I feel like they are, yes, they scale. I think they are slipping a little too much, giving too much to their opponents, and I feel like part of that is the fact that Xiaohu and Tien are very muted in this game, and obviously Breathe did not find the matchup that he wanted.
Xiaohu's still waiting on this Rod of Ages to fully kick in at 10 stacks. Weibo trying to do their best to protect it. Tien might be caught here with a grand entrance. Has flash available, just channels the Ishtal impact to get through 2 walls. Does not have to burn that summoner spell there. Ignite was used by Zhuo's Unsealed Spellbook, and Crisp able to escape with the Magical Journey. Shifting their attention to the top side of the map. As you called, Dimitri, JDG just slowly bleeding out gold from Weibo Gaming, one turret after another. At some point, Weibo are gonna have to contest them, because if they just continue letting this gold lead slide, it's going to be a problem trying to fight them when it comes to the important objectives.
They have Herald. Pings are coming out, and he's going to move into mid. And now what JDG can do, we have 2 minutes before this Otacon spawns on the bottom side of the map. They can very easily, they're actually going to save the Herald so they can make that play in time. They don't have a lot of objective damage, so what I imagine is going to happen here for JDG is we are going to get closer to that Otacon. They're going to summon the Herald in one of these 2 lanes, and then try to force Weibo to walk into them under Fog of War so they can find a pick, so they can explode one of the members of Weibo Gaming.
It is crazy how much of this series has depended on which jungler is ahead that dictates which team ends up being ahead. In this game, Xun is 2 levels above Tien's Skarner. In the previous game, it was Tien that had the massive advantage on the Qiyana versus Xun's Wukong. As JDG trying to now invest everything onto this jungle mid duo that has, for a majority of Split 3, not been synchronized. Not been the same as we saw it in Split 2 when they were really
dive Scout.
in form.
They're going to dive Scout on this wave. They need to be able to get this done before the turret falls. Scout, you're too far up.
Scout able to flash away from the Cosmic Binding. Zhuo for the re-engage for the flash grand entrance. Forces Crisp away. Zhuo trying to deal with Breathe. Here comes the rest of JDG trying to assassinate and help bail out Scout, but he's already gone. Weibo trying to continue the chase here. Xiaohu has the quickness stolen from Zhuo. They're trying to kite this one out. Xun pressuring on the top side of this fight. Weibo still have the numbers advantage. They just need to stay alive. They do not need to die right before this Otacon. Looking for a pick on the Zhuo. No quickness available on this Rakan, where Xiaohu has a quickness of his own. And Weibo Gaming maintained posture in this jungle entrance to the Otacon.
Exactly what we needed to see. Now, I want to call attention to a couple things here in this fight. Look at this interaction. First of all, great flash coming in from Scout. But what I want us to take a look at, most importantly, is this interaction between Tien and Scout. He tries to impale him, but the Dark Procession doesn't let him pull him over the wall. So whether it's a bit of intentional or not, Breathe actually ends up saving Scout for a large portion of this fight. Weibo end up not only being able to trade 1-for-1 there, they grab themselves a turret, but Breathe is teleporting to the mid wave. This is Otacon being started. There are some missing summoner spells available from JDG. Herald's gonna spawn on bot side. Can Weibo get into the pit?
Tempered Fate available from Chris if he wants to stall this fight. A lot of damage is already on DePaze's health bar. 4,000 HP. It's going to be close on the smite. Can Xun clutch it? Will Tien be a hero? Cosmic Binding into the Tempered Fate. It stalls the Otacon for now. Xiaoshu trying to distract Tien. 1800 is going to be close. Xun clutches the smite on the Otacon. Here comes Scout with the Rift Herald. He's going fast and furious. Tokyo Drift on them as he knocks them up with the Rift Herald. And here comes the resets. The Hound's Pursuit from Xun finds light in the back line. Breathe completely isolated from the rest of his Weibo Gaming squad, and Xun will BM him with the penguin emote. Breathe is gonna go down, and JDG win big in the Otacon pit.
Otacon fight, and now another turret's going to fall. What is Shelly doing? She is straight up drifting into this play. Massive fight here for JDG. All right, let's see if I can actually do the pen tool this time and not grief. Here we go. For some reason, it keeps resetting my... All right, I'm not gonna even try anymore. This ultimate from Crisp, I think, delays the fight a little too long and gives Shun the ability to reset. Tien, man, not going to be in a good spot here. I mean, there's just too many separate fights. Xiaohu's on this side, and there's just no ability for them. They don't have a real front line here. It's supposed to be Tien. That's just not the case.
Not only does Scout hop into the Rift Herald and hit the multi-man hit and run knockup, he also channeled the Rift Herald just before Xiaohu completed the flash with quickness turned on to try and stall the Annie from getting into the fight. It's a bit of a miss from Xiaohu not being able to prevent what pretty much was the biggest CC wombo necessary for JDG to secure that objective. And now with the gold advantage on their side, massive pockets. JDG uncontested on the third dragon of the game.
Oh boy. So Baron spawns in 2. Bree's gonna try and look for something top side, but everybody from JDG is already making their way over. The teleport here from Xiaoshu, and Xiaohu's looking.
Oh, that's a lot of damage though. Xiaohu just deletes Scout, but the punish from Zhuo and Xiaoshu is going to be massive, but Xiaoshu able to sustain. The Rod of Ages now fully stacked up makes him a very, very tanky Silas. And the rest of JDG cannot get to the top turret in time. Big objective bounty secured for Weibo Gaming.
Necessary win there for them. It does close the gold lead a little bit here for Weibo. Like you said, objective bounty, they kill Scout again, but he will have teleport available, or the flash for these next upcoming plays. Most importantly, just making sure that they get gold onto some of their members. Xiaohu, in particular, has the Rift Maker now, so has a lot of HP, but I still have so many worries about damage, and for Light, it's can he get to something like a Soreldo's or a Shojin? By the time that happens, is the game already over? Right? Like, that is something we do have to be really worried about from Weibo's side. And I hate to put a damper on it, but this game doesn't matter. This series has no effect on the standings. It's that momentum builder going into playoffs. Maybe we can sneak a few feelings towards an all-pro ballot now that we're ending the split. But this is really important for JDG to end their series, end their season on a win, so that you take whatever little bit of learning and maybe a little bit of that synergy. They have been getting a little bit better in every one of their series, but taking wins against BLG, taking wins against Top Esports, but you haven't really been able to connect it all the way throughout a series.
Yeah. JDG living a little bit like WE in some of those instances where they're able to find a win against some of the biggest teams here in the LPL. Just not enough consistency to be able to close it out. If they found one against Weibo, despite the implications not necessarily mattering going into the play-in stage, JDG want to be able to enter that best of 5 against LGD with the best foot forward possible. And the same goes for Weibo when they play against Ultra Prime this weekend.
Not worried about those series, to be honest. If I get worried about those series, then we have way bigger problems coming on through. It's going to be a continuation of what we've seen in this game for 25 minutes. Shun is really fed. We're going to have a Black Cleaver soon, but there's a Baron up and available. He is so close to level 16, and this is exactly what we've seen throughout the series. Shun and Xiaoshu being big proponents for this team. I gotta say, Rafa, I did not expect coming into Split 3 that we were going to be talking about these two players as the kingmakers and kind of movers and shakers for JDG, but I'll take it.
Shu now engaging on to Breathe with the Hound's Pursue, forcing the flash out of this Yorick. That is a crucial summon dispel gone from the top laner of Weibo Gaming. Baron is alive for the taking, but Weibo are just not in position to immediately spring this objective for the turn. So JDG just being able to make a free move on the map here.
They got no damage, right? Like, they've got a Bard, they've got a Skarner, and a Silas. So these guys do no damage to this objective right now. Very hard for them to make a pull. If anything, they're most likely looking to squeeze a teleport out from their opponents. We're going to see a continuation of play. When we saw Weibo win, it was pretty decisive from them. They knew when and where they could really try to push their opponents. For JDG, they're taking a very low and slow approach. Light does finish himself a Spear of Shojin, so pretty important spike for Weibo, now at 4,000 gold deficit.
The ability haste is valuable, the ramping damage on the spell cast is valuable, and of course the extra durability from the HP, just so that you do not get completely annihilated by this super accelerated Neferi, who is almost level 16, by the way. That is a very, very dangerous doggy that you have to deal with, and I don't think Weibo have a long enough leash to try and keep her locked up.
So it's only 4:30 PST, man. I can feel the southern twang. We still got a whole series after this, Mark. I'm asking
Don't
you,
worry.
as I'm asking JDG, let's lock it. Let's lock it.
You don't have to worry about the southern twang, Al. And
No,
the more you point
see,
it out,
you're-
see, the more you point it out, the more I want to lean into it. So this is just let me self-correct. Let me self-correct.
It'll be JDG getting first push on mid. They're going to play explosive, though. They do have a ton of damage. Navori Flicker Blades available. Scouts looking for Tien.
Tempered Fate will stall the pick on the Tien, but he's still in a world of trouble. Flash available, but the quickness into the slam from Xiaoshu, not enough. Tien is able to escape over the wall. Light now in trouble. Flash stun from Scout forces Light to cleanse and arcane shift away, but Pays is able to kill off Crisp anyway. JDG still have a 5-4 advantage, but Tien, no flash available, has to rely on being able to get into the Baron Pit with the Ashtal impact in order to find the steal.
Oh,
Looking
Tien's
at
dead.
Tien, Hound's pursuit onto the Skarner, at the Impale, can it stall the fight out, but Xiaohu and Light just don't do enough damage, and Light is forced to run away and abandon his mid laner for certain death. Breathe is pushing
Wait, they
on
can't
the
get it,
bottom of
though.
the map. JDG, can they still do both? Can they answer Breathe and can they contest the Baron? They should be able to.
Okay, it'll be Inhibitor falling. Light is going to go mid. This is going to take JDG a little bit of time to take this Baron. And while all this is happening, Breathe is splitting on the bottom side. So it's a 3,000 gold lead. It's going to creep to 4, maybe 5 now because of the 1,500 gold you're going to get from Baron. I got to say, Rafa, despite the fight going in their manner, I kind of like this trade for Weibo.
Yeah.
It's only their second dragon, but because of them being able to find multiple picks and how extended that fight becomes, JDG can't actually properly punish now.
Yeah, it's more than a consolation prize for Weibo. It's more of a saving grace here. That inhibitor going down is going to stall out the game and prevent JDG from being able to end the game as reliably.
I mean, Xiaohu just does absolutely nothing in this fight. This build is very, very useless. This is almost like a... From what Weibo's top side has showed me this game, this is like, all right, Light, you're either carrying us or we're losing because we're never getting into the back line. I mean, Pays can very easily peel himself with the ghost that he has access to and just the Xayah kit. Blade Caller into this entire Weibo team is disgusting.
Flash
Whoa.
quickness right onto Xiaohu. Tempered Fate will stall it out. Can Xiaohu escape? The Cosmic Binding tries to stop Zhuo, but Shun finishes off the mid laner. And Weibo now down to 4 members. Breathe is forced to recall so that they can defend. JDG tactfully pushing through the lane that they lost an inhibitor in so that Weibo do not have pushing super minions in their favor. The first Nexus Tower falls. JDG on the victory march looking to close out the series right here, right now. Big Blade Caller catches Breathe. Decent damage onto the York. They're looking for Chris. He gets caught. JDG now 5-on-3. Annie with the Timber stun onto Tien. The Impale won't don't do a damn thing. Light tries to run away. The Blade Caller forces him back. Light still trying to stand tall, but there's no Nexus turrets to stand behind anymore, and it's an open Nexus. JDG strike back with vengeance and will close out the Rumble stage with a big series win over Weibo.
That is the power of true Yaoi there. We got 31% damage taken by Shun, 31% of his damage share from Scout, and this was what we were waiting for all season. Can JDG find a win against a team above them in the standings? Now, it only comes from a team that is right above them in the standings. So, 6th has beaten 5th. Amazing.
He's right. He's right. Shout out
but
to 1010.
it finally
JDG?
happened.
This one was for 1010.
She needed it, and just like her, all of the JDG fans needed something to rally behind, because all split long we have been saying, okay, is Scout going to make it through? Is this JDG team even going to do anything in playoffs? And I still have worries. Yes, they won today, but I don't think it really, again, affects the standings all that much. They're still going to be the 6th seed going into the play-ins. And even if they win their series going into the Group Nirvana teams, are they going to do anything in playoffs? Are we going to see this level of play from JDG? And if they're going to play like this, who are they beating? Maybe a struggling AL? I doubt you're going to be able to pull this off consistently against BLG or even a top esports.
Those are all questions that JDG will have to answer separately after the LGD Best of 5. For this team, if we were looking at their pedigree at the beginning of the season, based on their Split 1 performances, a majority of their Split 2 performances, I wouldn't even be concerned. And I know you are saying that we shouldn't be concerned either, even against someone like LGD. The problem is, this team has yet to prove that consistency. Today was a nice way to at least cap the season and start the momentum ball rolling for themselves. But JDG fans know that it is so real that you cannot be too... You can't be too...
You can't read too much into this. Like,
exactly.
This win, again, doesn't... I really hate to take this, and I think part of me wants to kind of move the conversation in a little different way, because I don't want to rob JDG and the fans of the victory, right? They won this fair and square in very convincing fashion, but we have so much homework shown from them that even going into Split 2, like, we were much higher on JDG going into Split 2, and they finished 8th, right? Like, this is nowhere near the level that we saw from them, and they have very convincing pieces. I think even Zhuo today played way better than he has all Split long. We are getting a JDG that is improving, but it's a question of, is it too late? Have we spent too many times changing our roster and not being able to find success?
Yeah, we're at a point that we can't settle if you are JDG, because just the overall results are not good enough to give you guys the confidence that you can do away with teams from Group Nirvana. Every series is going to be looked at through a very, very stern microscope, and only then, with each successful advancement, can you rebuild confidence and trust from everyone that is hoping for JDG to have a resurgence. It is possible. We have seen miracle runs in the past in LPL, but that's up to JDG to manifest.
Yeah. I am looking right now at championship points. So if you don't know, because we did win MSI, we get the auto qualification from winning LPL Split 3, and then we have our top point earners immediately qualifying. Then we have a gauntlet playing against 3rd through 6th seed. Right now, BLG is in 2nd with 90 points. JDG are in 7th. They have 20 points. Even with finishing top 3 in Split 1, they got 10. Then they finish 8th. They get 10 in Split 2. They would need to finish essentially top 4 and hope that some combination of WE and Weibo bomb out. They need a massive performance. If my math is right, at least top 6 this split. So they need to win 2 series in playoffs. And I don't know if they've got him like that. At least 1 series in playoffs.
At the very least, for JDG, they can go home at least content that they have been able to bring some of the things that they have been desperately trying to own in scrims, in practice, and the many stage games that we have seen with this current roster iteration try and get down, and most of the time fail. This last game 3, once again, it at least, it is the best that Zhuo has looked so far with this team.
Yeah.
So, for JDG's sake, it's a hope that maybe they can continue it going forward.
And for Weibo's side, we spent a lot of this post-game talking about JDG. For their opponents, the feeling I have felt for this team for essentially the first 6 months of the year is this is a team that's most likely playing for regional finals. Like,
Yeah.
we have not gotten, I think, glimpses of a championship-winning recipe for Weibo. The level of play generally from this team seems like they're going to be probably a 3rd to 4th seed going into Worlds if they do end up making it through the regional gauntlet. And you look at the roster of this team, especially Xiaohu in recent years, he has been a regional gauntlet demon. Comes in always on Weibo in the last 2 years, has really dominant performances, even if maybe not all of his team is performing. And I mean, this is like one of our old man teams. Like, just we're waiting for the real tournament. Like, they know they're probably not winning LPL, and if they do, very, very impressive. But regional finals is where they're gonna make their bread and butter for the year.
Yeah, neither of these teams we are looking at as not even dark horses. It's more likely you're trying to make it through the regional finals tournament.
Yeah.
And the only way that you make a significant impact in the Split 3 playoffs is if you just find you find some divine being to talk to right before playoffs, and you find the answers to the eternal truth, and you just unlock the peak power in you for the perfect time to surge forward.
Brother, you're trying to access, like, the scripts right now, dog. Like, what's going on?
Dude, I mean, both of these teams need it.
The digital scriptures are talking to me. They're saying I must find divine intervention to win.
MVP, probably Shun.
It's probably Shun. Like, just put it in the bag, brother. Like, he earned it. Aggressive pathing, again, opened up the game, finding a gank on level 3 versus Breathe. Could have ruined his game if that doesn't work. That ends up happening. He makes another play on the Breathe. He starts the game 2-0-1, and then Tien, almost in a slide, just isn't able to impact the game enough. There it is. Another MVP, 2 tonight. So in both of their wins, that's going to be him finding himself his 2nd MVP of the last one in the regular season he's going to be able to gain. So best of luck to both of our teams. Again, they're going to be playing against the Group Nirvana squads in a couple of days' time for a single best-of-5 spot into playoffs.
Shun able to close out the Rumble stage, showing that he's still got that dog in him at least one last time before we head into playoff stage. That is the conclusion of our first series, and we have one more match to close out the regular season, and it's the banger that we have been waiting all week for. Don't turn away, y'all. We got IG and BLG coming right up next. Welcome back, everyone. We have arrived to our match of the week, potentially match of the split, and what a time to have it at the end of the regular season. This could determine, actually this will determine, who is going to be the second seed going into playoffs. I guess what I was going for is this could just give us a preview of what a semifinals, if not finals match looks like at the end of the playoffs road here in the LPL. It is Invictus Gaming rematch against Billy Gaming. And if you missed the last time these two teams faced off against each other, it was a surprising IG upset that came back from a massive gold deficit and turned it around against Billy Gaming, exposing them when it comes to the map late game macro decisions.
I think we can get right into it. BLG, let's take a look at their roster. We still have Shadow starting. I know that there were some questions as to whether or not Beitron was going to reclaim his starting spot, but at least for this last game, last series of the season, we're going to still have Shadow alongside the Billy Gaming roster. And we get right into these clips. In my mind, the things that I'm looking at, BLG, a systematic problem we have seen from them for years now with this lineup is their lack of objective setups. They have not been the cleanest team here in the LPL, but the way that they've been able to get around that is by having the best players in some of these roles. Knight and Bin in particular, they let you have a cheat code. You don't have to have the best setups if you just have the best laners in the league. And that has just not been the case so far. It's the reason why BLG have not been top dogs here in the LPL so far in Split 3.
Win lane, win game. And that is how BLG just navigate through a majority of these setups. But IG, the last time they played against them, as we said before, exposed them what happens when BLG are not able to close out the game pre-40 minutes. And it just really showed that BLG struggle to synchronize and coordinate what is the correct call. And even with someone like Shadow, who Knight has, spoken a lot of praises about, like, hey, he's become a natural leader for us because he just talks the most out of us. It wasn't enough against IG the last time they faced off against each other.
And Shadow has performed very admirably, so I don't want to take anything away from him. This team clearly has some issues that they're going through. For BLG, though, it is really important that they keep their heads on straight and they try to use what has worked for them so many seasons in a row, and even this one in particular. Let's get Knight into some really good matchups as an incoming potential MVP candidate of the split. He has played so well and been the reason why we have seen so many great games from BLG.
I'm glad you mentioned that because current MVP count is led by Jackie Love and Monkey, both tied at 9, but they can't get any more because they already played the last series. If BLG are able to find a series win against IG, it could be off the back of Knight getting 2 back-to-back MVP performances. That would clinch the regular season MVP award for him, and it would be very much deservedly so because this guy has just been on fire this entire split, win or lose from the side of BLG.
There's been some moments where I think Knight can be a little bit of a weaker player, but for sure, I think generally, just 90% of his games, I think Knight has been really clean. Look at their opponents, though. IG, the most entertaining team in the LPL, and one of the most clutch teams that we have seen all year long, even in massive deficits. When we look at this roster, they have provided some of the best games. They may not have all of the mechanics on their side, but late game shot calling and their ability to clutch out, bar none, some of the best in the business.
They really have evolved into one of the best teams here in the LPL, where on paper, when we first saw this super team come together in the off split, we kind of saw it as, this is just an attempt from IG to try and, slam something together that will be kind of middle of the pack. But these guys are a bunch of veterans that don't have the mechanics to really perform like the top laners in the rest of the LPL do. And yet, Alk, a lot of these guys have been able to just level up over the course of this 2025 season. The Shy is in peak prime form again. Yep. I believe he is the best top laner in LPL right now. I believe Mako is the best support in LPL right now. Gala is contesting Jackie Love for best AD carry. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of debate on that, but even Wei, who I thought it was a question mark bringing him onto the team, even he's pulling out some show-stopping performances with some strong early game openers, and some of his poppy performances outside of the FPX series have been really clean for IG.
this graphic, I think the stats are really important coming in. BLG's early game have been so clean. Goal difference at 15, 1241. They are first in the league if you take only group ascend teams. EDG have first, unfortunately, for some reason. We'll see why. But you look at their laners. Bin fourth in top lane. Knight 400 gold difference. Elk as well. Where all the gold is, it feels it's going into the right spots for them. And you look at win rates as we get further into games. IG 3-2 past 40 minutes. IG in 45 plus minutes, they're 2-0. BLG have struggled to close out a lot of clutch games. You think back to the IG series, in my mind, the biggest one, the longest game we've had almost all year long, that third game, BLG versus AL. An incredible banger. I felt very, very sad for Cubby and Grapes having to cast until late into the morning. But we have seen that BLG have made far too many mistakes as games have gone long.
It's like the longer you go past the 40-minute mark, the more panic and desperation sets in for BLG members, because they think to themselves, guys, we've never had to go this far into a game. What do we do? God, what's the correct call? Do we play for Baron? Do we contest for Elder Dragon? And they're trying to do their best to navigate their way around it. And it seems like with Shadow, it has been the best iteration of BLG so far in 2025. The unfortunate reality is it still doesn't look like it is enough. But tonight is a chance for Shadow and BLG to step up and try and get revenge against IG, who played spoiled to them just a couple weeks ago in that big 2-1 series finish for the most entertaining team in the LPL right now.
And my mind goes back to Split 2, where we saw BLG dismantle IG in the playoffs. Go into the lower finals, smash them. I think it was a 3-0. We were getting really hyped to see this team perform, and then mechanics kind of fell apart. BLG were still in form. It was a 3-1, my apologies. But we did get to see, I think, a really strong BLG in Split 2, even with substitutions, even with Beichuan coming in, and I think performing very admirably for, I think, the expectations levied at him. They're their opponents, though. BLG, Shadow already started off with a big grin on his face. We'll have to see if he can take back that second place spot, because BLG started off this split with so many wins, were undefeated for a large portion of the regular season.
I think it was a 6 or 7 series win streak, if I'm not mistaken, before they finally dropped their first series loss. Top Esports, when they had a collision course with them, not even Top Esports were enough to dethrone BLG at the time.
That was a 7-0 start for them.
Massive stuff, and it was a great vote of confidence for Shadow to come in and show that just because both BLG and Anyone's Legend were on very busy international schedules, it doesn't mean that all teams were affected the same. Shadow was the revitalization necessary for BLG to start off strong, whereas we already saw Anyone's Legend struggling throughout this split.
Let's take a look at our support matchup here, because I think this is so key to these games. Mako has been an incredible support here. This is looking at only Split 3. That's my bad. I messed up the headings on this. I just looked at this now. I've gone over this graphic like 4 times, and that's my bad. But we were trying to set up these two supports, as Mako is undisputed the best support to ever play in the LPL. But there will be a time where he retires. And right now, with the support play that we've seen from the LPL, we don't know who is taking that spot. Who will claim the throne to be the best support? On has been, I think, the most recognizable to fans internationally for the last couple of years, but players like Crisp have a world championship but haven't been as dominant. And if you're thinking about the new class of support, you have players that potentially in a couple of years might get there, like Kyle if he continues, Vampire if he gets into that spot. I know that us on the broadcast, we have a lot of hopes for a player like Jue, but no one really stands out to be the next in line.
And I think the only other support player that had a chance to take up that mantle was Missing, but unfortunately stepped down from the JDG roster after not having the greatest split end at the end of the second split earlier this year. Missing was a part of that JDG roster that had the big Golden Road potential in 2023. But now, here we go, Alk! The moment we have been waiting for has finally arrived. It is our first game of our final series of the Rumble stage, and we kick off with rapid bans from IG, taking away the Azir from Knight and the Gwen from Bin, and a Nico on top of it as well.
Such a deadly thing to have the Shy in form, because not only is he playing well on the carries, but his tank play has been impeccable so far this season. So Gwen is taken away, but Rumble, first pick, always on my mind. Some mid lane champions already taken off, but I'm thinking Pantheon's here. Are they willing to make the trade? Is it going to be Pantheon? Is it going to be Rumble? Or are we going to go for an unexpected third?
Rumble is the current selection, and that is the lock-in. Now, BLG. Like you said, you could go for the Pantheon, try to give Shadow the best early game jungler that is available at the moment. Pair it alongside the Taliyah. That has been a tried and true combo. You have so much map movement between both the Grand Starfall as well as the Weaver's Wall. We'll see if BLG locks that in here.
I think this gives you such a big cheat code, because we talked about maybe the objective setups not being as clean for BLG, but when you have double globals like this, you can make a play on one side of the map and then immediately move over and catch someone else from IG. So maybe playing the map a little wider than their opponents. Let's see what IG are going to go for in response. Yunara did make it through this draft, and Gala has been our most successful player on it, only followed by maybe a player like Taeyun, who has some of the most played games on this champion, and a lot of setup already for the Yunara. You now have Annie, and you have the Rumble coming through.
And I think it's so important for IG to secure a champion like Annie for Rookie, who we have given our biggest criticisms to this player. It's been his early laning phase, and it's been some of his mechanical executions. Thankfully, Annie is a straightforward, simple champion, and he is one to recognize you don't have to always go for the AoE Tibber stun. That could be a little shaky. You just lead with the Q, guaranteed point and click, and if you get past the 20-minute mark, Rookie tends to shine with clutch decision-making.
All right, second phase of bans. It's Poppy. We talked about it before. One of Wei's best champions, and something that can be flexed over into the support, although we haven't seen it this split. Alistar, in my mind, while it does suck into what the Taliyah is showing, is Mako's best champion so far throughout 2025. So I'm thinking about that champion. I'm thinking about Rel. So let's see what they are going to go for, especially when you have this Yunara. She needs the ability to go through. And honestly, Rafa, I gotta say, the solo lane matchups are not looking great for BLG. This Mbessa Rumble matchup can be very tough to pilot.
And it's not like you can really steamroll ahead of the Annie on the Taliyah for Knight. When we think about how BLG tend to win games, you want super advantageous matchups. But right now, this first game draft is all about, we're not playing necessarily for lane, we're trying to accelerate the map state overall. It would be a good test for BLG to try and expand their versatility and playstyle, just so that they are not a one-dimensional team, even if they are the strongest in the LPL to do it.
So, a lot of flexibility. I think it's hard to have as IG a solid enough front line when you see Taliyah plus Mbessa. So ways you can slow down fights, and he's going to be great at that. And they're going to leave Elk to have counterpick, or not counterpick, but to see the rest of the draft. Xayah would be nice, and you're going to have that Rakan to be able to duo up. I like having on this champion to have flexibility in a fight, to dive alongside these members from BLG.
And the question is, what is the answer for Wei here? Because we were thinking about Wukong and Annie as a tried and true combo. Normally for IG, they have flourished when Wei is something more of a facilitator rather than a carry in his own right. But recently, he had a monstrous Wukong performance, being able to show some of his best mechanical execution we have seen all split long. We'll see if Wei can do it again against the organization that dropped him in favor of Beichuan.
We should have seen this matchup so early on, but again, Typhoons delaying this matchup alongside the series we just saw before, so push to the end of the split. We see this look from IG, all about team fighting. The front to back is going to be so incredible. Ways to stall out with the Wukong and now Alistar so that Gala can unleash with this Yunara. But BLG, the ability to dive, and I think watching how they can play around objectives utilizing this mid-jungle duo, very, very pivotal in my mind.
If BLG can win with a composition like this and not just purely relying on pure laning strength, but actually showing strong, at least early game macro where this composition shines, it's a good sign of things to come for BLG after this series, going into playoffs and eventually the international stage. Both of the compositions are locked in. for both Invictus Gaming and BLG. The coaches exchanged fist bumps. Last thoughts here, Alk, before we hit the rift.
I gotta say, I'm really excited to see. This is one of our best matchups. I think you highlighted it so well to start us off. This could be the series of the split. And again, right before we get into game, if you want to get in on this, you can go and share your takes over in the Discord. Rafa, I feel like you really agree with this from what you have been pushing so far on the show.
I can't say for certainty that he is one of the best shot callers in the world just because I'm not able to get comms from every single team, but I definitely agree that Mako has proven to be this split, returning to the mantle of the best support in the LPL. We'll see if that is enough for another upset victory from IG against BLG, or if this will be sweet revenge. It all starts right now in Game 1 for our final series of the Rumble stage. Invictus Gaming taking on Billy Gaming. Let's hit Summoner's Rift.
Starting off this early aggression. Finds some chip down onto Mako. Wei is by himself, does not know Mbessa is here until Bin shows himself. Rafa, I want to contest you a little bit. You're saying an upset, but BLG have been a little shaky, and from IG, we have seen nothing but, I think, excellence from this team so far.
Sure.
Yes, they might be, an exciting team, and sometimes they will stumble, but IG have come to play, and it feels like they are peaking at the right time. A bit of a failure in Split 1, Split 2 they got all the way to top 3, and really feels like this is their time of the year where they can make a run and make it to the finals.
They are hitting that character arc at the right time of the tournament. IG just a few days away from playoffs kicking off with the play-in stage. And then, of course, BLG, IG, Anyone's Legend, and Top Esports will get a chance for a little bit of rest before we head into those best of fives that involve our best teams from Group Ascend. Right now, the early laning phase, a little bit of aggressive trading between the majority of our bottom side of the map laners here. It's only been in the Shy that remain a little bit contained. Aggressive start, Mako forcing the flash out of On. And as we said before, Alk, we have been teeing this up as On's greatest challenge to try and go up against the greatest support in LPL history.
BLG have usually been able to take advantage of Mako's teams just by having really strong lanes. Now we're seeing an adaptation here. Wei is not going to be spotted by this ward. And he's crossing over. They had no idea where Shadow started. As soon as he sees these camps gone, he's going to know he's on the top side. There's nothing for Wei to play for. He has to just skip straight through mid to get to his camps. I think this is a really big danger for IG's early.
Oh, Bin? Oh, the Shy has him cooked. Looks for the flash. It's an exchange of summoner spells between the Shy and Bin at 3 minutes.
All right, the Shy, though, I think by doing that and by playing this Rumble, he is going to push the wave away from him. And now that they have all this information that Shadow was already on the top side, when you're playing Pantheon, there's always an angle for him to look. He's already done with his 6 camps. Does he opt for the recall? It looks like he's going to try to walk through lane. No flash available for the Shy. This could be incredibly dangerous.
If you are an IG fan, you're hoping... Oh, nice ward. The Shy knew that something could have happened with a lane gank from Shadow's Pantheon, and the Shy is able to avoid certain disaster.
Okay, if Wei was incredibly greedy, what he does here is he takes both scuttles, recalls, goes topside, and flips his jungle pathing, but is instead just going to go ahead, get his camps, and he actually can make a movement down here. So we're going to see both of our mid laners teleport back in. It's going to be Knight taking a little bit of a greedier path, just to try to cut this wave a little higher, but really clutch ward coming in, I think saving IG's early game. And so far we haven't seen too much action. I say that, well, it does get traded on. You got to be very careful against this Yunara.
Exactly, and Gala and Mako have to be careful on this timer because Wei is now taking a base. Shadow gets his first move onto the bottom side of the map. Thankfully for Gala and Mako, they've been able to trade aggressively enough that they preserve a decent HP advantage, and it doesn't seem like BLG are confident in having this Pantheon try and move bot lane in time. And it's just soon enough for Wei to now start making his way towards the bottom side of the map, as Bin is getting dangerously low here.
That's the problem that I have with this matchup. I think it's really tough, and Bin has gone a lot better at Mbessa, but the Shy is in form right now. So this is a risky gambit coming off. Great punish from Mako.
Mako just starting to get the read on now, conditioning him to try and wait for the battle dance before exhausting the pulverize. Gala doesn't get a chance to stall the recall on On's Recon there, but Elk is left under tower. Doesn't look like they'll go for the dive, but the priority from bot lane sets up Wei to look for an early dragon.
Great job. So starting off with the dragon, exactly what we needed to see here. I'd say we didn't have a huge discussion about scaling, and while it is relative in this game, I think IG do have a little bit more potential, but they're a bit short range, and I think when you have that option, Xayah becomes really, really powerful. Knight on this Talia becomes really, really, has a high potential, I think, in this game. So I feel like neither of our teams really branch out and immediately win the game at like 35 minutes.
It is nice for IG to claim a early dragon, especially doing it on a champion like Wukong. That takes a huge time investment to do. You're not the best at being able to solo an objective like that, but now you have the Drake stacking win condition on your side, and as you mentioned before, IG's chances into something like a Xayah are not going to be that much more favorable the later the game goes on. So trying to accelerate the pace of the game is a great way to set yourself up to put BLG on a timer.
No Tibbers available. Herald spawns in a minute and a half. We're already starting to see that Shadow is getting an invade. Is this typically the style that we tend to get from Wei? Or is it going to come out?
Wei doesn't have Cyclone yet. Shadow has level 6 with a level advantage now, but the Shy is just cooking him alive. Flash from the Shadow at the very last second, but Wei still has a Nimbus strike and takes out Shadow.
First blood to IG. And wow, what an incredible start to this. I mean, remember, this started off with Wei trying to invade on bottom side. I think Bin gets a solo here.
Is the Shy baiting in, though? But Knight is here first. Mako cannot save his top laner. Bin being able to punish the Rumble.
Okay, so now, look at the state of the map. So there's not going to be a Talia wall for these grubs. Will BLG opt to go for this objective? Shadow is going to clear his bottom side. I don't think we're going to use the Grand Starfall under this turret right now, but if you can try, I think maybe there's an angle for BLG to look for at least one of these objectives. I feel like this is a team that really wants to try to get grubs in this game.
It would give you a lot of opportunities to try and just pinch the map and split push your way back into either getting more gold for yourself or just trying to force the enemy to play around to your tempo, as we are now, as you called out, 12 seconds away from grubs spawning. Cyclone is going to be available for Wei. Flashes gone from Shadow, so he has to be extremely careful about how he postures if he wants to contest this objective.
They know he's on the bottom side of the map, but when you have Grand Starfall, I think it opens up a lot of angles here. You see that BLG are starting to fade towards the bottom side of the map. Maybe they just try to make a play once, if anybody shows on that bottom lane turret. And a style that we have seen from Wei repeatedly this season is how he gets information and how he plays around for his lanes. Typically, when we get to like a 15-minute mark, Wei is down in camps, but he is more indexing towards getting vision, protecting his lanes, and giving them information so they can, squeeze a little bit of juice here, get a little bit here. This seems to be a quick play from IG, as they're going to give plates over to Elk on bottom side.
That's a nice win here for BLG to at least get some gold back into their carries that they want to try and play around. But this is all three grubs going the way of IG. So now, if IG ever set themselves up for trying to push for some early turrets here, they're going to have a huge advantage to try and get it first before BLG do.
Shadow has a massive lead right now in this Pantheon. Pantheon can be a huge nuisance in this game, but early objectives already going over to IG spells great things. Potential dive setting up here. It is Knight who got priority in mid and doesn't have the Weaver's Wall. So don't think it's going to be on this wave, but could be on that next one coming to bottom lane.
I mean, Mako just responds by punting and knocking up Elk away so that Rookie doesn't take too much damage from the setup of On. As you called out, Knight does not have Weaver's Wall yet, but on the next minion wave, he might try and look for a quick fade towards the bottom side of the map. Shadow has Grand Starfall available. They want to punish Rookie. They know that he has been sometimes a liability in the early stages of the game. Tibbers comes out, tries to kill the wave. Pantheon is not going to go for the bot dive, just looks for a quick steal on the Raptor camp.
Third Raptor camp, man. This is a huge win. Shadow, despite losing the first 2 objectives, is a full level up. So I can't be understated how powerful this Pantheon can be, especially in these skirmishes. He's going to reset. He'll have his bottom side camps respawning soon. Could look for a play on top side. The Shy does have flash, but the public execution and with where the wave is, if the Shy ends up pushing this, it's going to be really important. And we haven't really touched on some of the lane allocations. I know we've been seeing Annie by herself just now use the teleport. And you can see that IG really prioritize having Gala make it a little easier for him to get to plays, move into side lanes versus this Annie.
And it gives IG a lot more breathing room to try and at least protect Rookie on one side of the map. Or if they have to abandon him, they can at least try and play to the Shy's advantage on the cross map. Second dragon does spawn. BLG trying to challenge the river. It's only on here, but Mako and Wei are waiting in this lime brush right under Elk.
Okay, things I want to note here. Look at the bottom of the mini-map here. Very important. And now, level 6 available for On. It's to be even playing field coming in for these 2 teams. And potential flank wards for BLG to play around with as they start to collapse around this dragon. Shadow's going to get a quick recall off. He can finish his first item, have that Sundered Sky, and Grand Starfall right back in if IG don't start this.
One ward dies near the red buff, but the other ward near the Krug camp is still alive if Bin and Knight want to look for flank TPs. Knight is already on the bottom side of the map. Bin has to collect this wave. The Shy is going to get his first base off here. And right now, IG are just threatening the take of this dragon. It's an early TP from the Shy, just a guaranteed priority. I don't know if BLG can answer this in time.
Mako's going to stop him. Weaver's Wall's coming through.
He's forced to pop the quickness, tries to flash away onto the Shy. He stalls him, but the second dragon is secure, but the Shy is compromised here. Good knock off away. Public execution onto the backline. They finally find the Shy, but can they find any more kills back? On is in danger. Rookie is looking for a quick flash onto the Rakan. He just needs one more spell in the tank. The Q cooldown comes back up. It's the auto attack. Ooh, not enough damage. Flash from Shadow, but the stun from Rookie stops Shadow in place. Elk trying to pump out damage with the feathers, but Mako flashes away from the blade caller in time. Wayne now trying to run away. He dashes over the wall with the clone and he flashes away. Rookie, can he make it out alive? Shadow still has the Grand Starfall if he wants to look for the chase. Somehow, BLG don't get any more kills.
And this is the second dragon going over to IG, so a massive win for them. Oh, there's the Grand Starfall. We were waiting to see where Shadow was going to use it. It's right after the objective. This is exactly how you want to be able to use this. Now flashes away from 4 of the members of IG. BLG may have not won the fight, but looking at the Herald that spawns in 2 minutes, that is something that they can look to punish in time.
Grand Starfall will come up in about a minute and a half, whereas Anti-Flash, 5 minutes. Here's the replay as On is, yeah,
look at the line that they draw here. There's no ability for BLG to get in here, and afterwards, it takes a hell of a lot of investment. Public execution, Elk no longer has the ultimate. You can see how they're sectioning the fight in multiple different ways. They chase On. I mean, the shielding coming in from the passive is very, very strong, and you can see the rest of this play, just not enough damage. I love how the front line of IG play all of these fights.
Just extremely clutch uses of Flash here to deny any extra kill gold over to BLG. These are the types of fights that BLG, against any other team in the LPL, would thrive in, being able to hand stiff you, hands check you. But in these scenarios, IG are able to at least be very clutch in denying a lot of that kill gold from coming through. And in the end, IG maintain a gold lead that is not too much of a deficit for themselves. And they have the objective lead. Bin.
He's gonna get cooked. That's that Mauve Mower, or the Hex Drinker, giving him some early shielding. Potential play going over onto top side. Multiple pings. Let's get control of this Tri-Brush. Set ourselves up for that Herald in 30.
On doesn't have flash, but he knows that he's not in danger to get collapsed on just yet. Gala might be pinched here. Grand entrance, gets the knockup. That's the cleanse out of Gala, trying to dissuade the quickness. Meanwhile, it's Wei looking for Shadow. He doesn't have flash from the fight before. This is a great pick. That's the fate of Warfare secured for IG, but now Wei might be in trouble here. On and Elk looking for the collapse. There's no quickness anymore from On, but Bin might be able to look with the public execution. The flash right on top of Wei. The former teammate of BLG getting isolated by both of his former side laners, and they goes down. Mako and the Shy trying to fight this one off. Equalizer not available. Timbers lands a stun on the Knight, but he flashes in time. On getting cooked here by the Shy. Elk trying to kite his way to victory. He has no Feather Storm. The Flame Spitter, it's enough to burn him down. Bin could be next, then Gala finds the double on Yanara. It's just Knight left, but Shadow's coming back off of base, and he has Grand Starfall in 4 seconds.
This should be BLG's objective to take. Wei is going to take way too long to get back in here, and a really interesting fight coming in from our two teams. Gala getting picked off at the very beginning, so he doesn't have his ultimate to start this off, but then BLG unable to find any of this damage. Look at the collapse from this. Really great control. Again, they pushed Bin off, so Bin is only coming into this fight now. And this just means that they get to start off all of this fight with a numbers advantage. But look at the teleport. Annie is so far away that Talia just gets to take over this fight. They isolate Wei. He's no longer a factor. And how are BLG going to play out the rest of this fight? They have to wait for some of their spells. They don't have the quickness because they used it on Gala.
And it gives IG the momentary advantage to at least trade these kills. Remember, as we said, if BLG are not able to just rip a strong gold advantage right out the gate, we favor IG the later the game goes on. Even if the compositional strength might be hard to execute, just from precedence alone, IG are masters when it comes to the mid and late game macro.
IG 3 grubs. They're going to squeeze so much from this turret. It's a Herald spawned in... Oh, he takes the Herald, so he just finished it. Okay. No play here. Oh, okay, that is his flash missing. Really important as this dragon is started, but... Or spawning now. Do BLG just make the trade? They're going to summon this immediately, take the mid-tier 1, and pressure IG to say, look, we're going to get a hell of a lot of gold right here if you do not start this dragon or stop us.
He's looking for a deep flank through this lime brush. The Shy is here with Equalizer available. They try to look for Mako first. Wei is waiting for his time. The Equalizer's perfect! Flash from Wei! Looks for Ilka to the backline. Still gets caught with the Feather Storm. The follow-up is massive! IG pull off a beautiful flank, and BLG lose out on Knight and Elk.
Another objective where BLG are not able to find themselves in a fight in a fantastic engagement. This is why IG look like the most poised team that we have in the LPL. A split.
Oh, but this is a good response from BLG, looking for Rookie, who is overextended. Big shutdown goes over to Bin. Knockup from Mako, seizes them up. Gala looking for the follow-up. One more auto attack. It's not enough.
Gala!
He gets stunned up by Shadow under the tower. A mistake is costly to Gala, and so the big shutdown going over to Shadow's pockets. On doesn't find the Shy with the knockup. IG still secure the third dragon of the game, but BLG gonna be grateful that they got some shutdown gold for themselves.
I will eat crow. I will just straight up do it. I said they're most poised team, and then they immediately do that, where now Gala, he dies, he keeps his summoner spells, but even the Shy loses his flash. Some questionable decisions on the back end of that, but IG now find themselves on sole point here. This teleport, like you noted, and more importantly, this flank from Wei. Nobody from BLG knows this is happening, so now, with the engage, they thought they could find Mako with no flash. Equalizer, you get the ultimate out from Elk, and there is no ability here for anybody on BLG to be able to play in this fight.
Rookie even finds the max range flash Tibbers. Unfortunately,
The Shy guys.
The heroics end here. As you note in the picture-in-picture, the Shy does get dove by BLG successfully.
Gala tries to squeeze. He's like, I could get this. He's 100 HP. Trust. Doesn't end up happening. It is going to be a bottom lane tier 1 going over to BLG. Most likely not even this turret. A huge flank, and instead of grabbing the turret, we're going.
It's a TP coming in. They're looking for On, though. Bin finds a public execution on the way. The Cyclone binds a knockup into Elk, but he goes down. That's a shutdown going over to Knight. Shadow comes from the bottom flank. Gala is in danger, tries to flash away, but the Comet Spear executes him where he stands. Mako could not save his AD carry in time. The execution from BLG finds Mako through the damage reduction, and BLG pull off a near ace at 19 minutes.
Finally, IG overextend their hand, and BLG snap the trap right on top of them. Teleport again now coming on through. It is going to be On to put them in position. Otacon spawns in 10 seconds, and this was just a line of play. Again, we get to take a look at picture-in-picture. It is Rumble dying, and then IG trying to make a play. So a verified ace there. Do BLG feel empowered enough to start to gear themselves towards this bottom side objective? Take a look back at this replay. Look at where IG are. And this public execution from Bin breaks the front line. I don't know why we're trying to execute this dive as IG. Some of the questionable mechanics from Invictus. Now coming up.
Picture in picture.
Let's go to live. Let's go to live.
Holy moly, another fight from BLG trying to invade IG into their bottom red quadrant here. Shadow goes for the stun onto Mako. Massive damage. The seismic shot from Knight kills the cow where he stands, and IG lose out on their support. There's not an objective to play for. I take that back. Otacon is alive. Wait, you're going to have to find a miracle here.
This is such a tough spot for them to walk in. You're walking into Talia and Pantheon. I think a massive loss here.
It's gone.
It's going to be this going over.
He doesn't have enough time.
Yeah, the Shy's going to throw out the equalizer. Going to barely get any tick damage down onto Shadow. So yeah, BLG are starting to posture around some of these objectives, seeing if IG are going to overextend. And in a short matter of time, IG went from handily deciding a large portion of the early game to now slipping multiple fights in a row, trying to find any kind of objective. It kind of feels like they're trying to play BLG's game better than them, and they get punished for it massively in this game.
And if you're a BLG fan, you are appreciating the nerves of steel as a collapse onto Rookie forces him to flash away. But where are you going?
He's dead.
You're going to try to teleport out? There's no safe place for Rookie to go. The flash ends up being a waste of a summoner spell and ends up giving the gold to Bin anyway.
Look at what we were talking about when you have Pantheon Talia. Being able to make plays after objectives or after big fights is a huge piece of the game plan. Rookie overextends, not that similar level of protection like we have seen from him in multiple games from IG. They're going to make a trade on the opposite side of the map. It's a jungle camp here for Wei and a turret going over to IG.
If we got a moment for things to cool down here, this is where BLG fans can appreciate that they have been able to watch their team come back from a decent early objective advantage that IG have built up for themselves and punish IG for the overcomplacency that they have found themselves on the map. Because when it comes down to these quick skirmish scenarios and where BLG believe that they are better in the hands check, they do win a majority of the time here, even against IG.
Exactly. BLG have been the team that always invite a fight, and they know more times than not they can outhands their opponent. Them having the mid-tier 1 means it is so much easier for them to grab this dragon. IG, they're not going to even entertain the idea of going for this dragon. They know they have a lot of dragons. They have at least 15 minutes that they can play with to get themselves into a better spot and look for that soul. So what are IG going to do? They're going to split open this map and look to take another turret here. So short-term gold gains. Are they ever going to really be able to answer this wave ever again? It's going to be my question when you have a Talia and you have this Pantheon always being able to answer the side lane.
This is where IG's early objective investment can at least be a little bit of a saving grace to try and just buy them time to farm their way back into an even state against BLG. But as you noted before, even though we favor IG when it comes to late game macro decisions, if IG find themselves in hands check scenarios, especially down in gold, that's a winning formula for BLG.
IG have also won those games too, man. Like, I think in their last series versus BLG, they're down 6,000 gold. IG secure the Ocean Soul, they ace BLG and end the game 2 minutes later. Like, I don't know what to say. There's a lot of magic going on for this team, but BLG themselves in a really, really commanding spot. Mako's just dead.
Oh
Mako's
no,
dead.
Mako! mean, that's a 3-man pulverize, but no one can follow up just yet. He's forced to pop the ultimate for the damage reduction. That's a nice equalizer to at least slow down BLG and prevent them from finishing the assassination onto Mako. But Bin is left alone to a top tier 1 turret for the taking, and that's extra gold going into the pockets of BLG.
IG right now, they can't even push more on this bottom side. There is a Baron spawning in 35, and they recognize this is not an objective we're going to be able to take. Mako using the ghost there to get out of that play, very important. And what I want to show to the audience right now is all of these wards. You can see that Mako starting to clear out this vision, but there's so much of an investment. It's going to take a while for IG to not only clear all of this, but how are they ever going to get more proactive vision on BLG's side of the map before this Baron spawns?
I don't have the answers for that one, Dimitri. IG
Nice.
are going to have to problem solve that one. Hey, listen, they're the pro team, not us. We just follow the story as it unfolds, and we're here for the ride. It's definitely been an exciting one to start off our final match, our final series of the regular season here in Split 3.
It is still
IG now.
vision control here for BLG.
BLG just waiting for their time to see if anyone from IG steps up out of position. Try to burn summoner spells first. Don't over-aggress. Looking for Wei now. Quick dash with the clone. Gets away from disaster.
IG do not have enough of an ability to walk into Fog of War. They would require Mako to stand next to them, and that just ends up setting up for Knight and On and the rest of this team to really collapse. IG, they want this mid-tier 1. It has provided so many problems for them so far in this first game. It is very easy for BLG to clear this, but if they can overforce, it is going to be that Weaver's Wall, so saving the turret yet again. Got that dragon in 2 minutes. That is really where I think bread and butter is going to be made here. Are IG going to adapt for this play, or are they going to look elsewhere? They're going to finally try to take this mid-tier 1 that we've been talking about.
At least it's good timing from Knight because he'll have the Weaver's Wall back up for that dragon. So IG gonna have to problem solve quickly to see if they can find a window to take out this tier 1 turret that has been hanging for the past 15 minutes. They try to step up, get some auto attacks in. Mako gets flicked back. They finally find it, but Wei is forced to use the Cyclone. Public Execution finds the backline. Here comes the Grand Starfall. Where's it going to land? Equalizer onto the backline. Forces up to go up the air, and he flashes away for the shy in time, but he's still burning 9 and On into the backline. IG are winning the frontline war and force Shadow out. Wei flashes after the Shadow, but he gets the Blast Cone. And he might be able to make the escape, but Wei has a Nimbus Strike. The heal from Mako to give him the movement speed. A knockup from Mako sends Shadow back to the grave. And Baron is up for the taking. Do IG try and rip this objective here?
Can they get there in time? Because the dragon still spawns in 50, and BLG have some members that can play. No summoner spells available for any of the members of BLG except for Knight's Flash here. It's going to be pick after pick. Bin has teleport and knows Grand Starfall. IG are going to rip this Baron.
Do they just want to look for the turn? Do they look for the burn? BLG trying to pressure right now. On finds a knockup onto Rookie. He's gone here. Wait, he's still alive. The teleport comes in for Bin. Rookie is still alive at 2,000 HP. Wait, has the smite. He smited early, but he still secures it for himself. BLG now trying to corner IG into the Baron pit here. Wait, tries to distract him. Gall is kiting for his life. Wade's giving his life to try and front line. Elk is able to find the Featherstorm in the Blade Call, but Gall still lives. And now Elk can get in. He has no summoner spells. Mako tries to give the world for Gall to survive. Rookie and Gall, the only ones. Elk gets a slow onto Knight, and he's running away. But Knight finishes him off with a flash and a throw of another rock. IG in the end maintain the Baron only onto 1 in Rookie.
Gala tries to step up. It is a Baron that still goes over to IG, but it is onto only 1 member. A crucial fight there for BLG as they find that in. That'll give them another dragon to play with. So BLG outfight their way out of a situation that looked dire, and IG, some of these setups have not been as crisp as we were expecting from this team.
They were able to at least push through the chaos and the just uncertainty of the play. BLG definitely made it difficult for them. I don't know how much IG can really use this Baron to their advantage, but at least it denies it away from BLG, and now IG trying to play for the Dragon. Knight is forced to use the Weaver's Wall just because the engage was being threatened by members of IG.
He doesn't have flash right now, so any engagement from Mako or from Rookie is a death sentence. BLG will be first into the river, first into the pit. Let's track where Wei is. He's going to get spotted going into the top side here. Knight's going to try and track him. Again, no flash. It is so dangerous. That Featherstorm. Objective goes over to BLG.
Trying to get the knock him in the shadow, but Wei is nowhere near. He's trying to play for the flank rather than play for the objective, trying to see if they can cut off the entrance point or the retreat point of BLG. Public execution was sidestepped, and Grand Starfall from Shadow gets him out barely. IG still have the Baron buff on Rookie's side for at least another minute. Can they find this tier 2 turret?
I think that was really well played, though, from BLG. They got the Dragon, escaped, no one ends up dying, and they don't lose any meaningful summoner spells. There were some ultimates that were missed and used to get out of that situation. No Weaver's Wall with no public execution.
On, gets knocked up. Oh,
Jesus.
Gala deletes him. Rookie sets up the Cyclone for Wei, and Gala and Wei find Elgin to the back line. Mako tries to punt Knight away, gets knocked in by the seismic shove. Bin goes crazy, slices him down where he stands, and Shadow executes him with the power of the Comet Spear. But IG still pushing with 4-man strong. They get the tier 2 turret, but they're running out of Baron buff. In the next 20 seconds, they're still trying to make the push with the numbers advantage on their side.
How much more can they grab? Baron wave, it's 10 seconds left. It'll be Inhibitor for IG. How back and forth has this game been, man? Look at the gold lead now. It was only 2,000, but even as we started that Dragon, it was barely even between the two. 3 items now coming on through for multiple members on both teams. And while BLG have been grabbing Dragons, IG are... I don't want to say that they've been wrestling control back in this game, but it feels like after the play is done, IG have been a little bit smarter about where and how they can get gold on the map as we go right into this replay. I like the explosivity that we're getting from them, immediately engaging as soon as Rakan is out of a battle dance. That's our time to go. And remember, we talked about it when we were looking at this fight. Look at the bottom of your screen here. No ultimates, no flashes from these members of BLG. Little too far from Mako, but the turret was what they were looking for and trying to get whatever last scraps with this Baron.
And once again, for IG, it isn't always necessarily the execution that gets them through the finish line, but the concept and the just idea of what to play for at the end of the day. And these guys are so experienced. They're so smart. They've been on the biggest stages. They have won international championship in years past. They know how to navigate these scenarios. And for BLG, many of these guys are yet to be proven. They have made it to at least world finals for a majority of them, but yet to lift an international trophy for themselves. And that is getting tested here on this Rift.
Ooh, Equalizer splits the fight. Seems like we're just gonna get some sparring. Light jabs. Equalizer no longer available, and Rookie hits level 16 here. There's not an objective for us to play for, so in the time being, Rafa, we need to see what summoner spells and what spells in general from ultimates are no longer going to be touchable for either of these teams. It'll be a missing ult from some of these members, but I think you're fine with that trade because of the Baron spawning in a minute.
Whoo! Quick hands by Wei to be able to dodge the seismic shot.
Oh!
He's going for the flash on the Knight. He knows that he doesn't have a summoner spell. Wei just unleashes the Cyclone, and the shot will incinerate the golden left hand where he stands. IG able to pick off 2 in an instant. There's no objective to play for in an immediate instant, but 50 seconds on Baron, a minute and a half on Cloud Soul for IG. They're going to take this time to push and break open the base further into BLG's hands.
They've got a wave on bottom lane that's going to push. They're going to grab themselves the inhibitor. BLG are getting their base cracked multiple angles here for IG. And what I would like to see for them is squeeze as much as possible with these objectives spawning in such a short time.
They're trying to test BLG's metal here. The flash forces Elk to go in the air with the Featherstorm early. One Nexus turret goes down. Rookie gets deleted, but his sacrifice is for the greater good. The Equalizer forces Shadow and Elk back, but On comes back for the grave. Finds a grand entrance, stalls the fight, but Wei is still alive and he's hitting on the Nexus turret. The Nexus is open. IG will lead the series 1-0.
Most entertaining team, man. You can never, ever count IG out. Game was back and forth, but They were just nickel and diming BLG. It felt like a death of 1,000 cuts there. Small objective lead here. Hey, we can't play for these last 2 dragons. Let's make a move on the top side. Let's get ourselves these turrets. Let's use this Baron to open up an inhibitor on the bottom side. And BLG just could not survive being bled out on the map.
That mid game gave me so much concern for IG because they were playing right into BLG's hands, and BLG seemed to be able to show a lot of really cool nerves and composure, just taking the hands check against IG and punishing them for it. But then IG took a step back, started playing the map, took advantage of the fact that they had the first 3 dragons pretty easily for themselves and were able to put themselves in a better state to then slowly strangle BLG out of the game. And it's where they were able to shine out, that late game macro decision making that we were talking about in the pre-show for the series.
And while we didn't get to see, I think, the exact sort of matchup we wanted from our 2 supports, Mako leading from the front, really important for this squad. The difference, I think, in the Alistar and the Rakan, Alistar has so much HP that he's allowed to play with because of the Unbreakable Will, and obviously just what this champion represents in a lot of the games. So a really clutch game there from Mako, but I think most of that game is not possible without the angles that we saw from Wei. A player that has been so maligned for not only his performance on BLG at the very beginning of the year, but even taking over the spot from JDG, who has been, I think, a fan favorite for a lot of players. And while mechanically JDG has shown that he deserves to be in the LPL, Wei, for what it's worth, has led this IG team to higher highs that we've seen in the regular season, and now is potentially in the best form going into playoffs.
It has been awesome to see Wei's comeback since getting dropped by BLG, because the glow up since then, whether it's something to prove from him or just a better team environment in IG in general that fits for his play style, I'm not gonna lie, Alec, he looks like a completely different player than when we saw him earlier on BLG this year.
Really exciting, and I'm glad that we get that reinvention of players, because very often your last game is your last game, right? Like, that is what people are going to remember for you by, them in the big moments for you, highs and lows. Very, very key for Wei, and for this IG roster, who I think we got to see it in this game as like a poster child for sometimes the fights, the calibrations, not as tight as maybe we would want or expect from a top level team, but some of the calls in this game, so good. The rotations that we saw from them, playing the map a bit better than their opponents, and BLG, for all that it's worth, for all of the credit that we give them, getting later into a game and especially playing the map and kind of the cerebral stuff about League is something that they have struggled with, not just this year, but across the iterations in the last 2-3 years.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of LPL gold graphs, Dimitri, that's a hell of an LPL gold graph right there,
that's
baby.
A gold graph.
Oh man, I thought there was going to be a moment where BLG had been able to kind of learn from the lessons of their previous bouts against IG earlier in this split, but BLG are going to have to go back to the drawing board. I don't want to say it really was a draft diff. We talked about both the advantages and disadvantages that this composition brought, and to be fair, there was some decent proactivity from Shadow and Knight trying to capitalize on some overextended stragglers on the side of IG. Unfortunately, in the end, it just wasn't enough.
Just this fight, man. Like, no vision, an equalizer, like, incredible stuff. This was the int play that we kind of saw, like, this is where the BLG advantage started to grow for them in multiple pickouts. But Gala on this Yunara, and Gala in particular, I really want to, I know we're kind of spotlighting a lot. This draft feels a lot of, like, how do I want to phrase this? Just iconic for the matchup. Like, we have Thashai versus Bin, some of our best top laners that we have seen in the LPL generationally. And Thashai being able to do it on Rumble of all champions versus Bin, I think really important. Gala after the year he's had versus Elk, who has been Mr. Consistent, and being able to find it on Yunara, a champion that BLG and Elk have not really found too much success on throughout this split. It's just so many amazing parallels, and that is only possible when we get such high-level teams playing in such an important series at the end of the season.
This fight was just so freaking crazy, man. Like, the line that IG were towing between completely getting wiped and somehow surviving to the very brink, playing off of cooldowns as much as possible, there's just so many small timing windows where each of these IG individual members understand a very, very finite window to punish, and just, I like the word you use, they're squeezing advantages wherever they can, and they seem to do it better than any other team here in the LPL.
It's just like they consistently do it. It's not like we're getting like here and there. I feel like that's a trait that we usually attribute to top esports, where they're a very aggressive team, but they will find windows to really punish opponents. IG do this like every single series, and the more impressive manner for me is that very often IG will do this from a deficit. They will give up some parts of the map. They will say, okay, you are allowed to take these objectives because we know we're going to be stronger on this spike. We know we're going to be stronger in this portion of the game, and they execute. And that is, I think, the most important part of their game plan, is their ability to execute on strategies that don't necessarily give them a lot of room for error.
Yeah. That play from Wei still just amazes me, because it's the confidence and the foresight that they just used any of their CC spells that could stop me from punishing Knight. Now's the time to just full send it. And Wei, deservedly
Perfect.
so, against the organization that dropped him for Beichuan, picks up the first MVP for the series.
Amazing stuff, and really well played coming in from Wei. Want to see more of this. I want to see more pushback, because I don't want this to be a 2-0 series. As awesome as it would be for IG to snap up that second place spot going into playoffs, I think a competitive series between these two teams is what all of the fans are expecting.
It would definitely set up both teams for the strongest possible chances of having a great showing at the World Championship later in China this year. That is going to complete our first match of our final series. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's the second game and potentially the very last one of the Rumble stage. Welcome back to Game 2 between Invictus Gaming and Billy Gaming. Our final series of Split 3 Rumble Stage. The regular season comes to an end after the conclusion of this very series. And what an important one it is to end the season on. This determines the second seed going into playoffs. And the last time that Invictus Gaming got second seed going into playoffs was spring 2019. And Alk, what happened at the end of the road?
Well, they got second in the regular season, they got second, and then they won that split. Unfortunately, we don't talk about the MSI that happened after that in 2019, but
True.
what matters is picking up a trophy, and yeah, a really impressive start. If they can end second here, I think they have a really strong claim to potentially being favorites to win the split. I mean, you even look across, like, IG's beating up on BLG. They're beating up on Top Esports. AL do not look solid at all. This could be the split.
Just imagine, Alk, if IG did not drop the very strange series against FPX earlier this split,
Yeah.
IG would have been contesting Top Esports for first seed to close out the Rumble stage if they had won this, if they win this
Had won
against
that one,
BLG.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Let's take a look. We have one more take before we get into our draft. Again, if you want to get involved, join the Discord or use our QR code there. LPL fan clickbait has major reason why Knight isn't considered better than Chovy's because LCK does a better job at marketing him. I mean, let's just be fair. The fact that there's even a fan-made broadcast for the LPL and the LCK is still running, I think speaks to this take right here. LPL is also traditionally underrepresented at Worlds. I think I just saw a bee in our house.
they're underrepresented at nearly every international tournament.
For sure. I mean, that is just something that happens. LPL generally does not have the same... Because we run at the same time as LCK, they are just going to be there, and you have one of the most famous players of all time still playing in Faker. So, makes sense. Also, Chovy, I will, to his credit, has been an incredible player for an extended period of time. Not only winning multiple titles domestically, similar to Knight, but having an international trophy similar to Knight in MSI. So,
Yeah.
I think the fact that they are so close, neck and neck, Chovy is the player in the LCK in mid lane that feels like the next upcoming. Knight has been the mid laner to beat here in the LPL, but I think that take is very justified.
It was a long time coming for Chovy to finally lift that international trophy, but very much deservedly so. And it was one
I'm
that...
getting 1v1 by a wasp in our house, bro.
Oh, Kha'Zix is invading your house right now, brother.
It's
better
not
run.
it's not Kha'Zix, bro. It's Heimerstinger, dog.
Well, you're going to have to deal with that B because we're about to hit number 2 in this draft. BLG, take to blue side. What did you do?
I'm trying to kill it, bro. I do not need hornets in the wasp in this house, bro.
Okay. Well, while you
I'm
deal
sorry.
with your hornet problem,
Get in there.
We have bans coming through from BLG. Both the Poppy and the Jarvan being paid respect to Wei as he is in great form right now to close out the Rumble stage. BLG are paying the utmost respect to the former jungler that was under their org's banner.
Okay, so junglers, really big focus here. Does Xin Zhao become the next one? And are we thinking, what exactly are we setting up for with so much focus going into Wei?
Xin first pick, but then I feel like Wei will be comfortable just going for the vibe because his gameplay, his playstyle has been facilitating the rest of his team and ensuring that they are able to get off the ground and running. As long as IG are able to get to the mid-late game stage, they feel comfortable. BLG, though, just prioritizing the Varus first pick for Elk.
Yeah, Champion them did make it on through. What are IG willing to trade? Varus priority has been falling a little bit, especially with the patch changes. Wonder if we're going to see that continue to be reflected as we go into playoffs. More strong picks here for Rookie. He has been, I think, the biggest focus for IG, and whether or not this team is going to find success. Can we get him on a comfortable matchup? Pivoting away from that Orianna and getting themselves the Nico. I think we might just get a Nico Kaisa here immediately.
And I think the Nico is a great steal away because despite On's inconsistencies this split, he has had some incredible performances and incredible engages on the Nico. Sivir could be looked at for Gala. They're going to hold off on the AD carry pick for now, just secure something that is the utmost of priority for Rookie in this Orianna. Now BLG, we're looking at jungle picks for Shadow. Xin and Vi still available. Maybe a support to answer Nico for now, as you already know the matchup, or at least the support matchup for On. I would be very curious if it is actually the Skarner here, but BLG, yeah, that sounds more like it.
Let's get some aggressive playmaking. For everybody at home, I did actually get it. So I'm 1-0 tonight. I really hope I don't have to continue upgrading my KDA versus Wasps. But moving back into the game here, we are going to get that Scion potentially here for Bin. With Mbessa out of the table, what is the Shy going to go for?
Does he just slam Yorick?
There's no Gwen. I think it could be a Yorick. I think Yorick is very valid when you see having a Varus on the enemy team. We had this hovered beforehand, so it's going to be potentially a Sivir. I don't know if this is a game where you're going to have time to hit, but if you have Nico setting up for you, if you have Orianna dragging out time and space for your team, could be a potential option here. We're going to go into second phase bans, and a lot of focus, I still think, going on tonight's champion pool.
Akali, the first ban, just trying to eliminate big assassin options, and I think that is where a stark difference in champion pool and playstyle can be made here, where Rookie, the criticisms have been leveraged all season long, that compared to the rest of the mid lane pool, his hands aren't like the rest of the younger kids here, but he is still able to find a lot of utility and impact in these control mages, champions that have been around for a long time. Now limiting the Bard as a potential answer for On 2 to try and stall fights out with that Tempered Fate.
All right, I like the Bard hover or ban there. What is BLG going to get? This is 4 bans from their side going into jungle. I mean, Vi is still up, right? If we're talking about backline access, you can kind of use this champion to stall and really make fights really long and dragged out. And obviously the combo with Orianna there. A lot of pop-off potential here for IG. But you look at what BLG are showing right now. Xin Zhao, Scion, you can delay a fight incredibly so. It almost feels like IG are actually going to be the beatdown here in this composition.
And I feel like IG need a dive buddy with this Vi from the Shy. I don't think Nico is going to be enough, because if you ever find yourself in an angle where you are trying to find a solo dive mission into what could just be a meat stack of a fortress from BLG with the Galio lock-in for Knight, and now shields coming in from Karma.
Yorick. It's Yorick, brother. I'm sorry. Yorick is way too OP here. I mean, two melees in top and mid. I think a lack of damage, but really what I like here from the side of BLG is this Karma alongside the Xin Zhao. He has so much space to be able to run. We are getting Mordekaiser, our first Mordekaiser, not only for the Shy, but I think across the entire split here. Holy crap, the Shy. That is a great way to counter the Scion.
I have only seen Mordekaiser legitimately played in LTA. That tends to be either a Bwipo pick or an Impact pick from FlyQuest and Team Liquid respectively, but you called it Mordekaiser. You look at this composition from BLG where they want to form an impenetrable fortress around Elk and let him carry. You take away one of those frontline members away, send them to the Shadow Realm, and that makes IG's job of trying to assassinate Elk that much easier.
All right, we do have a couple of games from Mordekaiser this season. Ala, we had Shanji, 369. These are our 3 players who have played it so far this year. Currently in LPL, this champion is 2-1. Both times, or 2 of those times into Scion. So I've gotta say, Rafa, this draft for IG is feeling like it is it. You have the Pop Blossom to help you in the laning phase alongside this Nico. How is Elk going to ever get priority in this matchup? And the Mordekaiser versus BLG, I feel, is a like a lock and slam here in this game, but it all comes down to execution. We could be big up on IG, and we see them come into the game, and BLG just slap them around.
It does feel like a reversal of roles here in the top lane, where Bin would normally in years past go for the carries, and the Shy would try and dip back down into the tanks, but now the Shy is leaning into his prime form, trusting in himself to take on Bin Sion. This could be our last game of the Rumble stage. Let's hit the riff for Game 2 of BLG and Invictus Gaming.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
There are no BLG fans. That's crazy.
Dude, I was about to say, oh, look at this wraparound.
Ooh, okay. It's a little bit of damage on Mako. He will have time to reset. Look at where Wei is right now. We talked about the wraparound.
What is a
His
polar
brother is
bear doing in
Narnia.
Arlington, Texas, bro? What is my jungler doing? At least he finds a ward and he does not get caught out, but he's gonna be late to his first camp. Oh wait, he's stopping the recall. No way. Look at this. Shadow is going for the bottom invade, but BLG have no idea that Wei has snuck behind enemy lines. If Wei can somehow full clear this bottom red quadrant, find a recall, and get out before Shadow reconvenes onto this bottom side, this will be a massive heist for Wei.
I mean, they have double range bottom lane here. This could be the potential. Mako does take a fair amount of damage to start, but Miko Sivir gives you so much priority, at least in theory, from these two. So seeing how they play, what does Shadow opt for? Is it just going to be a blue buff and back off? Is it going to be multiple camps here? And does this actually end up being really advantageous for IG? Because if they can start to take trades, they will not have, from BLG side, they'll have no idea that Vi is in their bottom side.
I mean, when did Wei ever play like this on BLG? He has become so creative on this IG roster. He has snuck behind enemy lines. He has fully completed the entirety of Shadow's red quadrant jungle, and Shadow has no idea. Shadow thinks that he's getting the benefit of the doubt, maybe that he's gonna lose his topside jungle.
God.
Oh, if Wei pulls this off, Shadow's gonna feel so bad.
The pings are coming out, they have no idea.
He's against the wall! Full breaker! Connects! Oh! Connects it! Oh my god, and he dies! IG find first blood with the most creative opener from Wei!
There was some questionable mechanics right there. If Mako did not have Scorch, that could have been a kill that does not go over to them. First blood to Mako, getting the recall, and now Shadow is wasting all of this time. Does he just stay in the bottom side and wait for the bottom side scuttle, or is he going to make this trek? It is right now Knight getting priority in mid lane, and Sion who is pushing around this Mordekaiser.
Oh, Rookie might be in trouble here. No point. No, why are you flashing, Shadow?
Shadow's dead.
Okay, it's a 1-for-1. It's a 1-for-1 for IG.
One. It's the flash away from Rookie as well, so they can revisit this lane. Rafa, if you're an IG fan, you have got to be sweating right now, because this early game is tense. We get right back into this, and look, wait, the very last moment, the Predict gets one auto off, and Scorch finalizes the kill. That could have been heartbreaking for IG.
Wei read a whole autobiography when he was on the team with Elk. He knew exactly where he wanted to go with that flash. Living inside his head rent-free. And he pulls off such a huge opener for IG's bot lane. Now, what has it resulted in? Elk already lost barrier during the laning phase. He's now down a flash. We'll see if IG can actually revisit this bottom lane. As hype as it was, we've seen early advantages like this not get capitalized on. So we're gonna take a moment to calm down from the hype of that opener. That was so freaking cool, though.
We came in and we're like, okay, we're gonna start a little softer because, you know, we came into the last game a little hot.
I mean,
we're
when
gonna
Wei
slow
does
down,
that,
and then it starts on. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, flashing from Knight.
Yeah, Rookie doesn't have flash from before, so Knight can easily set this up, and On is here to secure the kill alongside Shadow. BLG able to answer in stride.
You could just see all of the vision from IG was placed into the topside river, so you had a lot of safety, a false sense of security here from BLG. They should know that this Raptors is respawning. Wei's gonna... Is Shadow gonna come around this? This is perfect timing. They don't know that they're here. Shadow did not see them at all.
Oh no, Shadow! He's able to W over to the Krug camp. Wei follows him with Vault Breaker, but doesn't have much more damage. Now Ben can be here to stop him in his tracks. He will have to give up the Krug camp for now. Wei really trying to stick it to Shadow this series.
And this is a complete juxtaposition to what we came into the series with, where Wei is this selfless jungler who might ruin his pathing a little bit for the greater good of his team, but is taking really aggressive trades. Mako does have his heal coming up and flash, so you can see that they're not going to start this up. This is Dragon being taken currently by IG. Deshai, all he has to do is live. You have to make it through this laning phase. He has his camps on the bottom side as well. IG are playing an aggressive strategy early on and are finding a lead for their jungler.
Now the big question is, can IG translate that advantage into a map-wide lead? You gotta be careful. This is a 1v2, but the Shy is a level ahead, and this Mordekaiser can be very, very dangerous if you get enough time with those Qs.
Ooh, Mordekaiser's pushing in the wave. He does have his ultimate. There's no vision here from the Shy, but a Galio ultimate in the wings.
The Shy doesn't even bother popping the ultimate and try to find a 1v1 here. He's gonna pop it against Knight. Galio's gonna have to space this one out until he comes out of the Death Realm, where Elk and On are waiting for reinforcements. The Shy still has a flash available. Hasn't used it yet. He pulls Knight into the tower range. He flashes the last second and dodges the piercing arrow. But Shadow is here for the win becomes lightning, dashes in under the tower, and claims Feat of Warfare for BLG.
All right, Mako's in the area. How much can BLG get? Because they've been pushing on the bottom side of the map. And they're going to have IG start to respawn. They're pretty low in this situation, but a lot of different tools for them to be able to play. I don't believe they're going to go for this dive. Wei has ultimate, though, level 6, and they have Rookie.
He can just send Wei into the middle of 3 people with the Shockwave, who's going to take the turret. Wei goes in on the tower. Shockwave clips Elk out. The flash, and Wei makes it out alive. Are you kidding me, IG?
Elk, why are we flashing? Not only late, but now you get punished. You've lost all of your summoner spells here. Wei might just die for this now. Oh, the taunt does not land there from Knight. Maybe if he uses the Justice Punch, it gives him a little bit more breathing room there, but IG are getting slamming Billy right now. Multiple kills. Elk is faltering, and I think one of the matchups that we were not really looking for. Elk has been the most consistent player for BLG all year long. Now we get to see this, I mean, just Vault Breaker, Elk flashes, not even out of the Shockwave, but into Wei's Q, trying to flash over it. Mistakes aplenty here for BLG.
The fact that Shadow has 3 kills is the only reason why he is still technically ahead of Wei in gold. Wei has been able to find the first dragon of the game. He's been able to find the first blood of the game with IG. He has found a massive farm advantage for himself. Mako in trouble, flashing away at the very last second. Gala should still be fine, but the piercing arrow into Fog does not find Mako.
Okay, so this will mean that BLG can move in, and I think that Wei is more than likely only going to be able to grab one of these. He's already completed his... He's way ahead of his jungle pet right now. Like, he's almost level 7. And he has his upgraded Smite. So he gets 2 grubs. That's a huge win for IG.
Remember, this is the beatdown composition from IG. They have to find the lead early on. And we didn't expect it, to be honest, from IG. We have come to credit them for their mid and late game identity, being able to outsmart any team that comes their way in the LPL. Sorry, Rookie, not every Orianna gets to hit that Shockwave. It's okay. You clear the wave, you'll have it next time around. But the fact that IG are finding a admirable start to the second game of a match point of the final series of the Rumble stage gives them a great foothold going into playoffs.
Rookie's got to be careful. You're alone on this side of the map. Mako's nowhere nearby. Wei is not going to be able to cover you on this wave. So let's just continue to clear. Wei actually skipping his red buff I think is interesting. He already has a 5 camp lead over his opponent right now. And probably just going to clear up if we will see any kind of rotations, I don't know, just because of the dragon that does spawn in a minute. Really important to see which of these supports is able to squeeze for level 6. Mako's been roaming a lot, so not getting as much experience, but similar here for On. He's probably more likely to get his a little bit sooner, but it's just so impactful for IG if they can have this Pop Blossom for this fight.
Next dragon in 35 seconds. IG, as we noted before, already claimed the feat of Warfare. They are one objective away from securing feats of strength for IG. If they can get this start rolling for themselves and start ballooning this gold lead, this will be the greatest testament of IG not just being a mid and late game team. They will at least be able to show against one of the most lane dominant teams in the LPL that they can go head to head with them.
Reminder that BLG's average coming into games, a goal difference at 15, is the best in the league in Group Ascend. 1,200 gold is their average goal difference at 15. That is insane for any team in any league, especially when you're playing against cream of the crop in Group Ascend. BLG are going to have first say on this dragon. It is IG on the move in mid lane when you have this Sivir. Very easy for them to push, and they were not able to get level 6 onto Mako in time.
Oh, here comes Bin looking for the unstoppable onslaught on the way. He goes down. The shockwave is just wide. The Shy's going to TP in, misses the mace, tries to capture the shadow into the Death Realm, tries to force the 1v1 into Xin, but he has a flash once he escapes from the Death Realm, and the rest of IG are just missing a lot of their abilities here. Mako finally finds the Pop Blossom, but it's a deterrent, and it doesn't even force them away. BLG still get Mako in the end. The Shy in danger, tries to hold his ground with the power of that shield. Decimating Smash will clip him for a knockup. Decent damage onto the Mordekaiser. Not enough to take him down, but BLG able to hold their ground.
Nico's advantage is that her ultimate is one of the most undodgeable skill shots in the game, or abilities in the game, and has massive impact being able to find multiple members in team fights. But when Mako is not able to find a spot there, and with Wei getting caught out, we can take a look back at this. I mean, this was just a great layering of crowd control. Between the tether, they get the Varus ultimate, Bin comes in over top, a large focus going in on the way. Almost feels a little personal. And the shockwave from Rookie hits nobody. It may be, look, honestly, if that Rookie ultimate is what clears the Wasp in my house, I'm cool with it. But this was kind of a bevy of mistakes coming in from Invictus Gaming.
It is something that has unfortunately been a little characteristic of IG. And Knight just solo kills the Shy in the tower. Wow. I didn't think he would have enough damage for him, but I stand corrected.
We were so hyped about this draft. Even the early game has been looking good, but BLG still showing that they're a team that cannot be trifled with. You cannot mis-execute against. The only reason they've been able to win a lot of these games from IG is that their macro, as we've been talking about, has been fantastic. But now the Shy 0-2 on this Mordekaiser. Galio's gonna get a full set of plates on top side as well. So not a bad start for IG, but it is getting better here for Billy.
Like you said, BLG are not a team that you can stay complacent against. And I think overall that is still the best test for IG to try and continue evolving in. But for BLG, they need to start showing that poise and the evolution themselves and how to claw back from a disadvantage. They have at least been able to climb ahead a few hundred in gold, but that's not going to be enough. This is a fortress composition they have composed for themselves. Everyone is trying to protect Elk at the end of the day once you get past 2-3 items here. And, I mean, this is a poke Varus. Will that do enough damage against IG? I guess so, because they don't have really a tank front line here.
I like it here, just the fact that you get to outrange your opponents, stop someone like Nico who doesn't have a ton of HP. But he's going to walk forward into Shadow.
Here Galio comes out as a deterrent. Here Shadow tries to dash on the way, but it's the immediate flash from the buy. Looks to re-engage, cease and desist. Right onto Shadow. There is no crescent guard, but Knight is able to stop Mako from getting into the backline with that Pop Blossom. Shockwave hits 2 people on the Elk at Knight. Down goes the Archer. Wei will give his life for the greater cause. Shadow slays him where he stands, and now IG have to decide if they want to stay in this jungle quadrant or they want to get the hell out. Mako is too low to stay and fight. On in trouble. Rookie tries to isolate him. Here comes Knight for the assistance. The taunt stalls him out, and Rookie is just caught by BLG, not able to finish the job on, and this will open up BLG to get the Rift Herald.
Who cares about the kills? BLG are getting the objectives here. Way overextending, and I want to say, despite Elk dying in that fight, his ultimate is what makes or breaks this. If we get a replay, I want everybody to be watching that Varus ultimate because it completely separates the fight. It'll be a turret at least in trade here, but BLG, they get at least one of the grubs. They're going to potentially even get a turret here in topside, and they will still have the Herald for the dragon that spawns in 45. Yeah, okay, here we go. So Vi goes in. Shadow obviously uses the ultimate. He gets the hero's entrance. There's a re-engage that's going to come on through. And this Varus ultimate onto Gala stops the entire engage. And then this taunt from Knight, stopping the Pop Blossom from moving forward. If they were to move a little bit forward, maybe they get on and Shadow, but only Elk is the one that's going to fall. And now BLG get to have their pick of the litter on the fight on the back end.
And even though Knight is not playing a hard carry champion, an assassin, or a huge control mage that pumps out a lot of damage late game, he is still just as menacing on this Galio. He has been able to accumulate a decent amount of Darksteel stacks for himself. The base damage is high enough, and he's accelerated to the point where he can not only sustain a lot of burst damage, but he can also dish it too. IG dropping the dragon, trying to now clip Knight on the top side, knowing that he is deathless, and they're trying to put a stop to this Galio train. But Wei not able to find the Vault Breaker, as Knight just able to space himself out. He should be able to escape. He's not. Wait. Vault Breaker. What's happening? Oh my god, Knight! That was close, but he still comes out victorious. The action doesn't stop here. Mako finds the Pop Blossom in the mid lane, but Bin is too tanky to be threatened here. Shockwave does stop him. Elk threatened to 100 HP. Rift Herald was already used to drop the mid tier 1 turret. And they're going to take a ride down to the bottom side of the map. Look for another crash into the tier 1 turret in the bot lane.
Oh, hey! We did it! Okay, BLG, they get to drift around the map. You can think about some of the abstracts there, right? Like for Wei, it's important to move Knight off of this because they want this turret here on the bottom side of the map. I'm taking a look at this, like, yes, you have all of these camps here from this side. Let's see if I can do this right. Yeah, so you have all of these camps that are up that Wei is looking for, and hopefully with Rookie they can make this play. But the problem is, not only does Wei kind of mess this up mechanically, but there's also the fact that they have the Herald. BLG sit in mid lane, and they grab themselves the turret. So a really strong set of plays, and now another turret falls here as IG are slipping in this game repeatedly here, as Wei has given up a lot of his early lead.
Yeah, I think Wei is starting to get a little too fancy for his own good. He found the first flash prediction onto Elk. That was really nice. It looked like he was trying to find the flash prediction on Knight again. Doesn't really get it. And even if he does, I don't even think that he still beats Knight in the 1v1 there. So now, Wei is just overplaying his hand. He needs just to slow down, as now the Shy loses the turret for safety, has the Death Realm, and will send Shadow there with him. But I don't know if he can bring him down before he comes back to reality with all 4 BLG members surrounding the Shy. And it's the Cyberbully train once again. IG will try to answer in the mid lane. Wei is just going to force the issue here while Bin is trying to protect it with all his might. He is forced to flash away. And IG at least able to trade, but BLG are going to do the same on the top side.
I think this is really risky for BLG. How much longer can they stay on this side of the map? Because they give up this dragon. IG are going to go for bottom lane tier 2, and they will be in position for Otacon that spawns in 30. BLG take this fast enough that they will get their recalls in, but it is incredibly important that not a member from BLG falls.
Mako taking up the turret here. Bin is tanky, but is he tanky enough? No, that is the answer for them, and Hero's entrance from Knight is just a little too late, but everyone from IG has to bail. They need to get a chance to reset before the Otacon spawns.
They need to get back here fast. I don't know if Mako messed that up mechanically, but he didn't have the cannon minion to do the tech under the turret, so he loses all of his HP. Mako having teleport. Wei trying to find a flank. He cannot get picked out right now. That would be a game ender. Gala gets his recall.
I think all Wei needs to do is not reveal himself and just wait for BLG to start off the Otacon. As long as IG don't get picked off here, Wei can just be patient and then collapse with the rest of the team once they are back up.
This could be the game-deciding play. Wei under no vision. Mordekaiser as well, but Rookie is not in this fight. No flash, no teleport. The Shy can use his ultimate to take Shadow out of the Otacon.
If they can combine the efforts of the Shy's ultimate and Wei with this flank that BLG have no idea is happening, they can steal the Otacon right under the noses of BLG. It's all about patience. Shadow goes for the engage first. Bin opens up the unstoppable onslaught.
Oh my god!
Wait for the Shadows! 4-man shockwave! Pop Blossom under 3! IG turning around onto BLG! And they wipe the floor with them! Patience is rewarded from IG's jungler as he springs the trap right under the nose of BLG!
Here's another one. Elk, you've been getting dove, you've been getting fought, and you will go down yet again, a third time, to Wei and Gala. And what a fantastic way to fight back into this game and find what is essentially a 5% play to get you back into this second game. Otacon and a bottom lane tier 2 alongside an ace.
Elk. Who the hell is this jungler? I don't know him! This is not the same way that we saw earlier this year!
Look at Elk! Look at Elk! He's on the backside of this fight. There is no ability for BLG to fight. 3-man shockwave into Pop Blossom here. The layering from IG. This is why they are not only the most entertaining team of the league, but potentially the most clutch team. They understand the angles. They know the pathways that get them into winning situations. And this Otacon is going to be an equalizer here in this game.
What an incredible story for this team to start off with so many struggles at the beginning of 2025, getting dropped by BLG at the beginning of Split 1 playoffs to eventually make it to third in playoffs Split 2, and now trying to contest BLG for second seed as a massive engage from BLG will find Gala. Mako in trouble, able to get away. IG, oh no, the Shy got punched back again. Wait a minute, he kills Shadow. He has a death round. Wei goes back in. They're trusting the Shy's call, trying to follow up, but he gets assassinated by Elk with a piercing arrow, and there's nothing that IG can do. And it's another classic IG moment where they have overextended their hand and they're welcome. BLG able to punish.
That's not going to be the dragon, is it? Mako can't teleport back into this play, and Rookie is incredibly healthy. That's a teleport in from Knight. BLG will put themselves on soul point here at 23 minutes. Look at that graph, man. That AI, I don't even care about that. Show me the gold graph right now. This game has gone back and forth. A fight that finally goes in favor of BLG. There's obviously a lot of spells missing there from Invictus Gaming, but goddamn, is this a great way to end our regular season? It could only end with BLG and IG. Take a look back at this fight. A great engage coming in from Shadow and Bin. An ultimate from Mako that lands onto no real members here. And Gala immediately taken out of the fight. That is their consistent DPS. The Shy goes back in. Does he just straight up ult Shadow? Yeah, and then he's out. I don't know if that was the right play. Even if you do take out the Xin Zhao, you could, I think, squeeze a lot more from this play.
You do get the flash out of Knight, and I think in the end, because it looked like originally on the first watch that the Shy got punted in by mistake, but then you realize, no, the Shy said, I'm going back in. Send me into the back line. And IG, maybe we're not expecting that from their top laner, but they tried to go back and trusting in the call. And to be fair for IG, that is where a lot of their development has come through over the course of this season. God, this team is so stressful, but it's so damn fun to watch.
It's rewarding, man. That's part of the season. You can't expect this team to be great all the time. And really what I love about both of these squads is that we're guaranteed to have great fights. The mechanics are there from BLG side, and even IG, when they hit just right, it is a sweet spot for this team. So take a look back at this game. Baron is coming on to the Rift. BLG are going to be a little late with this, and we're starting to see that power from Invictus Gaming. Particularly, thanks to that Otacon, the experience differentials are going to really start to get exacerbated here as as Gala continues to infinitely wave clear and has the more expensive item set versus a lethality Varus.
Shadow jumps onto Rookie, forces the flash immediately. BLG cannot be trifled with here in this midpoint. The clone stops the bin from being able to pursue with the unstoppable onslaught. Wei is threatening on the left side flank. The Shy has teleported in on the right. Shadow has dropped to 50% HP. Bin forced to flash away below 50% HP as well. IG trying to set up priority for this Baron.
That ultimate from Elky uses it onto the Shy just to keep him out of the fight, but look at this domination from IG. They have complete control of the topside jungle. They're going to look for this play. I mean, Bin can teleport back in, and the single ward might be the saving grace here for Billy.
They're looking at
ultimate
Knight
from Wei.
He's forced to flash away immediately. That might have been an error in judgment. As IG's jungler loses his flash and his ultimate, BLG now have better ground to stand on as they try to contest the mid wave for Prio.
That mistake might cost IG a few minutes here in this game, and they may not have that luxury, Rafa. Look what's spawning in 2 minutes. Dragon in 2 and an Infernal Soul with 3 Infernal Drakes. I really do think augments their ability to deal damage. We've seen Shadow really step up this season. The jungler that we had a lot of questions as to whether or not he was actually going to properly take the spot away from Beichuan. Were we actually going to get more of those FPX games? To be fair, when he was on FunPlus Phoenix, there were a couple moments where Shadow did falter, but I can't even say anymore that it's the Bin and Knight stimulus package. Shadow is just playing well, and that has carried this BLG roster for many, many games now.
The fact that Shadow is found a way to shine even when he is surrounded by superstars in Knight, Bin, and even Elk in some of his prime performances of the season. It is so impressive that Shadow has to step into a role that has been scrutinized by many people because it has been a carousel for the past 2 years. First Shun, then Wei, then Beichuan, now Shadow. It's hard to step into the spotlight like that, but Shadow has done it with grace time and time again.
Seeing them fight for mid control, always going to go in favor of IG. Just bar none, you have the Sivir. She is going to infinitely wave clear as long as she has the ability to play with her team. On the Hunt, I think, is so deadly, giving that movement speed to a team that has a Orianna and a Nico just becomes a death, a complete vortex you cannot walk towards. So they're going to clear another mid wave. Galio's going to take a reset. Karma's going to take a reset. And we still have 30 seconds before this dragon. IG are trying to get any little bit of pressure they can and space to buy in this part of their jungle.
BLG have to use Shadow and Bin as the first ones to enter Fog of War. IG gets spotted on this ward by the Raptor camp. BLG now have the wraparound towards the bottom side of the map. Mako dodges the wind, becomes lightning. That could have been costly. The Shy waiting in the Dragon Pit, Wei on the other side of the wall. Rest of BLG trying to funnel now through the bottom river entrance. Knight is far, but he has the hero's entrance to join at a moment's notice. Bin stepping up, taking space now. The Dragon started up by IG. Remember, this is Infernal Soul on the line for BLG. 6K, 5K.
Knight with the flank.
Knight looking on the left side. Shadow is sent to the death realm, and Wei secures the Dragon, denies the Infernal Soul away. Now IG, what is the target? Elk is stuck in the pit. He's deciding when to flash. They both flash at the same time. Hero's entrance, trying to follow up on Bin. Shadow goes back. Mako flash over the wall. Power Blast against no value, but Gall is free hitting him, but he's surrounded by all members. He has to fight through Wei. He has to fight through Wookie. He has to trust in his team to carry him through. Knight surrounded. He's forced to flash. Gall follows Knight over the wall.
Is this a Gala Penta?
Into the stasis. IG, wait a minute. Gala looks for the Quadra.
There it is. Okay, On's going to have to run away. There's no midway for them to play for. Rookie's going to pick up this final kill. Fantastic. Again, Mordekaiser being used in such an important fight here. Baron's going to be started up here for IG, and that is going to be more of what we expected from Invictus. The 1% plays, the execution coming around in those objectives.
In a world where Gala is unpressured and unthreatened, he reigns supreme more than any other AD carry here in the LPL, and he shines in the biggest way as IG's to secure the Baron.
So Mako doesn't have an easy entrance into this fight. You can see the battle line that is being drawn by BLG. And where is Knight ever going to get into this fight? We're not seeing that engage. There's no ability for Shadow to get in. It is only now, when Bin is in the middle of 4 members, that this starts to look good for them. And I'll be honest, Rafa, where is the damage from this BLG squad? It is on to Elk. He's playing this Varus, but he's been put behind due to early game plays, and part of the strength of playing this Varus, specifically the lethality variant, is that your items are going to be cheaper. You should be able to hit them a lot sooner than your opponents. But Gala, I think I saw it before we got into this lower third that's popping up, 5,000 gold over his opponent. He has a GA as his 4th item here. And Elk is only on 3.5.
Elk was fishing for the ultimate on the way, does not connect. As we talked about before, Elk, this is a fortress comp built to protect Elk as he fires arrows one after another. You're trying to get the poke before the fight breaks out. If you just throw hands and you don't have protection for this Varus, then Sivir will always reign supreme with her AoE damage, the ricochet blades, and at this point, Elk has been outscaled.
Mord's pushing on top side. They still have this Baron. It'll be at mid tier 2. IG will now move into the top side and continue to raise this turret. Bin should be able to clear this pretty easily by himself. And IG have to just play on 2.5-minute timers here.
Shy brings Bin into the death realm, but he cannot threaten him under the tower. Bin is dropped below 50% HP. Wade trying to pressure from the right side flank. Goes in onto On. Decent damage. 50% HP, but Wade goes too far. And IG lose out in their jungler. The Shy doesn't have another death realm here.
Oh,
but
Gala.
Look at Knight. He's separated. The Shy gets blinked out here. Knight goes down, but Gala now has to carry this fight through. Pop Blossom, can he give space?
Oh my god, Mako!
Suicide, what happened? Gala drops his GA and the decimating smash. It is canceled by the shockwave, but Gala cannot survive in a 1v4. BLG hold on to dear life.
I don't even know if that changes anything though, Rafa. It is some summoner spells, yes, that are missing now from BLG, but still, Dragon spawns in a minute. Flash is going to be available for Gala and the Shy, and they will still have access to that Death Realm. They got what they wanted, which was that top tier 2. An incredibly close fight. If I saw this right, and we'll take a look back in this replay, I think it was Crescent Guard from Shadow. So we'll take a look. Wei gets picked out, and this fight is split yet again. Galio never gets to enter on this side. The Shy is trying to buy space, but he does not have the ultimate to slow this down. And take a look. I hope we get a slowdown from our observers.
Yeah.
Crescent Guard sweep pushes Mako out. A massive find from the jungler of BLG. Gives them some kills, some shutdowns, but does it give them the game? Ultimate does not land there from Elk.
Rookie still jumped on. Hero's entrance coming through. Rookie is gone from the rift. And BLG are trying to set up for the Infernal Soul. Wei forced to flash away, trying to run from the rest of BLG's reinforcements here, but Shadow finds it with the wind, becomes lightning. A GA available on both junglers. Wei has to preserve his life so that he can play for the Infernal Soul. Cease and desist onto the backline. Gala, he flashed into the wall. Oh no!
No!
IG's AD carry now down to Summoner Spell, trying to save Wei, but he is still isolated for the rest of his team. He will not survive. The Shy is able to bring Elk into the Death Realm with him.
Wait a minute.
Finds a 1-for-1. The Shy is trying to 1v9 right here in the middle of 4 people, but I don't think he can get it done. BLG will slay the giant. Mako's gonna come in with the Pop Blossom, but where is the follow-up?
He's doing the dragon! Gala!
Gala's trying to secure it! Gala secures the Infernal Dragon! He takes out Shadow GA, but he gets founded by the unstoppable onslaught. This game is insane.
Oh my god. IG, man, just so much fun versus BLG. This is exactly what we wanted to see. How does Rookie get caught out, loses his flash? I mean, we saw this before, but what an incredible fight there from BLG, even with Elk falling repeatedly. Shadow is dragging this team by the legs at this point. He's like, I am gonna win this game, whether you want to or not. From some of the members from IG, he is making it his life's mission right now to bring BLG to the third game in this series and potentially to still clinch a spot in top 2.
This game is the Webster definition of cinema. Oh my god. IG find a way to cheat their way through death once again of delaying the Infernal Soul away from BLG. 35 minutes now, delaying what could be BLG's win condition another 4 minutes. And remember, Alk, when BLG get pushed past the 40-minute mark, things get really, really stressful for the BLG members here.
So BLG in win rates time between 30 and 40 minutes, they have won 15 out of 18 games in the regular season. Win rate past 40 minutes is 2-7. And especially a lot of them more recently going on in the second half of the split. Creative team fighting there from IG. We're getting engaged onto Gala. The Shy might go down here.
He pops the Death Realm, looks for the Shadow once again. The Bin might be in trouble here. Shadow surrounded by all 4 members here. Pops the Crescent Guard, tries to buy space for the rest of his team. Knife follows up with a big taunt. Shockwave hits. Gala still alive, still firing with the Ricochet blades. Knight about to go down. The stasis won't save you.
Is this a Penta?
The golden left hand is stripped from the throne. Another quadra kill for Gala. And this just might be the last one on the Rumble stage. On doing everything he can to stall the minion wave. But the Shy will teleport in and ensure that On cannot secure every single minion from being able to crash.
Wait, they only have 2. They can't end here. Mako's not even here. This is just going to be an inhibitor. The wave is going to come through. 18 seconds. I'm looking at Elk now. Elk, is he going to be able to survive? These minions are going to fall, and they still have a GA. Can IG end here?
On kills the minion wave. They're trying to brute force it right now. I don't think they can do it, but then another minion wave is coming in. Elk spawns in 3 seconds. IG are going to send it.
I think they've got it.
Their story ended in doubt. But IG, can they even get a chance to end it here? No, it's not going to happen. The Shy. He got the Death Room. He's going to end it. The Shy will end the story of LPL Split 3 with IG sitting at the top of the tables as the number 2 seed going into playoffs.
The Shy hands up as soon as they end that game. He throws a wave to the audience. He did it for the fans, and in the most entertaining way possible. IG 2-0 Billy. I don't know what else to say, man. This team finds the 1% plays. They find the only way they can win and are the most clutch team the LPL has seen in 2025. Goddamn, bro. Like, think about all the different things that go into that last fight. The Dragon beforehand, Mako goes in by himself and is stalling for Gala to hit the Dragon. Like, I'm seeing Mako do multiple different plays on this Nico, and that is not a champion that we really see from him all that often. It's an important champion to have in this meta, but when I think of the differences between our 2 supports, On is almost purely focused on lane. You look at his champ pool: Nautilus, Nico, Rakan, Mako, these champions that are not known for their laning phase, Alistar. Like, yes, man.
Absolutely ballistic of a final game to close out the Rumble stage of Split 3. I am just floored by the continuous persistence and evolution of this Invictus Gaming roster. When you go back to the beginning of 2025, they bowed out early in Split 1 playoffs. They were able to at least come back to a 3rd place ending in Split 2 playoffs, but they were knocked out by BLG and denied an opportunity to go to MSI in Vancouver. Invictus Gaming now poised themselves in the best possible spot to make a run to Worlds. The first time that IG have been to an international competition in 6 long years.
Would be awesome, but still a long road ahead of them. especially for playoffs, and it is a Rumble stage game, right? Like we're done with the regular season now. Playoffs is all that matters for these teams. BLG ending third. It means that IG will have second pick as to which of the play-ins teams they want to face in their first round of playoffs. And more importantly, in my mind, they're going to be on the same side of the bracket as AL now. So there is a very real possibility that IG get to upper finals and are going to play some combination, in my mind, of Top Esports or BLG again. And, I mean, Rafa, I know we had a bet earlier. If they win 3 series in the upper bracket, that's them in finals immediately.
I already told you, as soon as I saw them upset Top Esports when we made that bet, I thought to myself, what have I done? What have I done taking on this bet? Because now I firmly believe I'm going to have to do a cover of The Shy is Back. And my goodness, speaking of The Shy, I mean, a cinematic ending to close out the game. There was a moment where I was uncertain that they had enough firepower to blitz through the Nexus towers. Everyone was spawning. And then I forgot about Mordekaiser just being able to isolate himself against one opponent, and you just free fire into the Nexus. This team
LPL
is
Gold Graph, baby. LPL Gold Graph, baby.
Gold Graph. My God. This team is so quick on their feet. They are able to problem solve so insanely fast. They might not be proven to be the best hands team that we have here in the LPL, but I am genuinely very excited to see how they can fare against one of the top teams from the LCK. I just want to see what happens when they're able to test their intelligence against teams that have been renowned for their own intelligence, for their own problem solving and map play.
Just a really smart way of playing League, honestly. Just early game pathing from Wei. You cut the Varus out from underneath BLG, because that is essentially the crux of this composition. Yes, we talked about in draft that Karma Galio with a Xin Zhao is actually really, really dangerous, but really creative play from Wei in the early game set this team up for success, and Elk never got a chance to play this Varus in a more meaningful way. Even with the game going long, like this Otacon play is insane. This is the only way that they get into this. 4-man Shockwave, 3-man Pop Blossom, and then this Mordekaiser pick. It just feels like everything coming together and in ways that are not like super straightforward. It's not, hey, we're going to brute force a team fight and we're going to win, or we're going to split push your team and really nickel and dime you across the map. We're getting intelligent plays, we're getting creative setups, and nothing else that we haven't said already during this 2-game series. It felt like we really covered the whole gamut of everything that is possible for IG, and we've seen that across 14 best of series here in Split 3.
Bro, it is so hot in my room just from the intensity of this series. This game 2 alone is going to be remembered by so many.
Always a banger. Always a banger with BLG IG, man.
Yeah, holy moly. And I just want to go back again to all the doubts that we had about this IG roster and all the individuals just being able to have individual glow-ups over the course of this Split 3. I think The Shy was the only person who started showing that growth earlier on in Split 2, which is why a lot of people were giving him all-pro nods that earned him at least a spot in the top 3. I know you were one of them. I was not familiar with the game. I am now.
Okay.
I'm now aboard the Shy train, and I cannot overstate this enough. I think it is so incredible to see a team from LPL just display so much quick thinking. It's
so fun, man. I'll be honest. It's just fun, man. Like, we get a team that, honestly, some of these moments are just magic, right? Like, You can think that it's going to happen. You can see it here. The Death Realm onto Elk at the Shy's like, I do not care, bro. I did my job. I think it is just so magical that we get a team like this because you look across what we've done in previous seasons. We've had some of our best teams mechanically go through, like BLG last year, Top Esports in seasons past, even if they have disappointed us at Worlds and the like. But there is just a magic there for IG. And for BLG, this is, I don't think, unexpected. Not just from the last time we saw this series, but from BLG of the last 2 years with this roster, with the majority, 4/5 of this roster still playing together. Their objectives have not been clean, but they have gotten away a long time now with just relying on having some of the best players in the league and in the world, right? Like Bin and Knight, for the last 2 years, and even going further than that individually, have been regarded as top 5 players, not only in their role, but across all players in Tier 1.
Gala with the MVP. It was a tough toss-up here. When you think of how Wei created the opening for this early game, that was a strong nod. Obviously, there was some over-complacencies and overplays from the jungler himself.
Doesn't matter, I'm playing Vi.
That doesn't matter, he's playing Vi. I think there's some nods to the Shy, who the Mordekaiser pick in itself was ingenious to the composition of dismantling the structure of BLG's fortress composition they wanted to form around Elk. But at the end of the day, when it comes to just 5-on-5 chaotic team fighting, someone has to step up to just annihilate everyone where they stand, and Gala was given the reins to do so, and he executed. That Dragon Secure, him coordinating with Mako to stall, that is one of the best plays in the LPL this entire year. That's just pure magic.
I just think back to the first time we saw BLG and IG in Split 2, the Elk Ezreal game, where he, in a single team fight, gets like 15,000 damage. I knew that this was going to be a matchup that all season long was going to deliver, and glad we got to see it. I'm sad it was only 2 games, but the gameplay in itself, the actual meat and potatoes, every chapter of this book, beautiful.
And it is time to now put this chapter to end. The Rumble stage has officially come to a close with our final series in the books. These are our final standings going into the playoffs. Top Esports still sits at the top of the throne in first place, but IG now joins them at second place, the highest that this organization has been since spring 2019. BLG at third, Anyone's Legend at fourth. And we will see the rest of our teams in Group Ascend facing off against Group Nirvana this weekend in the play-in stage.
Actually, real quick, if we could spin up that graphic real quick for all of our fans. Thank you to production. The playoff format, first we're going to start on the 30th with best of 5s single elim between all of our teams. This will also be taking place in Suzhou, so in LNG's home arena. These winners will then move on and be selected by our top 4 teams to play against them in our double elim best of 5 bracket. I think it is only a fair way to kind of see whether or not these Group Nirvana teams can actually prove their stuff. Rafa, real quick, which one of these matchups are you most looking forward to? You can only pick one.
Well, quick correction, it is Fun Plus Phoenix against Ninjas in Pajamas and Team WE against EDG, but I really am excited for the Fun Plus Phoenix Ninjas in Pajamas. It is a rematch of the Split 2 play-in best of 5 that we had to kick off that playoffs, and it ended in heartbreak for Doinby and the Ninjas in Pajamas crew, falling to Doinby's former organization and falling to Doinby's, I don't know if you want to call him apprentice, his successor in
Care?
FPX.
True.
I mean, Care had a massive series, stepped up and performed his heart out in being able to outmatch Doinby, which was so crucial for FPX to get to that point in playoffs. We'll see if FPX can do it again with JDG in the lineup, but NIP have a bolstered up crew with Nayo, Solo Kill, and Niket all helping Doinby and Leave to hopefully be elevated to the best of their ability. That is my single matchup
I know. I'm surprised you didn't pick the EDG one.
I'm nervous,
but
man.
I know you're pretty nervous. So we'll see. I think really exciting games across the board here, especially. I'm kind of looking forward to whether or not we could see one of our Group Nirvana teams. I'm thinking that FPX series that you mentioned is the closest one. But that's the end of our day. And that's the end of the regular season. We did it, everybody. That was
Holy
42
moly.
days in a row. So if you only tuned in for tonight, or if you tuned in for most of our season, either way, I think myself, Rafa, Ilya, and the rest of the production crew here at LPL English want to thank you personally. We have a couple of other shout-outs we want to do at the end of the regular season, but this show is not possible without viewers like yourself tuning in every single night to watch some LPL action.
And a very, very big shout out to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Force Without, and owners of a Cimmeril, because their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. This would not be possible without their support, without your support, and without all the love that you guys continue to show us day in and day out, while a majority of us are doing this on nocturnal schedules based out of North America. Shout outs to some of our crew also based in the UK and parts of Europe as well, who have gotten up at very early times in the morning to help us do this. It is a passion project. It is a product done out of love for the LPL and a desire to be able to spread the stories of this incredible league and these incredible teams to the Western world.
The last thing I want to say, Mark, one, go please use our community ballots. Join our Discord, get in there and get your takes in. 2, the giveaway for the Polaroids is also going to end tomorrow before playoffs start. So if you want that Faker Polaroid, if you want a Bwippo Polaroid, if you want a Bin Polaroid signed by all of the players, please go check out our Twitter, LPL English. It is available. Actually, here I do have some of them on my desk. This is probably not the right one to show first, so I'm going to skip that one. Yeah, I think you can know which one. I think you know which one it is. There's Faker right there. Oh, you can't see because I have the reflective. We have the reflective little cover there. We've got Kael, Beichuan. So from our MSI interviews that were again only possible because of our coffee supporters and people like you watching in Twitch chat on our YouTube, we'll be sending these out within around playoffs time. But if you want to get in, please go check out our giveaway.
Last shout out. We still have another 24
Here, you also got a me one. That one's not for you guys. That one's for the husband. Sorry, guys.
One last thing. We still have a community All-Pro and MVP ballot that you can participate and send your votes in. We'll be looking through them, we'll be compiling them, and we'll be releasing them on all of our socials. Us on the broadcast crew will also be submitting our votes, and those will be public for you guys to see, whether you want to criticize us, whether you want to ridicule us, or if you want to say, yeah, LPL English broadcast having some base takes. Who knows? We'll see who wins MVP and who gets the All-Pro. But that does it, y'all. That is the end of the Rumble stage here in the Split 3. We kick off play-in stage this weekend, so make sure you tune in same time as always this Saturday morning. Until then, good night, and see you then.